around again. We wanna dose of this right now. It's steady. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게 loud 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag yeah yeah yeah. And when I start to talk like that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with that wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 래퍼.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守り手は時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけ
till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it, let's work. You were raised on the net, I'm raising my net worth. But it ain't about the money, nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. I switch you, I'll let your face off, disappear, I'm your eraser. Ain't the cut just like a razor, murked up in this world, my blazer. I got all the boys on me, I got all the lines on ring. Knocking dead, turning heads, I got all the eyes on me. Pretty face, 걸어 들어와, 유행 선두자. 원하지, 맘 못하잖아, 애가 타잖아. You like whoa, 달리 you도 gold, 난 알지, I know. 준비해, cause I like the ball, 멈추지 않아. 말할래, 그게 like a bag, 그거 말고 bye. 믿어봐, 그만큼 크게, 어깨 펴고 high. 100% 덤비지 못해, 죽여주잖아. 나는 boss, 간지 with the sauce, 원하면 줄게. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. Coming at you live, real wild. Here to light it up, set the world on fire. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. Never going back, nah, that. Diamonds on drip, 'cause I came to make a splash. Gonna break rules and hearts in twos, 'cause that's what the baddest do. It's crazy. Sorry for the bad news, sorry I'm so bad. Only took a minute for me to get what you had. Sorry for the bad news, know it makes you sad. There for a minute, baby, you should pack your bags. Way that I look should be breaking the law. If I don't got it, I take what I want. My circle small like a round of applause. You know that I love the sound of applause. You know I mean everything that I say. When you see me coming, get out of the way. Back in this lane, back and I'm better and ready to stay. I'm doing damage when just how I planned it. I do what I want when I say. 모든 날 따라해, 난 끝내주잖아. To live on the edge of insane. It's crazy. it for being the best. 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold.
Welcome to the 2023 LCS Game Changers. I am Emily Rand. I am more than happy to be joined by Ashley Kong and Jolly for this desk. It's amazing to see you again.
Oh my God,
we never get to see each other.
Yeah, exactly. The last time we met was, I don't know, like Korea or something, but it's so great to be here at LA.
Yeah, and same, right? It's been so long. My first time here, but I could not be more excited.
Yeah, I know. It's great to meet you. I've seen you on so many other casts, so it's really cool to meet in person. It's just really cool to be meeting everyone in person for Game Changers, honestly. Like, everyone has just been so chill and so nice. It's been great.
And so excited. I have not felt this much excitement in a single building in a very long time. And it's been like that for the entire week, really, ever since everything started. Media Day, all of it. The players are having so much fun.
Exactly. The players came into the studio for the first time 2 days ago for the Asset Day, and I know they were super excited about the idea of coming to the Riot studio and just getting prepared to step on the stage for the first time. And that is exactly what we are going to see today at the finals.
Yeah, so the goal of Game Changers, if you are unaware, is empowerment, representation, and mentorship. And kind of under those three pillars, here is a very cool drawing of our three teams, which I think is sick. I actually am an artist. I wish I could draw this well. So thank you, Luz Dene Mateos, for this amazing drawing of our players.
And I do realize that Riot is currently partnering with Sido to bring out all these collaborations and organize the tournament in general, and it's been super fun.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing behind this too. Mentorship was one of the things that you mentioned there, Emily, and Sido has been such a huge proprietor of that and allowing just a welcome space for all of these players, marginalized players, to come in and feel at home.
Yeah, and I think with the Sido partnership, the most important thing is kind of taking a lot of feedback from players. I know Avril went on Hotline League and talked about this extensively, but just kind of looking over at what they do for Valorant and being like, can we have some of this too? And I know one of the cool things for partnering with Sido is that it's run by Parth, who prior TSM GM. So I know one of the things he really wanted to focus on was also making sure that like the managerial and like coaching staff also got that same kind of mentorship and experience.
Yeah, throughout the tournament, I have not only interacted with the players, but also the coaching staff as well as the manager, who are like integral part of the esports system. And it's really, really awesome to see them also getting experience and truly getting feels on what being part of the, you know, not just like being part of the tournament, but organizing, scouting, just pretty much everything.
Yeah, I think that's one of the coolest parts about just the LCS game changers for me in general, is the fact that far ahead of time, they went with the coaches and the managers. And then from there, they began their scouting and they kind of figured out what sort of elements they wanted to bring in as individual teams. And we have 3 awesome teams here today.
Yeah, and they each partnered actually with an LCS org, right? So a bunch of orgs did want to be a part of Game Changers. The winning ones were NRG, who partnered with Arcana. We also have, so yeah, we'll see a bunch of tweets from social media. Golden Guardians partnering with Serenity, and then finally Team Liquid Honda partnering with Astrocats.
I do realize that those LCS teams have been working very, very closely with the respective Game Changer teams. And yesterday, I do believe that some Game Changers teams even went to the gaming facilities, and the players were super excited about the idea of going to the Team Liquid Alien facility or going to RNG to get that feeling of what, you know, scrimming in the real facilities are like. So they were super exciting for them. I was really, really happy for their excitement too.
Yeah, I saw a Billy Worth tweet about eating mustard ice cream at the Team Liquid facility, so I thought that was really cool. I mean, I would probably eat it, honestly. It sounds kind of good to me. I'm a weirdo. The other cool thing, I know Avril also mentioned this in her Hotline League interview, but it was this idea that they could come up with their own brand for each of these teams. So they each put together like different mood boards. We've had different contributing artists, which I don't know, like I love this kind of stuff. I see a lot of passion and fan art coming out of, especially Ashley, I know you see it in LCK all the time, and LPL teams. So it's cool to see these teams kind of rally around and come up with their own ideas.
Yeah, you saw Arcana really cool, did those tarot cards for each individual player, and so they were able to like assign a tarot and artwork to each one. And then the lotus flower as well. You've got the adorable little frogs that we see coming out here for Arcana. And of course, all the cats, Astrocats. Basically, the idea was cats, right? And kind of going with space, astronaut themes was where they started. And they ended up mashing it together and coming up with Astrocats. And I love the collaboration behind these teams.
Yeah, exactly. I just feel like it just brings like a whole new level of, you know, authenticity into like those teams really existing and fans getting to support those teams. So it just really feels immersive.
Yeah, and I know, again, we're seeing a lot
Little
of
stickers.
Those are adorable. The little frog plushie.
They're the little frog.
Yeah, Serenity is actually giving these out coming into the matches, and then afterwards we'll have fan meets with all of our teams where they will have merch as well. So that's going to be really fun.
I'm excited. Apparently, we have to give that one back. We were not able to take that one, but I'm going to take this one.
You're taking the
That's mine. That's mine. It says thank you from Serenity on the back. It's clearly addressed to me.
Yeah. So obviously the teams are super excited to be playing on stage. As you mentioned, Ashley, and again, we're seeing these. They were hosted by the teams in their actual facilities, and they got to practice there. But previously, I know, Jolly, you were part of the cast, and Ashley, you were doing interviews. We had 3 weeks of exhibition matches. Excuse me, this is my first time hosting. And we're going to pull up the standings right now with Astrocats at the top, 7-5 record, Arcana at 6-6, and then Serenity at 5-7.
Yeah, because for people who have not been following the exhibition matches, it's been really, really interesting with different narratives. Astrocats were very, very miles ahead, like even going to 7-1 in the first 2 weeks of the games, but Arcana and Serenity clearly having the momentum, clearly surging up in the last week of the exhibition matches.
Yeah, and that's what makes this Arcana Serenity third place match super interesting. As you said, especially because of their dominance over those first 2 weeks, Astrocats are actually waiting in the finals for the winner of Arcana and Serenity today. And like you said, Ashley, I think it makes it super interesting is because Serenity has kind of had this week 3 push that's been really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's been a lot of growth. And when we talk about Serenity as a team, we're looking at more individual solo players that have come together. And not only that, but they haven't had a lot of an opportunity to do scrims. They've got so much going on in their personal lives. I mean, one of the players has 3 jobs. You've got school going on. So the fact that we've seen this much growth just over the course of these 3 exhibition weeks is very exciting.
Yeah. And I think right now it's time to meet the players on these teams. So we're going to talk about Arcana first. In the top lane, we have Aquatic, Jungle, Empy, Ayukura in mid, Ryle at AD carry, and Shirley at support. And I think obviously we can say a lot of things about a lot of these players. One thing that was really cool was catching up with Empy at this kind of like little mixer thing that we had, and I was talking to them about just their approach overall to the game. And I got the sense that they're kind of like the ultimate fill player, where they're like, if you want me to play this, I will do it. If you need me to do this for the team, I will do it. And talking to them about how much they've learned in terms of, obviously they're in jungle today, but playing different roles, playing different champions, they felt like they had learned the most about that game, about the game by just filling.
Yeah, and that can be said really kind of about the whole team, right? We're talking about the depth of the champion pools. We're talking about the ability to just play incredibly aggressive comps and get away with things that, honestly, they should not reasonably be able to.
And that's like the really exciting thing about this team. And I guess the highlight player for Arcana is obviously Rao. This tournament has been seen as like a very bot-centric meta, and Rao has obviously been, you know, the top of the standings. You know, she does pop up. You know, you see her on crazy champions, not only on the traditional bot lane champions such as Kai'Sa or Tristana, or even Yasuo. I'm just waiting for the highlight clips to perhaps get to that. But it's been super interesting to see her. Like, you know, recently in the mixer, I chatted with her and she said her favorite bot lane champion is actually bot lane player is actually able all the way to LPL. And this obviously reflects on her super confident, aggressive, skirmish-oriented playstyle.
Yeah, that makes sense. That fandom makes sense for sure. And, you know, the funniest part about this is we're talking about a bot-centric focus for these drafts, but it's not until like pick 4, pick 5 that Ryle is actually locking in these AD carries. So there's a lot of flexibility around the team in general, and I do think that MP provides a good amount of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that was the most interesting in catching up with this team, watching their games, reviewing the VODs, is that they want to fight. And they have been more than upfront about, like, you know, we need to hold on to these leads we do manage to get. There's Ryle right there.
So
She's ready to take everyone on. This team is so fun because you brought up Able. They remind me of an LPL team where if they see a chance, they're going to be overloading one of the sides of the map and they're going to be trying to fight you.
It's incredible how well they do it too. They have pressure across really the entire map. I was talking about MP there, and MP has done an amazing job of sort of filling this role of saying, all right, let's sort of go in with this win condition, and then you guys mold around me. And, you know, I would say that this team, in terms of utilizing that aggression to move forward across the weeks, while maybe we haven't seen a ton of improvement, we have seen so much flexibility and adaptability that it doesn't really matter at that point.
And we'll see if that works out today. Production is now going to test us on how much we read the sheets that players filled out. They filled out questionnaires, which you might have seen some of on the Know Your Pro. But they are going to ask us a question or tell us a fact about a player, and we now have to guess. Who speaks fluent Spanish and has lived in Latin America for 6 years? Actually, I think I remember this one.
Now, I feel very terrible as I try to contribute to this game because every time I get an answer wrong, I'll just, like, you know, have this guilt towards the player that maybe
we're a team. If one of us gets it right, we all get it right. All right, okay. I remember this from the sheet. I'm pretty sure it's Ryle. This is Ryle, right? Yeah, I picked the right card. Okay. I think it's Ryle.
Again, I feel super bad, but somehow, like, you know, when you got that question. I just had a feeling for aquatic, so there you go. I will go.
Right, well, we all have somebody different on this one because you know what? I'm like, hey, Gabrielle seems like the kind of player, the kind of coach that is going to have some good background.
All right, production, who is it? Yes!
Oh,
all right,
that doesn't
Of
count.
course it was Emily. Of course it
All
was
right,
Emily.
I play these games all the time on LCS. Or I just read whose favorite animal is a hedgehog?
Oh my God.
I don't remember this one, not gonna lie. All right,
Okay.
production's telling us to pick quickly, so we're gonna...
I have mine. I'll wait for you.
Ikra. That's my
Oh my
guess.
God. I also went with Arcana. She has like that, like, you know, really love hedgehog vibe for some reason.
I went with MP because you know the claws, right? I feel like they have that kind of hedgehog vibe.
Okay. It is MP. You got it right. All right, quickly, we'll move on to the third because I think we are running out of time. Whose favorite pro player and best friend is Saligo? Wait, so now I feel like I have to guess Kirk because she's a mid laner.
Okay.
That's going to be my guess now.
I want to go with Arcana again.
Yeah, well, now I have to pick something different because you guys have already thrown yours up. So I'm just gonna say Shirley because you know, eyes on support.
It is. Yes. I mean, I just guessed it.
Mid lane, that makes sense.
All right, we're going to move on to Serenity, so Arcana's opponents. Here we have Shysept in the top lane, Shapeshift in jungle, Miss Teemo in mid, Yumichi at AD carry, and Heloisia in support.
This team has definitely been the most improved, I would say. And I can only say that because of, you know, the amount of solo play that we've seen from them. But at the same time, there have been a few problems that they had towards the beginning of the few weeks, right? Not being able to scrim a ton and finding a lot of synergy within themselves as a team and really falling into the aggressive play style that they enjoyed to do, but actually creating more fruitful plays out of it and figuring out win conditions in the long run.
Yeah, speaking of like improving and synergy in general, I do want to put your attention to the Shysept. Shysept, who has been often dubbed as the Shysept. In the Twitch chat, her synergy with the jungler Shapeshift. Shysept, obviously a very strong laner and pulling out a variety of champions, and also Shapeshift being very, very famous for having like a fast jungle wave clear. But those two players not necessarily having a good synergy in terms of tempo and finding the right timing for top lane ganks when it came to week 1 and week 2 of the game changers, but we saw the immense improvement in week 3 of game changers, which Emily can hopefully educate us more about because it's her profession. Talking about jungle.
It's not my profession. I'm an AD carry man. I just do jungle pathing spreadsheets. They are the most, but you both brought it up, right? They are the most improved team thus far in terms of win record. So 1-3, 1-3, and then 3-1 in their final week. And I do think a lot of that has come from Shapeshift and having better coordination with her lanes. Obviously, she actually has multiple world record clears. She's can be incredibly fast and incredibly efficient with her full clears, and it's been finding that jungle to lane synergy. This team, even when they were struggling, had some good vibes, and they put out a bunch of mic checks. So we're gonna hear directly from them now from one of their matches.
Oh my god, they do not.
Yeah, whatever. Go whatever.
I'm sending it.
No way. You go?
Okay, let's go.
Oh my god, good job.
What's the ban code for Twitch?
I'm on to you.
I don't know, I didn't even hear it.
That was I just did it. I'm on to you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I didn't know we had the Twitch voice actor in the call.
Yeah,
Oh my
there's Twitch in the
God.
call? That's crazy.
Mind control them
they
to not
cook?
ban roll.
What will they cook? Okay, well. I'm behind.
They're gonna let me do this?
I'm here.
I'm
I
fine.
have W for you, I have W for you. Yeah,
Cast.
H. Nice.
Nice. Really good.
They're walking in.
I want some. Listen.
Can we go on? Can we go on Cassio? Cassio?
Nice.
That's dead.
Copy.
Keep going. Jax is nuking them.
Lucian,
I can go.
zero HP.
Ulti.
Nice.
Next turn.
Nice. Good job.
Big.
Pull it. Just.
No way.
Go. Puppy behind.
There you go. No, keep just go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
Keep going.
Wait.
Ignore the poppy.
And.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Penta.
Poppy's the only one left. Oh yeah, get your penta. Oh wait, never mind.
I'm gonna bring you later.
Wow, they're having so much fun in general. You can just feel it.
Also, again, I know Jolly brought up like this is the most like, oh, we're taking solo queue players and kind of putting them on a team.
Yep.
Their comms are surprisingly clean.
Yeah. And you know what? I also think for a team like this, one of the things I look most forward to on these kinds of events is the improvement and the adaptability that these teams show. And my goodness, when we're talking about Shapeshift having so many of these amazing clears, being able to have, pros following them at Lol Shapeshift. If you want to check out their YouTube videos, they provide a lot of really good informational stuff, but being able to immediately apply it, even though they don't have the opportunity to get as many scrims in as they really would have liked.
And now we are going to guess once again, as we look at some of the players, production is going to quiz us on how much we paid attention to Serenity's fact sheet, whose name originates from champions they played in season 5.
Oh, wow. Okay, I have mine.
So I have my guess, but I also know this comes from like her actual name, but this is the only person with a player in there, or a champion in their name. So I'm guessing Miss Timo.
I think I came with the same conclusion because it's like the nickname is Miss Timo. So perhaps like the nickname comes from Timo. Maybe she played it along.
All right, here it threw me off though with the miss because it said champions. So you know what? I put Heloisia because I have a feeling that seems like a mixture.
You're actually right. As soon as you said that, I was like, oh, crap. Jolly paid attention to the sheet.
Apparently not, though. It's Shapeshift, right?
It was Shapeshift. Okay, never mind.
Which
Wow.
champions? I get Shapeshift. Oh, Nidalee?
Yeah.
Doy.
Nidalee transforms. Who performed, wait, I didn't know this. Who performed with Gwen Stefani as part of the UCLA marching band at the Hollywood Bowl? That's sick, first of all. Second of all, I have no idea.
I'm going to look for a player that gives me the biggest Gwen Stefani.
Yeah, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have no clue. I want to say it's at one of the bot lane. All right.
Don't look at me. Look at me.
No, I'm cheating, I know.
Don't cheating.
I don't know why, I'm just guessing Yumichi. I have no reason behind this.
Oh my God, I'm going with the same vibe. I don't know. It's just like a gut feeling thing. I'm also going with Yumichi.
Let's make that 3.
Wow.
I picked Yumichi as well. I'm doubling down on
get it?
Yumichi.
No.
All of us are wrong.
It was Macris. Okay. Third, who is a big fan of Studio Ghibli movies and listens to Joe Hisaishi on repeat? First of all, also awesome. I'm a big anime fan. Second of all, I remember reading this and I do not remember who it was.
Should I triple down? I don't know.
Speaking of this, whoever that is.
I'm trying to think if, I don't know why I feel like it's Shapeshift. But I feel like production wouldn't give us the same player. Mm-hmm. So I'll guess Shai Sept.
I am going to go with Miss Timo again because I do realize that she has like a Japanese background in Studio Ghibli, and Jo Hirashai is obviously from Japan too. So,
Well, great minds think alike there,
Wow.
Ashley,
There you
because
go.
I also did Miss Timo.
Yeah. Nice. You guys kicked my butt.
We're getting better. We're getting better.
Speaking of, I am more than thrilled to actually welcome to the desk now former INTZ support and current Team Liquid Honda content creator, Mayumi is going to join us. Yay!
I'm gonna shift this way.
Oh, your outfit's so cute. Hello. Good to see you again.
You have to dress me next time.
Yeah, I know, right?
What's going on with all the flowers?
Oh, you like it? That was the most colorful thing I found in my
Yeah, she's like secretly supporting Serenity.
Yeah.
Like her bias is showing up.
No, I can't be unbiased.
Oh, like it's like just obviously floating with the logo.
I need to be unbiased. Like I know there's a team, the Team Liquid supporting, but like I need to be unbiased, you know?
It's okay, we are all esports
So you're a
fans.
secret Astrocats fan.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh my God, thank you so much for joining us.
No worries. Thank you for the invite.
Oh, and like it's good to have you here. And I know that you've also been involved in Game Changers in general, like being like one of the mentors for all the teams and players. Maybe that's one of the reasons why you can't have a bias. But how has your experience been so far?
Oh, it's been lovely. Like I don't know if you know, but I've started my career in like in a scene like that, and seeing like all these things happening like in a scene, I feel so blessed, and I feel so happy seeing everyone like so excited to play on stage. And like I started like since the beginning, seeing everyone like start playing, and they're super excited, and seeing them to come here and like do what they want, I feel so happy for them.
And you know what? Like without naming any players, I know that many players were also super excited to, oh my God, I get to meet Mayumi. Because they were like so excited to see you at the Mingle. But, you know, obviously you are the figure that many people will look up to in general around the scene. You're such a significant content creator working for Team Liquid right now. And as Emily has introduced, you are also like a pro player back in IMTZ. So can you tell us more about your experience and how that, you know, correlates to working in the tournament?
Oh, so I was a pro player back in 2019, 2020. And as I said, I started my career in a scene like this. Like it was small, like it was in Brazil, right? But was really significant for us. So seeing Riot support like something like that is really important for us. And when I was a pro player, I've learned a lot of stuff. Even though it was in Brazil, even though it wasn't like an amateur championship, I've learned a lot. I screamed with like mixing, and I had to do like a lot of stuff with psychologists and all. Like something like with a good background. Like you have to do like you have to do extra, you know, like for being a girl in the scene, you have to do extra to fit in it, and you know how it feels. I know you're in the scene for like a little bit like longer too, and you know how it feels. But like I feel like with all my experiences and like everything that I've worked in the scene, I can like bring a lot to Game Changers, and I feel like I can teach a lot to the girls and all the non-binary people in the championship too. So I feel like I can bring a lot, and every time that they have like questions, everything, so they bring it to me, and I'm always open for them.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. This is my first time coming to LCS.
Oh my gosh, you're doing great. I love it. And you're gonna stay with us now that we're going to cover the matchup that we're about to see. So Arcana versus Serenity. We're gonna rerun the bracket because as we joke in LCS, people don't pay attention at the beginning of the show. No, I'm just kidding. But the third place match we're about to see, like I said, is between Arcana and Serenity, and then Astrocats, which is Team Liquid Honda's team that they partnered with, is waiting for them in the finals. I think the big thing to stress about these two teams is that they're actually 1-1 against each other, Jolly, and it's a very close matchup.
It is. I mean, you know, there's a lot to be said when we're talking about three teams and everybody looks relatively close together. But when these two teams go face to face on the Rift, I swear I would put money down that a single team is about to win the game, and then all of a sudden it flip-flops, heads turns to tails, and, you know, they manage to kind of pull out these incredible plays and really work together and communicate well to be able to turn things around. So we had to make predictions on this one, but my gosh, it was probably one of the hardest things I have done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing again in these two teams and their closeness is, I know Arcana always want to fight, and a lot of that is, you know, through the flexibility that Ryle can end up bringing. And then on the flip side, the thing that has impressed me the most about Serenity, especially in week 3, is their kind of shapeshifts better attention to her lanes. And then additionally, I actually, coming up, have a top lane dive that I want to look at on the Telestrator, because as people know, I really like jungle, the lane synergy, all the boring stuff that other people don't like. So basically, like I said, going into their first few weeks, Shapeshift is an incredible jungler in terms of clear speed, right? And then it was about her being able to communicate and meet up with her lanes. Here, this is a clip from week 3 and them facing Astrocats. Shysept is going to end up shoving this wave here. And then here we see Shapeshift here. In previous weeks, a lot of this would come down to they would end up struggling where, especially in bot lane plays against that Astrocats in the first time they met Astrocats, they didn't end up managing to synergize particularly well, but here, Shapeshift immediately turns. They end up being able to pull off the dive here. And I think, again, the big thing I just really want to stress is that it's all about these like really small timings, where previously I think Shapeshift would do these phenomenal clears, but then not necessarily be able to link up with the team, especially bot lane the first time they met Astrocats. In this week 3 game, it worked really, really well on top side.
That's going back to, the adaptability that I was talking about, right? Even with the team not able to play a ton, they show it game by game, week by week. And we're talking about, series that are it's not a best of 3 series, it's a 1-1, right? They have 2 chances and they don't have a lot of opportunities to play against each other and, see exactly how much the other team grows. So this is an exciting match. I can't say the most exciting because, of course, we have 3 teams, but like I said, it's a difficult one to predict, that's for sure.
Well, like Meme said, no bias on this desk. I am curious to see people's predictions, though, so they're going to fly up. Production said that we'd be surprised. I'm not really sure. Okay, all right, so I am the only one going into, week 3. Again, we talked about Serenity and how much they improved in that final week. I did end up sticking with Arcana, so maybe we'll see.
I don't know, as someone who has been following multiple leagues, including LCK, LEC, and LCS, I do realize how big of a factor momentum is going into, let's say, playoffs or an important match such as the finals today. So I just feel like that, Serenity has a very strong momentum going into the finals. So I don't know, I believe in those factors.
We'll see. It is going to be really close. Like we said, these 2 teams are really close. You've heard enough from us. You're probably sick of us. So we are actually going to get to the most exciting part. Obviously, the players are super excited to play here at the Riot Games Arena, and it is time to do so. So now we are going to throw to our LCS Game Changers opening celebration featuring the one and only Jolly.
Welcome all to the Riot Games Arena. My name is Jolly, and it is my pleasure to introduce this year's incredible participants for the 2023 LCS Game Changers. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Team Serenity. In the top lane, Shysept. Jungle, Shapeshift. Mid, Miss Teemo. ADC, Yumichi, and support, Heloisia, with Coach Macris and Manager Perchance. Let's welcome our next team, Arcana. In the top lane, we have Aquatic. In the jungle, Empy. Mid, Ayukura. ADC, Ryle. And support, Shirley, with Coach Summer and Manager Gabrielle. Finally, our top-seeded team, please welcome the Astrocats. In our top lane, Muramina, Jungle, Solaria, Mid, Fairy Girl, ADC, Avril, and support, Billyworth, with Coach Quatch and Manager Marbles. Put your hands together for all of our participants. The 2023 LCS Game Changer starts right now.
I do think all the games so far have been AD carry centric. It's really hard to compare who's better or who's worse because I feel like all 3 of us are very different players.
And here comes Avril over the top.
Flash of
Ryle also let him have it in the 1v2 fight. Oh, that flash was so sick, Ryle!
I think I play the opposite playstyle of how you're supposed to play bot lane. I think usually people play bot lane really like safe, really like scaly. I'm kind of the opposite player where I just want to kill you. Like if you take one misclick forward, I'm gonna punish it.
Uh-oh,
Oh, no,
Yumichi in a
Yumichi.
bit of
Oh,
trouble.
that's
Ryle
not
gonna get the
good.
shutdown. And indeed, the double is there. Ryle and Shirley getting some revenge.
I try and get into headspace that I'm just like, I can be better than my opponent every single time, and that I just need Tippy, and that kind of helps me with my playstyle as well, because you know it makes it easier to be confident about like my decisions to punish.
There are a lot of things that separate me from the other AD carries. Both of the other AD carries love to show off and love to try to outplay people. I love to take a more consistent side and like knowing the game in and out. If I would compare myself to a pro player, it would be like sneaky. Like consistently always like has major impact even if they're not getting all the resources on the team.
Avril getting ignited. Yumichi gonna dive on in, but it is a step too far.
The player that has impressed me most is probably, honestly, probably Yumichi. I do think Yumichi is like really good mechanically, and that's kind of how I play the game too, is I just like to mechanics check people, and she is really good mechanically, so yeah, I'm a little worried about that.
I'm really excited to rematch Yumichi. We've always had this like rivalry, this very friendly rivalry that like we always support each other, but we always have like this drive to be better than each other.
Oh, we're going.
As well.
It's a
Trying to run away, but the Ignite is ticking down, and that's first blood picked up for Yumichi.
Two.
Popped as well. She
Oh!
is not
Oh!
flash forward, double kill for Yumichi.
I'm pretty excited to play against both the AD carries, both Avril and Yumi. I've just been waiting for such a long time to get the opportunity to prove myself against them, and I think that the stage is a good opportunity to do that.
As of course the AD carries are finding a bit vain, should be better in this spot, but Ryle, so good. Oh, that condemn, absolutely sick nasty, and it's a 1-for-1.
A message for the other AD carry players. Keep banning me out 3 to 4 bans a game. You're a little terrified. I can feel it.
A message I have for the other ADC players: drop ego and don't underestimate me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Riot LCS Center. I am so excited for the LCS Game Changers Finals. I am Capcom. Joining me today is beautiful Covey. I'm just so excited. We have 2 best of 3s for you today. First up will be the 3rd place match, that is Arcana versus Serenity. You can see them behind us. They're currently set up on the stage. And of course, the second match will be winner of this first best of 3 taking on the current first place team, the Astrocats.
I know if you win, you get the 2-for-1 duo on the stage, right? I feel like that's like the big win here. Everyone wants to play in the Riot Games arena and, hey, have a chance to run the gauntlet here with the first 2 teams we have today.
For sure. I mean, we're looking for, I'm looking for 6 total games today, right? Like, we've got 2 best of 3s, 6 possible games. I want 6 total games here. We do move straight into the first champion select Arcana with the higher seed moving into today. Do opt for blue side here, game 1.
Well, Camcom, I have good news for you and everyone else that wants 6 games, because when it comes to this first match, it's like a best of 9 that we have. Because
we do, yeah.
Through the first 3 weeks of play, not only are these 2 teams, the head-to-head is even, but it has been 3-1-1. So this is like the rubber match. It's finally decided at the end of the day.
Both of these teams have gone through 3 best of 2s against each other, and every single best of 2 we have seen against Arcana versus Serenity has been 1-1. They have not had a 2-0 between the 2 of them yet, and today they're finally going to settle the record. Whether it goes to 2 games or 3 games, best of 9 is what we're up to for now.
All right, I do want to dive into the pick ban here real quick, because we're seeing a lot of target bans here.
Yes.
Notably, Rel, Haluisa, that's something where that is their best champ in solo queue.
Oh, yeah.
Also, some targeting towards Miss Teemo, who has really improved throughout this tournament. The Azir and the Orianna, notably the Orianna was 3-0 for Miss Teemo and Serenity this past week. Speaking of 3-0, Vi for MP, they were 3-0 in the champion the last week as well. So a lot of target bans overall, and it looks like with Jax up for Aquatic, that has been their most played throughout the tournament, that will be the first pick.
I am impressed, actually, that Arcana did opt for that Orianna ban. You did mention Ayukura has playing a whole heck of a lot of Orianna. That is by far and away her most played champion in the LCS Game Changers this year. And she did mention she's a little bit tired of Orianna. Get me off this champ, right? Like, I want to play something else, so maybe they banned it so that Ayukura is like, no, I'm not going to play it. I'm not going to pick it today. I am definitely expecting Orianna to be a very high presence for all day today, as
J4 and Rakan is going to be the jungle support duo here for Serenity.
Yeah, and I know that at least talking beforehand with Aloysia, the Rakan was a lot better from them in this past week.
Yeah.
It's great. We've seen so many players really improve throughout this event. And I think specifically with Aloysia, you know, she is a really good Rel player in solo queue, but seeing her pick up other champs like the Rakan is great. The Jarvan-Rakan duo has been very popular in this tournament. And also what has been popular, the Xin Zhao answer into Jarvan. As we are on 13-17, Spirit Sojin still very powerful. So you can kind of match the build, match the power. Xin only has one way to go though, and that is forward. So I like the fact that Arcana pairing this with a Nautilus for surely. A lot of engage and frontline here already for Arcana locked in, as they're going to round out the draft with the 2 carries later on.
2 carries picked up here. We do have 180 carry picked so far, that being only the Xayah locked in for Yumichi. A very, very comfortable champion for Yumichi. She has played it a lot recently in solo queue, but throughout the LCS Game Changers, I believe this is actually her first time picking it here, but by far, definitely not a faraway champion for her to play. Now, we only have 1 80 carry actual ban, and that is the Twitch.
Deservedly so.
These teams have just kind of given up trying to ban 80 carries against Arcana, honestly. Like, what can you possibly ban against Ryle?
Yeah, so for context, Ryle has played 10 unique champions in 12 games.
Out of 12 games.
And there was even a game plan. She had a great tweet. It was on Twitter. And it was like the picks. It was actually Serenity's prep against Arcana.
Beautiful.
And under Ryle, it just said anything. Because they played Yasuo bot. There's been like even Swain being like picked up and played too. So I will say though, denying the Kai'Sa, I like. A lot of players are very familiar with the Xayah Kai'Sa matchup. And I will say that for Serenity, they have a really strong core. I was talking about how Arcana is so dive heavy. Xayah plays really well into that, not to mention the pairing with Rakan. So bot priority, we will see if Arcana can break that with a pick for Ryle. As the Vlad and Nico taken away. Vlad very much a target ban towards Shysept. She really specializes in Rengar and Vlad, and it does look to be the Ornn for Shysept. They're most played, as they have 11 unique champs. Ornn's the only one they've doubled up on. Now it's a triple up.
They're not picking Lulu. They're not gonna pick. No. Okay, I got a little bit too excited there, but Swain is going to be the lock-in mid of choice there. I highly doubt this is gonna be Yasuo. It would be a very fun Yasuo bot lane. If you have not been watching Ryle's Twitter lately, I don't know what you are doing. She has talked a lot about picking Yone 80 carry recently. I don't think we're gonna be seeing a Yone 80 carry today. At least I probably hope not, but would be one of the more entertaining choices for sure. We have 2 mages locked in for Arcana. Which one is going to Ayukar? Which one's going to Ryle?
So usually, I would say Swain bot is a little bit more common, but I really like Syndra into Xayah comps because the scatter of the week, again, Xayah likes when teams jump into, the Xayah, right? You just go up in the air, go airborne, she's fine. The Syndra with the scatter can keep Xayah at bay. You can try and outrange, then burst down the Xayah. As things being rounded out, Miss Teemo going to lock in the Ahri. I believe that is the first Ahri for Miss Teemo in this event. I know from talking with Perchance, the manager of Serenity beforehand, she spoke very highly of Miss Teemo, said it's been great seeing how much she's improved throughout the event. And I mean, obviously, the experience that these players have gotten throughout the event has been great. I think we've seen teams really get better, but to hear a manager speak so highly of a player really taking advantage of the opportunity like Miss Teemo has is really great to see. And we'll see if she can step up against Ayukura, someone that I covered when they competed with Taco Gaming back in the OQs this past summer.
Yeah, Ayukura has probably the most competitive experience, I believe, out of anyone in this event. She's played on the college side. She's played in the Proving Grounds OQ side. Yep. She has a lot of previous competitive experience, whereas the rest of, specifically Arcana, actually, are a lot of our newer players here, looking at Ryle probably being the next step closest for competitive experience side, where she did play earlier this year in the NACL OQs, but other than that, they're all very new to the competitive side.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great. One of the highlights for me this week, just seeing all the players, again, take advantage of the opportunity. I had to condense the tape. I was kind of playing catch-up as I had a couple other events I was covering, including the LCS Challengers promotion tournament a couple weeks ago that was running alongside LCS Game Changers. So I got to see all 3 days of tape in the last 3 days, and seeing the teams improve that quickly has been great. I hope we can see more of that today, Camcom.
Absolutely. As we do move on to Summoner's Rift for the first game with the pause. Everybody's favorite screen on Summoner's Rift. Yes. Look at the
gray screen is your favorite? Come on.
You get to see everything that's happening.
Wow. I guess we're going to have to at least stall our excitement a little bit, Camcom, but...
I'm still excited. You can't take that away from me.
No, honestly, it's been really fun. You know, it's your first time in the arena this time. It's been a blast seeing how excited you've been just walking around and kind of getting the lay of the land. You were able to find everything okay the past time?
Yep.
You know, you're out on your own?
I only got severely lost one time. I went down one hallway I probably shouldn't have gone down, but other than that, I've gotten most of it. I know where the bathroom is and the food is. That's what matters.
Well, hey, live and learn, right? I talked about the teams improving. We're trying to improve here too, broadcast side. Speaking of that, I am being told from production that a little stage audio issue.
Yep.
So that should be solved, and we should be back into the game quickly, as we are excited to get all the action underway. Again, if you are just joining us, 2 best-of-3s as we run the gauntlet. The winner of this best-of-3 gets to face Astrocats, who are the first seed, but all 3 teams are within 2 games of one another, which has really made this... I would say a pretty exciting conclusion today, Camcom. One I know you've really been looking forward to.
Yeah, I think it's funny that even though we do have a clear first, second, third in terms of standings, their actual scores are 7-5, 6-6, and 5-7. There's literally one game win, not even a series win, one single game win between all 3 teams. So we are still coming into today expecting very, very close games. I don't have team predictions yet, but my game prediction of the day is still 6 games.
I like it. And, you know, someone that actually I used to cast with, have a podcast with, Summer, she had the phrase Game 6 Poggers. And I'm being told that we have the very talented Ashley King with a sideline interview with Summer right now.
Okay, thank you, casters. And I am joined by Summer, the head coach of Arcana, and I am very, very interested in asking you, what is going on with this draft? You picked Swain, and you swapped it into bot lane. Could you please explain?
Yeah, so I think Alice was getting a little jealous that her unique champion total was surpassed by Shysept and wanted to up her game a little bit. Now I believe they're both matching at 11 unique champions. So yeah, she wanted to do that, but also yeah, this is a pick that we've been working on a little bit. We like we saw on Twitter, there are just any champion in the entire game that Ryle can pick. So
a lot of egos going back and forth. It's great to see, but what would you say is the overall win condition for this competition as we wait for the game to kick off once again?
Well, we're really confident in this bot lane matchup. This is a pick that we specifically prepared for this matchup. We're also very confident in our Jax up top lane. Emily's gonna smurf it, so we've got options in multiple lanes here.
Okay, and we have just gotten back to the game, and so thank you so much for answering my very curious question. And back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Ashley and Summers. We do move back onto Summer's Rift. No more pause screen left. We are now officially into game 1 of our best of 3, or if we're really going for the real record here, this is a best of 9. This is game 7 of our best of 9. Do we make it to 9 games?
I gotta say, I know each team, talking with them behind the scenes, they have a lot of respect, as everyone has had, practicing with and against each other throughout this event. But each side is expecting to actually have this go the distance, as I know that things have been very close. This has been, out of all the matchups we've had between these 3 teams, I would say this has been the most back and forth, and actually given us the most competitive games overall throughout the first 3 days of competitions. We'll see that continues day 4. I know we're certainly hoping so.
Absolutely. Nothing super interesting usually happens level 1. Most of the interesting things that happen are usually started by Serenity Aquatic, waiting there in the Tri-Brush, just trying to get some picks off onto Shysept, getting about 50% of her HP off level 1. If you know how to play top lane, then you know that every single percentage of HP matters infinitely more in that lane than any other lane.
Hey, what I tell all top laners, when I used to coach, know your level 1s when you get advantage. Not speaking of knowing level 1s, bot lane.
Bot lane, always so exciting. Loshia with that ignite taken down on her, taking real low. Shirley as well. Yumichi not gonna let them farm this wave for free. Shirley forced to birth both Sums. Ryle as well, burning her ghosts already.
Very, I wouldn't say bloody, but action-packed in the bot lane so far. I know that Marksman was a big focus that we had in the pre-show. Ryle, of course, she's been so vocal about her confidence. I love the tweet she had the other day about just being so, her goal is to go pro. And she was like, you know, I have to be so
Yes.
good that people just can't deny me. They can't say no. If they say no, they aren't doing their job correctly. So I love that attitude. And Ryle has been someone that I know, Camcom, you've really been hyping up throughout this event so far, too.
Ryle told me just earlier this morning, this might be my first time at the LCS studio, but it will not be my last. And I am so excited to see her play, not only today, but hopefully in the future in the pro scene as well. We've talked a whole lot about wave, or I personally have talked a whole lot about wave management. Aquatic going with the slow push into, I'm hoping to cheater on this next wave. That's what I'm hoping for here.
I like it. I think that the level 1 Aquatic had really set her up for success in the top side, as it looks like it's been, yeah, it should be the cheater and easy call. And look at that CS difference. That's really good wave management and good knowledge of the matchup being played.
Absolutely, just get any sort of poke on your enemy laner, level 1, especially if it is like a tank and like an Ornn, right? That is a very simple way to get that early cheater. Don't have to TP it back to lane, and as I said, it's actually going for some deep vision instead, but still, getting that extra map pressure around the top side is very helpful.
I do like to see this from Shapeshift. I actually think she's managed her clear rather nicely. So fun fact about Shapeshift, she has a Twitter where she oftentimes posts full clears, has multiple world records for clears, and is actually a part of the C9 staff as a consultant to kind of help with jungle and jungle clears, which I find really cool. She actually reverse cleared this time. I think that she's playing towards the priority she has, because that wave top lane will bounce away from Shysep, but it's actually been answered. So Arcana, they had an early base from the Nautilus. They were able to crash. That is why we saw the reverse clear from Shapeshift to try and secure that first crab. But given the roam from Shirley, that ensures that Xin Zhao is actually able to take this top crab. So good team point rotations coming out. Honestly, from each team, I really like the response from Arcana. I think they played that well.
Absolutely. I think that surely roaming topside level 3 is something that I would love to see all supports do more often. First blood picked up in the bot lane. Looks like Serenity tried to dive Ryle, but Ryle is in fact diving you underneath her own tower. That first blood picked up onto Helosia.
I'd love to see a replay on that, and while the bot lane was going on, we actually had Flash Blund from the top side. As MP, they were able to find a successful gank. Let's check this out again. Shirley again was showing on the top side as Helosia able to get in. Oh, really nice yoink. As just a bonus tower shot, tried to get the extra shield, and Yumichi, yeah, she ended up having to walk out. Great defense by Ryle, who again has been a big standout in this tournament so far.
For sure, that was a really solid attempt at a punish there by Serenity. You see the support topside, and then you crash a massive wave on the bot side and try to dive the AD carry. But it was just, unfortunately, didn't really go out their way. Like, the intent was there, but the execution not quite there yet. Still looking towards the bot lane here. Has almost always been the most aggressive lane for all of LCS Game Changers this year.
Yeah, a lot of the game plans that matter right now, a lot about pathing bot, and great to see Ryle perform in the 1v2. That's a big difference because, again, while that was going on, you had a win on the bot side, and also, again, props to MP. They got the flash out of Shysept on the top side. So whenever you can win on both sides of the map, always going to be a positive when you're looking in the games. Is Ayukura utilizing a little bit of flexibility between the Swain and the Syndra, of course. I will say the Ahri, a bit of a self-counter pick into Syndra, as in this matchup, you can use the scatters to really keep Ahri at bay. But what I do like about the Ahri is that if you bring Jarvan mid, you have ways to create angles with Ahri plus Jarvan on the Syndra to try and attack. So that is something I'm going to look for from Shapeshift and Serenity to try and attack that mid lane, as at the moment, we're attacking Dragon. Serenity does have bot lane priority. Their bot lane is shifting up to try and secure this, and we'll see if MP decides to contest.
MP definitely knows that they are on the Dragon, but instead going to be looking towards this Teemo. Spirit Rush pop, just looking to get some damage on MP. That level 6 on mid laners is so important. Flash for Meloisi as well. Looking for the first one onto MP. No more jungler. Such an excellent punish there from Serenity.
Really good EQ flash coming out from Shapeshift. I will say that Serenity, they did pull off the Dragon, so yes, the kill was secure, but this does delay the timer. This will enable Ryle to actually get that bot wave in. We'll see if she decides to shift on up, but given the 4-stack of Serenity, looks like that first objective is going to go over to their pockets.
This is a really good example from Serenity on how to win a dragon fight before a fight even starts, right? Like you mentioned, they had the bot lane push, they had the mid lane push, and the roam was first from Miss Teemo as well. Everything before the fight went in their favor, and that just makes the fight itself that much easier. Could have been a lot more scrappy if it wasn't so set up as well.
Now what I'm looking for from Arcana to respond, Herald play. I think that Aquatic, props to her. She's played this matchup really well from Jax from that level 1, like we saw at Camcom. Up in CS, but meanwhile, bot, hold on.
Meanwhile, bot, Yumichi is just dead. Root lands on Pelosia, no level 6 available for anyone in the bot lane, and that is a large wave crash. Yumichi's gonna miss so much experience there.
Hey, Summer said on that side of that interview that they prepped this bot lane matchup specifically for this scenario, and it looks to be paying off as, you know, not only did Ryle find that 1v2, but she also was able to get the flash out of Yumichi in that scenario, and that was punished here as they win the level 5. Shysept out of mana, does burn ult on Aquatic, but she should be able to shove out this lane, and I really want to see MP go attack this Rift Herald. You can see Shirley rotating up from that bot lane priority. There's a window here where if Arcana is able to hit the timer, they can have top priority, mid priority, and try and use that to get a Rift Herald, as Shirley is also up in the top side of the map as well.
Charm lands onto Ayukura, but it looks like Ayukura is the one actually coming out on top in that 1v1. And from that 1v1, like you were mentioning, this is the perfect time for a Rift Herald. Shysept is sitting up on top lane, no TP, no way to get back, and no mana to be able to push that wave out. That is the time that you can end up trading the very late first dragon for first Rift Herald. But of course, first Rift Herald in the current meta has been shown to have a little bit more impact recently. You see both the AD carries have now popped level 6. And Serenity is bringing some friends down to the bot lane. Ryle doesn't actually know that Serenity has a couple members behind her, and now she is going to, has the ult available, will immediately be able to pop a flash under the turret as well. She has so much healing, but the Feather Storm, it'll just be enough for a 1v1. Shut down 1-for-1, still going in the favor of Arcana.
It was the right idea from Serenity because as a team, they decided to drop the Rift Herald. So your answer to that is to go attack bot lane. We saw Shirley, she was up helping the top side of the map, so they had numbers bot, but a little bit of a mis-execution there from Shapeshift and Heloisia. I think that the two of them should wait or spread out their cooldowns to try and follow up the flash. Instead, it was burned at the same time, so Ryle was able to have an official flash in the 1v3, able to trade out one. Well played from Ryle, who she has a lead, and check out the inventory. Already has a Ryle-wise completed.
Replay now of the bot lane play. I think if Ryle just had a ward in the tri-brush, this would have been even different. It could have been a 1-for-2 or even just an 0-for-2 if Ryle had just a second extra of knowledge on this play. Even then, though, 1-for-1 is about the best case scenario that you can get in that sort of play. Gotta love Ryle, there she is. I've been watching her player cam throughout the whole game. She plays League how I do, with her legs up on the chair.
Yeah, also with her emotions on her sleeve, which I like.
Oh, yeah.
You really tell, you know, she's invested, and I feel like that energy, that goes a long way, especially in an event where you're working with the same team for months. Always good to have, as we like to call it, you know, sometimes the vibe master in the team, right? Make sure all the vibes are good. That can go a long way, as Ryle has all the kills on her shoulders so far. Again, 3-1. Ryle-wise already completed. That is the first item completed in the game. And when it comes to this composition, you know, Serenity with Jarvan, Ahri, and Rakan, they are trying to go in hard and engage. Ryle-wise can buy you a lot of space, where we talked about how the Syndra, she can use those scatters to really keep Serenity at bay. Ryle-wise slowing people down can help set up with that too. So I think Arcana doing a nice job. At least Ryle individually doing a really nice job of executing, but I want to see if Arcana can play out these fights correctly, where they really play around scatter, play slow, and try and pick members one by one as they absorb the engage of Serenity and then turn it on them.
I love how this is the first time where, oh, never mind, fighting the bot lane. Hook lands onto Yumichi. She does not have Featherstorm for a few more seconds. TP coming in now as well. Featherstorm just came off cooldown, but she's already dead. TP canceled as well, and just like that, it's a double kill for Ryle.
Great call, Camcom. You can see on the scoreboard right now, Yumichi, the ultimate is available for her, but it was not available during the fight. That rank 1 ult for Xayah is a very long cooldown.
180 seconds.
Yeah, Arcana, they were able to punish it. So, again, looking at the replay, great dredge line from Shirley to follow up on the E from Ryle. And, I mean, once that hook connects, no flash, no Featherstorm. You can see it on your screen right there. Not available for Yumichi, and she goes down.
And she just goes down. I think the TP cancel, I didn't quite catch who the TP was from. It's from Ornn on the top line, so I'm guessing Jax just got some sort of CC. She promised me she'd flex on stage. Oh, okay. Top lane.
You know, it's a trade, but more minions died, right? That's sending a message, right? The one for one.
Yes.
That's an honorable fight in the top side.
The mental message that gets sent. You get more experience tonight, therefore I win the 1v1, and you got the Divine Sunderer completed for Aquatic off that one as well. So she is definitely sitting real happy, real pretty in the top lane. TP on the bot lane. Flash hook lands on Alosia. Rylson real low though. Does not have her ultimate available quite yet, but does have the Ghost and the team to help her. Alosia is the first member down. Miss Teemo TPing a little bit too late to help the fight, and I believe Arcana just can take this dragon now.
It's a 3k gold lead for Arcana, and denying the dragon stacking too for Serenity kind of removes one of the mechanics. Now, I think if you are Serenity, again, looking at this draft, I was really hoping that Jarvan and Ahri would try and attack the Cinder in the mid lane. You can create a lot of angles on mid laners, especially control mages as Jarvan plus Ahri. We saw that be contested and actually turned early by Arcana, but Serenity continuing to try and play bot in the Ryle. Ryle's way too damn fed on this Swain, and look at the build. It looks like they're going for potentially a Jack Show second, which is going to make Swain so tanky as a drain tank, and really difficult for Serenity to get through, as we see Ayukura land a really nice scatter on this Teemo. Herald being crashed, plates going over, and Ayukura set up for success. Oh, boy.
Oh, good flash. Okay. Just like that. Ayukura has the emote to pop as well for it. I do want to mention that was the first Rift Herald pop, so it wasn't actually popped on the top lane when we thought that it would be in the bot lane 2v2 tower dive, but instead will be shared between 3 members, those plates in the mid lane, right? And we've been talking a whole lot about Ryle and Swain. I mean, when are we not talking about Ryle, right? But I love that this is the first time we have seen the Swain picked by Arcana when it has already been such a high priority for both Serenity and Astrocats. So that does kind of show Arcana has been studying the other teams, has been studying. We have a little bit of our own meta going on in the LCS game changes. So I love that not only are we seeing a game 1, but now we know that if Arcana do take this series, that's going to be yet another contested pick between her and Fairy Girl.
I was about to say, I think everyone may be learning from Fairy Girl, who does await one of these 2 mid laners in the finals, as she was the highest ranked player that we had entering Game Changers, and that was off the back of her, I believe, 65% win rate Swain in over 100 games. So we'll see that later. We're going to focus on this match right now, as at the moment, I mean, everything is coming up Arcana's way, and look at that gold graph. Ryle and Ayukura, this double mage duo, no marksman so far ahead, and that is important, because I will say, I don't think that Arcana's comp like runs out of gas. Sometimes when you are missing a traditional marksman as the game goes later, like 3+ items, you can somewhat fall off, but Syndra does scale so hard individually, and the amount of space that can be bought for Syndra in this comp as a whole, I think Arcana's going to be just fine, but I do want to see Arcana continue to try and push the pace, as Ryle is way too damn strong right now. And we see Serenity at the moment.
Serenity Charm does land onto Aquatic. I think she should be perfectly safe. That Ignite blown there as well by Alosia. They showed 3 members bot lane, though. Of course, that will be the second Rift Herald in a row as well, actually picked up for Arcana. That was not the first tower taken. First tower was actually taken in at the mid lane by that first Rift Herald. Actually, Arcana will be trading the bot lane outer turret for the top lane outer turret as well. So there's lots of like large macro gameplay going on right now. But I think it's quite funny that we already have objective bounties like immediately spawned at 15 minutes, right?
It really does give you a good signifier of really, how much in favor this game is right now of Arcana. And I will say props to Serenity, getting the bounty on the bot side and trading that for Herald. Unless this Herald gets 2 crashes, that is okay for Serenity, the fact that they did get bounty gold. So they did cut in that gold lead a little bit. I just think this game's very difficult for them, given how far behind both the Ahri and the Xayah are. Because those are the 2 damage dealers that are going to be looking to get through the drain tank or Ryle, who again is just out of control fed at the moment and really tough to deal with.
And Ryle as well is a player that is really good at taking a game, getting an early game lead, and then just running away with it. We have seen so many games, not only in solo queue, not only in scrims, but even here in the LCS Game Changers, that she's been able to just run away with games 1v9. She's finished so many games with, what, like 10+ kills? It's insane.
I mean, even the very first game of Game Changers, Ryle got her hands on the Twitch, and Twitch has been pretty much permanently banned from Ryle for the rest of the tournament, because she was able to take over that game on the champion that, she puts a lot of time into when it comes to solo queue. We'll see if Ryle can continue to do so, as at the moment, a brief respite in the action can come. I'm
Never.
I think Arcana, they're waiting for this upcoming dragon to come up. It's 60 seconds away. I don't think Serenity should actually contest this. It's not like it's a sole point, and I think Serenity should start to look to play for this top turret, because, again, I'm looking at this Swain. If Swain gets another base in, Ryle, she's going to have another item on top of that Ryle-wise, and I just don't think that it's possible to win the dragon fight, given the items that the carries of Serenity have at the moment.
And also looking at items
This is
as
good.
well. Oh, never
Yeah,
mind.
this is good.
Aquatic.
She's
Kinda
sniffing it
a little
out,
bit
but
with
yeah, she's gonna
fire
hang
here.
around.
2 members of Serenity Wayne right behind Aquatic. They're looking for this tower dive, but the TP will be joining them, and just like that, immediately calling the dive off as well. Ayukura will not let them dive the tower that easily.
I will say that this could be a little bit tricky because Serenity now they have the fast path. Ayukura, she can't TP back to the Dragon, so if Serenity actually want to full commit, they might have a numbers advantage. They're going to drop top outer turret, as that is really just 2 or 3 lamppost swings away from falling. As Arcana, they hit way to trap. Ryle, eyes on the Swain.
Eyes on the shapeshift as well. Empy diving straight in, and there is Ryle on top of them all. Empy with the first pick. Root lands on Ryle, but she's still sitting at 50% of her HP. You cannot heal cut the Swain if the Swain will cut your life. Helosia just about able to run away with 1 HP, and Ryle, I mean, she's not letting them run away for free by any means. 2 quick kills picked up there for Arcana, as well as the second Dragon.
That's a great read from Arcana. As I was saying, with that TP top from Ayukura, there was a chance to get a numbers advantage around the Dragon. So Serenity, they saw that and said, hey, maybe we have a chance to fight this. I can't talk as Shysept.
Shysept, I mean, double knockup into double knockup, just like that. Ayukura almost sneaking out alive. That is a 150 shutdown picked up for Shysept. If nothing else, that's a mental win for them.
It's something. You got to find something at this point, as again, this game starting to get pretty out of control. But Arcana, they know that there could be a numbers advantage at the Dragon, but Ayukura, she tails Serenity on the rotation, and Ryle lays a great trap. And of course, we've spent so much time talking about how Ryle, she's so fed on the Swain. No one can deal with their. The reason we didn't want Serenity to fight that Dragon is that the carries don't have the damage to get through the Swain. And man, we saw that there as Ryle pretty much press ghost, walk forward, and no one can deal with it.
I mean, Arcana have been really good at these press R wombo combo team comps. We've seen that type of team comp from them in draft so many times so far, and this wasn't even one that screamed like press R run at them type of comp for me, but they still were able to manage that with just Empy and Ryle going in together. They pressed the 2 engaged buttons at the same time, and 2 members of Serenity kind of just blew up.
Now, for Arcana, Baron's on the board. I like how Aquatic, she has shifted down to the bot side.
Shape-shifted?
Potentially. As Aquatic, she should be able to get this turret. Herald is actually dropped bot. This is around the timer of the Baron. I'm curious if Aquatic actually ends up shifting top, because the Baron damage isn't great for Arcana, given the items that Swain went for, but Arcana's so far ahead, you gotta assume that they can at least try and make a play for this. Oh boy, Aquatic.
Oh boy, Aquatic is just here to bully Shysept all game, straight from level 1, has not let Shysept play the game whatsoever. With that, our first solo kill of the top laners here, without it being a 1-for-1, and
another
one here, the top lane as well. The solo laners of Arcana are just not gonna let Serenity play the game today.
Things falling apart for Serenity. I do want to credit Aquatic, as I was talking with Summer before. Hold on, we'll see if Aquatic can escape.
Aquatic burning the flash, trying to get away, but the knockup lands, and there's not much she can really do from this one. She's gonna try and fight it out within the Cataclysm, jumping onto Helosia as well. She has so much damage, but just not quite enough.
Look at Baron.
That's a 150 shutdown picked up for Yumichi, but yeah, you gotta look at the Baron. Where's the rest of Arcana? They're gonna be on that Baron.
That really does sum up the map. 3 people sent to kill the top laner, but the big purple worm killed by the other 4 of Arcana as they secure that objective.
Was it worth it? We will find out in a few minutes with the Baron buff spawning for them. You got 3 minutes to use that buff wisely. We'll see how many towers they can take and see if it was worth that shutdown picked up for Yumichi.
Again, I really do want to credit Aquatic, though, as I think she's having a really good game, and she's someone that had a lot of room to grow coming in Game Changers. I know, talking with Summer before, the coach of Aquatic, she said, hey, you know, like, this is like the best Emerald player I've ever seen, because she did have a long way to climb, you know, for her ELO, her starting point. But Summer was really singing the praises of Aquatic, how hard she's been able to work throughout this event, and how much better she's, you know, been able to get. I feel like this is the best game we've seen from Aquatic on stage so far in Game Changers at the right time, as of course they are in the right games arena.
Absolutely, and going up against Shysept as well is quite the tough challenge.
Yeah.
Shysept has popped off on, what, 11 out of 12 unique champions so far, right?
Yep.
Like, this is a very difficult top laner to play against this well, and Aquatic's been doing it all the way since level 1. Arcana looking to play around this inner turret on the top lane. Serenity, they're going to try and protect it, but they are still down about 7,000 gold.
It's a tough ask for Serenity. It's really tricky because they have to commit, and you're committing into a Swain. And Ryle continues to build tanky items, as that giant spell I would not be surprised if Ryle, she's going for the Demonic Embrace next on the Swain, trying to stack up some of the damage, and as long as that item synergizes very well, especially with the Jock Show. It's already in the inventory, and right now everything coming up the way of Arcana. You see Ayukura, even she's in the side lane on her own as a Syndra. That's pretty tough to do. Syndra can be tough to take down, but she's so far ahead in this matchup that she's the one taking down turrets, and she can't be dealt with.
Ayukura single-handedly taking the inhibitor turret down on the bot lane as the Cinder. Like, that is not the split pusher we thought. Going into this game, you would have thought it was the Jax or someone else, but no. First inhibitor taken, first team fight in the mid lane here as well. Looking to try and turn it back around. Cataclysm is huge on the back line. So much CC. And Serenity is actually the ones coming out on top. Shapeshift though trying to run away. Yumichi comes out massive. Ryle, last member standing. The Swain ult's going to run out in just a few seconds, and she's the only member of Arcana that can stop Serenity, and just like that, it's a 4-for-1.
It was a full engage onto the Xayah, but Yumichi, she pulls it off in the back half, and this is a marksman I was really excited about coming into this event, because fun fact, last year I was actually helping TL with their tryouts for their challengers team, and Yumichi, I put forward her bonds in those tryouts. I was very impressed by especially her Samira play. I think she chooses spots to go in very well. This time she's playing Escape, but she gets caught by a great scatter from Ayukura. But look at how Yumichi's able to get out of this. Feathers go up in the air, able to sidestep the stun, gets a huge root down, then a flash, and then look at her duel versus Ayukura, able to sidestep the W and the Q. Eats the Q on the back half, but was even able to still get the damage down with the Kraken Slayer. That's great play from Yumichi. Flash at the end too. Really good. We've seen some great moments from her where she's able to pick her spots. Someone that both Avril and Ryle really respect. She's been put down for most of this game, but great to see her pop off in the back half as Serenity still have some life in this game.
I also think that the first time that Serenity completely ignored Ryle, right? Like, not a single time did anybody throw an ability, throw an auto, throw anything in Ryle's direction. She was sitting there full HP, and then the rest of her team just fell around her, right? Like, nobody else has nearly as much HP or healing that the Swain can manage. Finally, that outer tower is taken, but the Dragons are now tied. Serenity won that last team fight into the Dragon, and that is something that we've actually seen them struggle with a little bit, is winning team fights and then taking objectives after it. Sometimes the team fights that they win are 2 or 3 minutes before objective is actually alive, but this time they timed it just so perfectly that the Dragons, I mean, it's only a gold lead at this point.
I do want to return to that last point you were making, Camcom, as you said that the fight, it felt like Arcana were kind of falling around Ryle. I think that's very key for Arcana moving forward, and I want to see if they can diagnose it, as they did drop that fight. But as a team, I want to see if they can identify, hey, we just need to fight around Ryle. She's so fed. Don't leave the zone of the Swain ultimate, right? Let Serenity engage into us and then turn it from there. I think trying to find their own fight, engage, and see some of the power of the Xayah piloted by Yumichi there. Again, this champion, very good when you are diving into it. If you are able to instead space it with Swain and Syndra and Nautilus, I think that sets up to be a better team fight for Arcana. So we'll see if, as a team, they can adapt moving forward. At the moment, they have a nice 4-1 going. Baron's up in a minute. I expect to see them reset rather soon to play around that objective coming up.
By no means, though, is Ryle not still a threat, right? She's sitting at 9 stacks on the Darksteel. 1 item away from a Magi's completed as well. That was a little bit gross damage on Miss Timo, not gonna lie. We do finally have the 4-1 that I think probably was the initial strategy from Champ Select, where Aquatic is the 1 and the rest are the 4, but they don't have the Baron buff anymore for Arcana, and that makes it significantly harder to push into the massive amount of wave clear that Yumichi and Miss Timo both have for Serenity.
I do like what Arcana was able to do, though, as you highlighted, Ayukura on the Syndra, very far ahead, does a lot of damage. The Syndra scales so nicely throughout the game. As a team, they were at least able to keep Serenity in their base, so they get to reset first. They bought their items, and they'll be in time to try and set up this Baron. But you can see Shysep, she's feeling generous, giving out some ornaments as gifts, as Yumichi now upgraded item in the inventory, as you can see that Ivori now all Ornn powered up. And we'll see if Arcana, again, that doesn't show on the gold graph. So props to Serenity. This is a comp where I feel like later in the game, they have a traditional marksman. They might be able to scale back into this one if they are able to kind of play the fights they want to, absorb the engages for Arcana, and be careful about overcommitting into the Swain. If you commit into the Swain, it has to be clean. If not, we will see Ryle clean up.
It is funny that you point that out, that Yumichi and Ryle actually have 3 items plus boots apiece. The only difference right now is the fact that Ryle has the Darksteel. if Yumichi had a Dark Shield for some reason and was playing a mage, this would be literally exactly even. And it is important to note as well, pretty massive CS lead that Yumichi has.
Okay, hold on.
Near 100
Hold on.
over Ryle. There's secretly a Baron going on. What's going on up there?
So Serenity, they were trying to play for a pick onto Aquatic. Maybe they don't feel like they can actually contest this Baron. It's being done rather slow, as again, they don't have that traditional marksman. Shapeshift, she's starting to at least get an inkling. Yeah, get an inkling that this is being hit, and Arcana actually pull off. And now Yumichi has an early ult. That's trouble.
Yumichi first forced the early Feather Storm, and she's fighting straight into the waiting arms of Arcana. First number gonna be blown up. TP a little bit late as well to try and save their AD carry. Ryle flashing forward, has the ghost as well. You cannot outrun this Swain. Let's see if she's gonna try, and with the quickness, just about able to make it out alive. Miss Timo might not be so lucky. Couple of charges left on the Spear Rush, just about able to make it out alive. Luckily for them, only 2 picks for Arcana.
That was a great call by Ryle, as Yumichi, she didn't have flash up. It came up in the gray screen, so Ryle able to attack. The angle on the E also fantastic. Yumichi was trying to dodge it by going south, but Ryle was able to adjust, finds the kill onto the Xayah when that piece is removed. Arcana free reign on the base as the first inhibitor falls, and the mid inhibitor should follow.
Second inhibitor, very quick to follow the first one. You win one, not even small team fight, right? Like, it was just 2 picks, and then just like that, you don't need a Baron if you clear out the person that can clear the waves. Much easier to take the inhibitors that way.
I will say as well, I do respect Arcana resetting. They decided to play for 2 inhibitors, which I think is worth it, but there is a chance Shysep's going to chase this, and there's a chance Dragon's up. This should go to the pockets of Serenity, because Arcana just made a big play on the map. They've yet to reset. So if they want to fight this, Ayukura, she needs to base and TP back. That's not going to be the case. They're going to kill the mid wave instead and maintain that prio over the Baron. So this does give Serenity that backdoor win con of Soul, as they just secured Soul Point.
And also, Serenity having the traditional marksman, the Xayah, right? Like, they can shred these neutral objectives so quickly. You did get the recall from Ayukura, but she does immediately TP back to lane. Just, again, a little bit too late to actually take any sort of dragon fight. Soul is on the board now for Shysept, and
Yumichi, she has to be careful. She's showing bot. She doesn't have access to TP, so seeing the Xayah bot, we're going to have Arcana sprint towards this Baron, and Shapeshift really scared to walk in, does spot out Ayukura, but I think this Baron's going to go down for free. Good map control from Arcana, cashing in on those 2 inhibitors they just took. Yes, they dropped the Dragon, but that gives them the map pressure they need to get the Baron.
They took 2 inhibitors without even having the Baron. Imagine what they can do with the second Baron of the game, taking at just 29 minutes. They're still sitting at about 8,000 gold lead. They have maintained this gold lead for about the past 15 minutes, honestly, right? Like, we had objective bounty spawn the second that they were able to at 14 minutes. This game is still going strong at 30 minutes. It still could easily be a Serenity win, and that is how close we have seen these teams throughout the entirety of the tournament, right? That is why they have gone 1-1 in every single best of 2 they played.
We'll see. I think Yumichi and Serenity need to have another big fight like the one that we saw by that mid inner turret early on. Again, I think Arcana's done a nice job of diagnosing what went wrong in that fight, trying to change it. As a good scatter from Ayukura is going to keep her safe. I like the attempt, though, from Heloisia. I think that in a straight-up 5v5, given the gold lead of 8k in the pockets of Arcana, it's going to be really tough to win. So I think playing for picks, as they were trying to set up, was the right call from Heloisia, but she's not able to connect. Good scatter from Ayukura, keeps her safe. Now we're going to see Arcana barrel down top lane as they have both inhibitors down. 1 more to go. This will be very tough for Serenity to stop.
If you give them any time for a reaction speed check on you from a Rakan, right? Like, at this point, like, most of these players are Master GM Challenger, right? Like, you can win the reaction speed checks every single time at that level. 3rd inhibitor finally taken that does unlock the 2 super minions in every wave. Miss Timo forced to go golden there. No more stopwatch for you for a couple of minutes. She is in real low HP as well. Could very easily be a pick in Arcana. They've taken all the inhibitors at this point. They just gotta take the Nexus.
TP required from Shysept as she was trying to keep the supers at bay in the bot lane, but needs to regroup. We'll see if the Ornhorn is called, as that's likely to start off the fight. Here we go.
Looking to clear the wave here, maybe get a double knockup as well. Shysept trying to single-handedly engage. Massive knockup into the backline, but there's just not enough follow-up.
Not bad.
Heloisia as well, a little bit late. Cataclysm on to 3. Massive turnaround from Shapeshift. Serenity are taking this game back in their hands. Ryle surviving for so long, but Yumichi is here to save the day, save the Nexus. It's a triple kill for her so far. Ryle is surviving for so long. She is still the Swain, but Serenity playing it slow, playing it as slowly as possible. Flash forward. She's keeping us in this game. Shapeshift taken down. You've got that burn. And so many minions on your base. You do not have any towers left. It's gonna be a backdoor from the minions at this point.
They can stop it though, and props to Serenity. The setup they had from both Shapeshift and Heloisia was fantastic, and you could see Yumichi on the traditional marksman, her ability to pump out damage in the later half, but again, it's so tough to deal with Ryle. She flashed to take out Yumichi as, oh no!
The minions are a problem! Ryle is a problem!
Oh, no.
The Baron is here to end the day, and just like that, game 1 goes to Arcana.
Ryle with the Baron, riling up those minions, making sure that they can help Ryle take down the Nexus. As props to Serenity, I gotta say, I think Serenity had some nice moments to turn around fights. The setup they had around Yumichi was good, but the early game, too good from Arcana, and that bot lane lead, Ryle was able to get ahead. You could not fight into the Swain going in, and I really think Serenity played that out nice, or tried to play things out nicely, but it was Arcana and Ryle being too far ahead that really broke the game.
Serenity were down 8k plus gold almost that entire game, right past the 15-minute mark, and they played so well and so slowly that you would have not known that.
I love this from Heloisia. So Shysep finds a big knockup, but look at Heloisia buy time, wait for the scatter to come up, and then find Ayukura, who I think is the most valuable member in the back half of these fights. This opens up space for Yumichi to really pump out the DPS, as this was a winning fight for Serenity. And again, in the later stage of the game, having Traditional Marksman's great. Shapeshift hit 2 really big EQs, not to mention the Cataclysm that made sure that Ayukura fell. The stopwatch from Yumichi was brilliant, but again, Swain, the story of this game, just too damn big.
You cannot deal with Ryle. I mean, even the team fights that they literally ignored Ryle, she was still alive, right? Like, I don't know her final KD of the game, but I think it was 0 or 1 deaths, right?
Yeah, 1 death.
1 death.
Which, I mean...
That's how you do it.
It was the only fight they lost, too.
Man, just the Baron as well. They took 2 Barons. Obviously, the second Baron is the one that actually ended the game. But the minions, look how many minions there are in their base right now. How do you deal with that?
You don't. That's what happens when you knock down 3 inhibitors and have Baron. As the Drain tank survives, the minions do the work. And I mean, that's a lot of friends you recruit into the party right there. As Ryle.
Yes, the flex. I would have been disappointed if Ryle didn't hit the flex at that one there.
You can see Serenity backstage. Honestly, you can take some good learnings from that game. Again, I feel like Serenity, they got really far behind early on. They were actually able to find angles where it felt like they were winning team fights.
Yeah.
Those are positives you can always take into the back half of the best of 3, but hey, they're going to have to win 2 games in a row if they want to have a date with Astrocats in the finals. And again, Arcana, Summer said it. We prepped this bot lane to answer the Xayah Rakan. It was executed really well in lane. I think they played it out relatively well in the later fights. They were able to snowball that early lead into a victory.
For sure, but that is all the time that we have for game number 1 of our first best of 3. We're going to be looking for some more information from that first game back at the analyst desk.
Thank you, Cam, and welcome, Basil. If you don't know her, she is a FlyQuest artist and content creator, and also did the art for Astrocats. Yeah. So welcome to the desk.
Thank you.
Since you are an artist, I draw stuff on LCS. Ashley draws stuff. If you've seen her famous buff Nasus, angry Ashley.
And I like to judge things.
Yes, exactly. We have Judge Jolly over here. And so each of us have taken a player that we thought made a massive difference in that game and drawn them in a very quick amount of time towards the end of the game. So I don't know, do you want me to reveal first? Who wants to go first?
Yeah, you wanted to.
Mine is pretty bad. It could only be Ryle. So this is Ryle as Swain. Ignore the fact that my crows look like bats. But you have the, you have the hand. Like, you saw her popping off. Honestly, like, I wish LCS players would pop off as much as all of our Game Changers players already have been doing on Dusk. They have so much personality. But yeah, I mean, after a few of those early bot lane kills, she ended up taking over the game.
Okay, I'll do a dramatic reveal, and I agree with Emily. It only has to be Ryle. Like, my, like, this is like Like Swains have to be angry and a bit jaded. You want to capture that feeling, but like, you know, as an ARAM Swain player, I was like vicariously living through her as she like, you know, built Jaksho and built towards like the AP/health and then like, you know, 1v string every single team fight. I was like so satisfying to see like and the dev to complete it off. It's like an amazing way to start off Game Changers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as much as I think Raw kind of went crazy that game, I want to give some respect to my girl, Ayukura. I think she did really well.
So
I wanted to draw her as a little cat.
amazing.
As you can see, here's the enemy team. And then all the balls.
Yeah.
The logo even. But yeah.
Her KDA of 3,000.
3,000 KDA.
That's beautiful. All right, I mean, you know, I hate to be a judge on something that I'm really bad at, which is drawing, right? And you guys are all fantastic, but you guys always a cutesy cat, like you got it.
Obvious when you're there.
I'm sorry. Also, you know, you got the colors going on as well, and bat crows for the both of you. I gotta say, you know, you gotta work on those crows. But that was such a good game, and you know what? I like the respect as well there for Ayukura, because everybody was saying Ryle's name that game. We got a lot of the devil horns. We got a lot of Ryle with the muscles, you know, showing off. So it is good to kind of give a nod of respect there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's cheating to use Cass in order to win competitions because, like, you know, bringing in Cass in is just like, you know, cheating.
I'm a one-trick player. This is all I got.
No, it's great. It's your brand. We're gonna roll through some of those early game highlights because I think the big thing, I'm glad you actually brought up Ayakura, Basil, because she did have a lot of pressure in that mid lane, but obviously it was so much more about Ryle getting these early kills even when they tried to dive her multiple times.
There were a couple moments for me, for Ayakura in particular, even towards the early part of the game, where you see the opportunity for maybe Shapeshift to come in and do some sort of gank in the jungle, and she instantly has eyes on that player, throws down a Q, scatters the weak, and says, no, get out of my lane. And there's just no opportunity for them to be able to retaliate. So when it comes to early game control, that was definitely in the hands of Ayakura.
Yeah, and I think, once again, we're just gonna see Ryle kind of take over this entire game. Ashley, I know at the beginning, you talked to Summer and she said this was their answer, right? Like this is what they wanted to end up doing in that bot lane.
And this is something that I want to add more generically for the overall game. I'm just really impressed by the level of performance as well as flair that we're seeing from both teams. Obviously, this is the first time they're performing on stage for most of the players. And they're like, you know, picking up their comfort pings, like, you know, having swagger and then like, you know, giving up the dabs as a post-match. And it's just so exciting to see. Like, you know, I like it.
Yeah, one thing we kind of didn't bring up, but I know Summer brought up in the interview is relying on Ryle's ability to play pretty much anything, right? Like there was that joke tweet where she tweeted out that, you know, the draft prep against me is anything. We have a graphic of her champion pool prior to going into this. And then obviously Summer brought up, oh, we didn't get to add the Swain. Nice. Okay, so yeah, wow. She's almost...
They're gonna fill that chart up.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go on to the next row soon. And then we have obviously the end of game pop off from her, right? Because for a little while it did look like Serenity would be able to get back into it around the Xayah.
Yeah, I think it was really scary, but Ryo was just such a big contributor to her team's win because of how well the rest of the map was able to hold it down. And I think that's why when I was talking about like Ayu, I think she really held down mid lane to be able to enable her bot lane to succeed, which I think is a very important factor. And I mean, at the very end of the game, Ryle is just beating them up with like 10 HP for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, when you've got Ayukura like holding down the mid lane, we didn't need any roam, right? You just had the ability to continue to focus on that bottom lane, which is something that we've seen from all of these Game Changers teams. Look at those stats. Look at that blue. That is a lot of blue, but then you know what? Yeah, you know, we gotta compliment some of the, you know, damage that we're also seeing on the opposite side of the map there.
Nothing weird going on, just like the bot laner of the team dealing most damage, you know?
Yeah.
AD carry, yeah, dealing the most damage, that's normal.
That is the meta. I mean, shout out to Ayakura as well, because she ended up, again, like, I'm really glad Basil chose to highlight her as well. In this matchup, obviously the Swain topping the damage numbers. But Yumichi on the Xayah, she almost brought it back for Serenity. So now going into our next matchup, Serenity selecting blue side, what would you all want to see from them in terms of improvement or takeaways that they can take away from game one?
I don't know. It just seems, as we mentioned in the beginning of the show, in the pre-show, it seems to be so difficult to shut down Arcana when it comes to bot lane as well as the champion picks. So, like in the previous game, both teams made the choice to lower their bot lane pick to pick Vi, I believe. And then I wonder if there's going to be any shift in priority, and maybe Serenity might also try to play towards top side a bit more. It's something that we haven't seen since week 1, perhaps.
Yeah,
I definitely agree with that. I think first off, more hype. Gotta see, you know, we saw so much hype coming out of the side of Arcana there. We gotta see some more hype from Serenity. But I do agree, you know, the Ornn pick I know was something that they were kind of looking forward to utilizing against the Jax, trying to prod that Jax out. I know Shisept is really sick and tired of playing the Jax, and she's like, the point of it is to get the ban or to get the opposing team to pick that champion so that I can play the Ornn into it. But the problem is then you give Jax the prio and you're playing so far for the later game that you're not going to be able to ramp up enough and actually scale to the point when you've got a Swain on the other team, you know, when you've got a Jax on the other team. So I want to see a little bit more, like Ashley said, early game focus towards the top side. They've got a lot of power there.
Yeah, and when we saw them succeed in week 3, a lot of it did come from that, right? So on the other side of the break, we have game 2 coming up. We'll see if Serenity take those notes and others from game 1. Thank you, Basil. Woo!
Ready? I'm good.
Top the bot. Ready? Ready. Yes, chef.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yes, chef. Ready?
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
Yes, chef. Ready.
But in the bot lane, hook lands onto Yumichi. She does not have Featherstorm for a few more seconds. TP coming in now as well. Featherstorm just came off cooldown, but she's already dead. TP canceled as well, and just like that, it's a double kill for Ryo. First inhibitor taken, first team fight in the mid lane here as well. Looking to try and turn it back around. Cataclysm is huge on the backline. So much CC. And Serenity is actually the one's coming out on top. Shapeshift though trying to run away. Yumichi comes out massive.
She's got to push. She's got to push. She's got to push. She's got to push.
Do you need TP? Do you need TP?
Yeah. We can run them down in the. Wait. Yeah. Run them down in the game.
I'm just gonna change Jarvis.
Yeah. It's fine.
Keep going.
I'm unkillable. I'm killable.
ability to have developed so quickly as she did, like the difference between the first set of exhibition matches and last week was absolutely insane. And I've never seen such like great improvements in laning in such a short period. So it's really nice to see that.
And welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for game number 2 of our best of 3 of the third game match. Once again, Arcana taking game 1 against Serenity. I'm Camcom, that's Cubby. Ready for game 2 draft?
I'm excited. And I gotta say, like, I love what Ayukura's talking about with some of the improvement. And I gotta say, speaking of improvement, I think that was Aquatic's best game of the tournament so far. And at the right time, she was great on that Jax. Love how she found an advantage level 1 from sneaking into that Tribe Rush, and it really felt like she was able to drive that home throughout the entire match. That's something that we haven't really seen Aquatic do so far in the tournament. So improvement at the right time is fantastic, and I think it was a big difference in helping Arcana overcome Serenity in game 1.
And I love how that also wasn't her first game on Jax. That's actually one of her most played champions here at the LCS Game Changers, right? But that's the first time that we've seen her play Jax that way, where she looked for the lead all the way from the start of the game, all the way from level 1, and then she was able to maintain and even snowball that lead all the way to the end of the game victory screen. Looks like we have changed sides now. It is still loser take side select game 2, so Serenity has now opted to swap back to the blue side here.
And I'm curious if we see Arcana take away Orianna, because Orianna ended up being a really big pick for Miss Teemo, who again has shown a lot of improvement throughout this event. In the mid lane, I know that Ayukura talking about. I love hearing her talk about just how many people have gotten better throughout this event. That is really what it's about in any team that you participate in. So I think the fact that we actually see the Jax taken away, I'm curious how much priority we put on Orianna. Cam, is it's already being hovered and it's locked in.
If Orianna is not banned, she will be picked should basically be the message of this tournament, right? I think Rel is up there as well. Rel will always be banned. You cannot talk about Rel without mentioning that Heloisia is the rank 1 Rel in NA. Still 100% ban rate against her. Not going to be seeing that lifted anytime soon. I think Orianna basically at this point as well has almost hit 95+% presence here in the LCS Game Changers. Cinder versus Orianna as well. The mid lane matchup that we've seen by far the most common here.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that historically was Cinder favored, but after the changes, Orianna's Q is on a lower cooldown, and I think that in lane, it's a little bit Orianna favored. And I think that Serenity, so in the mid lane for Miss Teemo, her Ori is actually 4-0. And then the Azir is 2-1. Each of these mid lane champions provides a lot of push, which I think also helps enable Shapeshift, as she likes to usually play full clear junglers or play to get ahead and then snowball leads from there. So I really like this pickup from Serenity. Of course, Syndra plus Jarvan can put a lot of pressure on any mid laner that's immobile in the mid lane. So that's something that we're going to have to look out for from Miss Teemo. But looks like we're going to get the same matchup, Cam, as Xin Zhao's locked in again.
Once again, it was the J4 picked R1, R2 in game 1, and then the Xin Zhao V2, V3.
Little flip-flop.
Same exact thing, except now flip-flopped for the different teams. So I actually like that we get the same matchup, but instead the same champions, but on different players. So we do get to see how well do they know this matchup from both sides. And I think that definitely speaks to how comfortable these players are on a champion, where you can't just know one side of these jungle matchups. You have to know both sides, and you have to be able to play them at the exact same caliber of play that we're playing here today.
Love the fact you bring that up, Cam. Do want to return to the pick ban as a fun fact, Aquatic. Her middle name is actually Camille. So Camille is locked in for Aquatic on the top side. That Rengar ban, you might be scratching your head as to why you see Rengar on the ban list. Well, Cam, why do we see Rengar on the ban list?
I wonder, why do we see Rengar on the ban list? Yes, Shysept coming out of solo queue here. I believe with the 70% win rate, something absolutely ridiculous with the Rengar top lane. You would have thought that was jungle or some other role. Like, no. Shysept will be holding down the Rengar strongly solo in this tournament and banned away for the first time here.
I like the Renata ban from Arcana. Heloisia is actually 2-0 on the pick, and that tells me that we could see a Nautilus once again coming in from Shirley. Really sound in game 1. That Nautilus taken away by Serenity.
I was gonna say, yeah, Renata is a really good counter pick for Nautilus,
Yeah.
but let's just not see either of those champions. I think Rakan, yeah, Rakan is still left unbanned and unpicked. Rakan has been a surprisingly high prior for supports as well as Braum throughout the LCS game changers here,
Yes.
so I would not surprise to see one, if not both of them, locked in here. Braum definitely much more
Like
picked
Rakan
by
here.
Billy Worth, the Astrocats support, but I would not be surprised to see him picked here. Ryle, though, going back to the Vayne. Gotta love the Vayne.
Well, that is a champ that Ryle has played before, and she was pretty good on the champion. Yumichi as well on this area again. Yumichi is a marksman I really respect. I think her POV, I had the pleasure of actually watching some of like her tape directly. She is really good at finding marksmen that can go in and pick the spots. So
yes.
Zeri is definitely a marksman that fits that. Will be paired up with the Rakan, and now top lane for ShySep. Renekton was a pick that we saw ShySep play, but Kale has actually been banned from ShySep for the entirety of the tournament. I will say Camille is a very good matchup into the Kale, but ShySep has finally gotten her hands on Kale in this tournament.
I was talking to ShySeps earlier this week, so I was asking her, why has Kale been banned against you every single game so far of the LCS game changes? And she said, I don't know, I just like to play the champion. I think she's fun. And she's being very modest in that and saying, like, she's probably one of the best Kales on the server. So
yeah.
Even if it is a little bit of a counterpick matchup, right? She has won previous counterpick matchups here in the LCS game changers. So she is no stranger to that. Shirley lock it in the Lulu. If you watched the last game of last week, I absolutely lost my mind watching Shirley play Lulu. She just smurfed, and you also remember I said next week if we see a Lulu, I expect the crowd to be as popped off as I am about this Lulu, so y'all better be excited.
Wow, I've never heard so many cheers for Lulu.
Let's go, Lulu!
All right, Cam, you got a special power up here. As I will say, I think Lulu pairs very well with Jarvan as well as the Vayne. One thing that Arcana will have to be aware of, though, is that if Kale is able to get going, Kale can really snowball and really scale into the game. So I think the early stages of this game will be very red side favored with the Jarvan able to make plays. But I'm curious how much they decide to pressure ShySep on the Kale, because once she gets access to level 6, it is a lot harder to gank top lane.
And that is something that we saw a lot in week 1, actually, of the game changers, where ShySep was really strong in the 1v1 for top lanes.
Yeah.
But then the second that MP came up to the top lane, the second that any other jungler of the tournament, right, came up top lane, it was just so much harder for her to actually be able to find a lead. And again, going back to Aquatic, she had a fantastic game 1, but love to see her have just as great of a game 2 here as we do move right back on the rift for game number 2 of our best of 3.
Folks, we've been pretty loud in the arena. Give it up one more time for these two teams hit the rift for game 2. Listen to that. Not bad. Not bad. That's a pretty good audience we've got. It's great to see everyone coming out for LCS game changers. And hey, game 1, Cam, back and forth, a lot of punches thrown. Serenity found ways to bounce back later on in the game, but if they want to push this to a game 3, you gotta see a little bit of a stronger early game from them. And honestly, I'm looking at mid-jungle. I think Xin Ori can make a lot of plays onto Syndra. Curious to see if that works. But before we dive into this game, we have a sideline interview with Ashley and Serenity's coach, Long.
Hey, hey guys, can you hear me? I am joined by the head coach of Serenity as we head into game 2 of the series, and you guys have iterated quite a bit in terms of the draft as we headed into game 2. Can you tell me more about it, and would you say that you prioritize towards drafting topside this time?
I mean, definitely, I think we made a lot of adjustments going into game 2. I think we talked about dropping support a bit more to give more counter picks. And obviously, we're still prioritizing the same things, just in a different order, I think. So I'm pretty happy with this draft. I think the players are as well. You know, this is something that we've been practicing. Like, teams have been banning a lot of Kale against us, so I'm happy to see it go through, and I'm happy to see ShySep, you know, smurf it up.
Okay, we'll definitely watch some smurfing up from ShySep as we continue into the series. Back to the casters.
And what a better game for ShySep to get that Kale than the one that matters most. They have to win this game to continue on in the tournament, right? They lose this game, and we're immediately going to the finals.
And again, as you highlighted, Cam has been banned away from the majority of the tournament. Head coach there, excited to get hands on the pick. And we'll see if ShySep can cash it in. As one of the more interesting parts about this matchup, Cam, is actually going to be that our jungle paths, it's going to be mirrored clears. So we have Xin going from top to bot. NP, they're going to go bot to top. So maybe looking to pressure It was Kale later on, but Shicept with that lethal tempo, able to brawl in early levels against Camille. Camille needs 3 levels to try and make some plays. And speaking of 3 levels and making plays, MP, they're showing mid.
MP showing mid does set about 60% of their HP though, so it'll be a little bit more difficult
Miss Teemo's on the wrong side of the
for
lane.
them to gank. Miss Teemo playing on the bot side of the lane. MP not quite in range to land an EQ or any sort of full engage there, but just showing some pressure and soaking some XP for themselves there.
Yeah, frankly, I like the idea as, hold on.
Oh, flash in the bot lane, Ryle flash forward, trading for the first blood. Now you got the support versus support 1v1 as a Lulu player. I say Lulu wins this every time, so Lucia will walk away from that one.
Okay, bloody early on as every sunburn in the bot lane too. I think the idea, I want to return to that mid lane look from MP. I think the idea from them to go mid's good, but just showing a little bit too early as, again, I think whoever gets ahead mid could actually snowball that into other lanes. His bot lane
the
action packed
exhaust.
always. Exhaust big, nice W as well from Heloisia to make sure that Yumichi's at least able to trade out. Ryle just able to find that auto in the back half to make that an honorable 2v2 as each marksman picks up a kill.
I think this goes back a little bit as well to Ryle in the intro video for today. Talked about how she plays AD carry a little bit differently from most other AD carries, right? Where most AD carries play not to lose lane. No. Ryle plays very aggressively. She will play to win lane every single time, even if she knows she is in to one of those counter pick matches. And you saw that right there where not only she queued forward, but then she also flashed forward as a level 2 Vayne. And that alone got her the first, or not the first, but the 1-for-1.
I mean, someone that it really feels like is kind of the main character of this team, Ryle, as she's been really good throughout Game Changers. And again, opportunity to pop off here as does have Lulu to empower. Shirley does get caught. Shapeshift looking. Oh, just short.
So close there for Shapeshift. Velocia taking a little bit of a chunk there for that micro mistake as well. I don't think there was a world that Shirley would have died there. She was holding on to the flash. So either way, it would have been a flash or nothing burned up there. But now looking back to the top lane, MP waiting in the wings. Shicept is a pre-level 6 Kale. Gotta remember, very easy to gank a pre-level 6 Kale. Will be at the first flash burn. It could be a very easy re-gank if MP wants to path back top.
Frankly, Shicept's okay with how things are going so far. Shicept, she's up CS against Camille. This is a matchup where I think if jungler comes up, Camille has a lot of gank assist and damage from the empowered Q and can really engage on Kale and find those bursty trades, which is really good for this matchup. But Shicept actually going to have Shapeshift cover her on the top side. I like this from Shapeshift, just ensuring that Shicept can get this wave in, even gonna show. And I think this is good knowledge of how this matchup's played in the top side. Because again, if Kale's able to get 6, she has range, able to start free scaling in the top side. And Kale in the later stages of the game can really take over Kale.
Right? This entire team around Serenity has been built around scaling. The longer that this game is, I guess not 0-0 anymore, but 1-1, right? As long as they can go even in the first 15 minutes of the game, that is what Serenity is going to excel at the best. They're going to far out and away outscale Arcana unless they somehow, Ryle, I mean, she did last game, so I'm not going to discount her at all, but unless she gets another, like, 6 kills in landing phase, right?
Yeah, I think anyone that discounts Ryle is going to end up with more gray screens than they'd like.
Very true.
And Nexus blowing up, not in their favor, as we saw in that first game. But hey, Yumichi, I think she also had some really good moments. Of course, we put a spotlight on the marksman. There was a great promo video the LCS Futures team was actually able to make for LCS Game Changers that interviewed all 3 marksmen. A lot of mutual respect between these 3 players, and a couple players I've seen compete at a very high level. So I think we saw some good moments still from Yumichi as she tried to bounce back in that last game, and already a better setup early on in this game.
I think it is funny that this is a best of 3, but if we're looking at the grand scheme of the entire tournament, remember, this is kind of a best of 9. This is our game 8 of the best of 9. Our Serenity need to win the next 2 games to move forward in the finals. Arcana, they have a little bit of a safety net with this game, but even then, they need to win this game or the next game to verse Astrocats later today for that trophy.
Yeah, for context, the first 3 weeks of play, these 2 teams split 1-1 all 3 weeks. So, of course, the best of 3 today, the rubber match, the deciding factor, as Shapeshift going to wrap up the second part of the clear. It takes a pit stop for that dragon, and while that's taken,
Shicept, no flash on the Kale, holding the ult for as long as she can, but of course, still in a mobile Kale, not much she can do there. Really nice re-gank by MP, and just like that, second kill picked up for Arcana.
Love that play from MP, and frankly, when it comes to MP as a jungler, it feels like they've been a little bit more supportive compared to some of the other junglers that we've seen in the tournament. But when MP does decide to drop camps, I think they make really good decisions, and that's one. The revisit got flashed the first time. That wasn't really able to punish the kill too much, but this time around, able to actually get up there, now gets the TP out of Shicep. So frankly, we'd love to see MP take another pit step up there. If Camille gets ahead and gets an early Sunder in this matchup, Camille can't really pressure, whereas, oh, hold on, Ryle.
Ryle has flash. Will be forced to flash away, but the Ignite ticking down, and Lucia followed up with the flash. Really well done there by the bot lane of Serenity. So often do those plays get turned for Ryle 1v2, but not this time.
Yeah, and I want to credit Yumichi. She was able to chain the Zeri W with the W from Heloisia. So that's really well done by the bot lane of Serenity, and much needed again as that bot lane kill now opens up things. It's Ryle has to get back out on the map, walking with Lulu at the moment. Bot lane off the map. They know they're going straight bot. Guess what? Serenity feel like they're able to take a free Herald. The Shicep also had push in the top side, and things looking really strong for Serenity early in this game too.
I love when Herald is taken, like, almost at the same exact time as the Dragon. Of course, this one was just, you know, like 30 seconds after that first Dragon, right? It was so close. And still, both of them went to Serenity. This is the team, once again, that was 8,000 gold down last game. In this game, it's always so even. Even if there is a massive lead, there's not right now, but they're so good at bringing it back in their favor that I'm once again saying we're looking for a game 3.
And I think that's something that I like going through the tape as I was kind of playing catch up the last few days. I was really impressed with Serenity on day 3. I thought they actually made really good decisions as a team of 5. And
yeah,
a lot of that snap decision making was actually around Miss Teemo's Orianna, who again is 4-0 on this pick so far in the tournament. And talking with Perchance, the manager of Serenity early on, you know, Miss Teemo, she came in as the lowest ranked mid laner. Ayukura and Fairy Girl, both very talented, both hit Challenger. Miss Teemo is not yet, but Perchance was so impressed with Miss Teemo, she was taking meticulous notes as she was getting one-on-one coaching. And Miss Teemo, according to Perchance, really embraced the fact that she was the lowest ranked mid laner at this event and tried her best to work hard to catch up. And that's a nice sidestep there on Ayukura. Again, it's tough to play in a Cinder Jarvan. Another one from Miss Teemo. See if she decides to rip a Shockwave. Not going to be the case, but I really feel like we've seen good improvement from Miss Teemo throughout this event.
She did all of those Faker Feet sidesteps, by the way, holding her flash. She knew that she didn't even have flash in that scenario.
Good scout.
She's still holding it as well. MP not gonna let her walk away that easily, and I think it is important to note as well. You're saying how much Miss Teemo has improved? Everyone in this tournament has improved drastically, not even from the first week that they were as a team, but even from week to week, from week 1 to week 2 to week 3 to now week 4. We've seen such huge improvements from all 10 members on the Rift right now.
Yeah, even Ayukura was talking about it in that little interview we did before we got into this game too, about how everyone participating in this event has really leveled up. So, oh boy, 1v1 on the top side. Shicep not quite able to take down Aquatic. Will find plates from that. Meanwhile, Rift drop bots, so Serenity winning on both sides of the map camp.
Serenity will not go down quietly in the first best of 3 for today, now amassing their first 1,000 gold lead of the day as well. Shicep has been left all alone as a Kale, almost winning a 1v1 against her enemy top laner as well. Aquatic looking to try and trade this out, but it's an execute for Shicep. That's how you do it.
You know what, Cam? You said that you liked the gray screen from the pause. I think that's the most positive gray screen I've ever seen from Shicep, as she was able to just sneak in there and get executed at the turret. Just gonna be very happy about that one going back to base. That's a mental win too.
Oh yeah.
No kill goes over to Aquatic, and Shicep got 2 plates from that push, so she can go back to that lane with quite a bit of power under her, as it looks like she's actually going to be going for at least Kraken Slayer, most likely first on this Kale, so more of an AD variety in the top lane. And that is a build that curves out a little bit better, makes you a little bit stronger earlier in the game. We'll see if Shicep's able to pressure, as Miss Teemo does get caught that time.
Miss Teemo does have flash as well as Shockwave. Really nice flash away from the Cataclysm towards her team, but MP just in reach to finish her off there. No Shockwave burn, but this first or second Dragon even is up on the table. No mid laner for Serenity. Will make this play just a little bit harder.
I like that play from Arcana, as Miss Teemo also down TP, so mid push is in favor of Arcana, and Serenity has to be careful about staying too long in this bot side river. Shapeshift smart on her part to get out of there. And MP, they're going to start up this Dragon. So love to see Arcana shift that pressure, that kill from mid into a neutral objective. So it looks like they're going to split the Dragons.
split the early game at Dragons 1-1. But remember, the first Rift Herald did go to Serenity for the matter. So for the first Dragon, for the first Rift Herald, I mean, in the end, it is still slightly in the favor of Serenity, depending on how well that Rift Herald does end up going. We do have a Cloud Soul, everybody's favorite soul.
Really? Man,
My favorite soul.
Julian, pastry time. He got you if you're saying that. That's the Atlas influence coming in.
We had a great time. He influenced me as well in the Best of Twos.
All right, well that's good. I mean, at Challenges League, I do love my Best of Two.
I'm a Best of Two enjoyer.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, you get choice aside. Each team gets it once. That's the most fair way to play League.
I definitely did not spill my water bottle everywhere.
Don't worry about it. As at the moment, Aloysia, she's going to be able to escape that combo from Aquatic. Next neutral objective that will be up will be that second Rift Herald, but at the moment on the Rift, I do want to credit Serenity. So Yumichi on the Zeri did finish Static Shiv, and I love that Aloysia, once that Shiv's finished, going elsewhere, trying to make an impact on the map, is showing some of the slipperiness there on the Rakan, was able to sneak out of the combo from MP. And you can see the Zeri with the Shiv difference into Ryle, with the shove that you get, the amount of pressure you get, that Vayne's always going to be showing bot side. Rakan now gets to impact the map, and Lulu doesn't feel nearly as good on the map as she does in lane. So I really like this play from Serenity. I think that's good macro coming out, and good use of having a Shiv bot laner.
That's all well and good, but we don't talk negatives about Lulu on this broadcast, thank you. So, not complaining on this team.
Wow, I was just told.
This team didn't flash, but luckily MP, I mean, MP so far in this game too has been much more willing to pull the trigger on J4 than most J4s I've ever seen. You've seen her flash forward, you've seen them EQ forward a lot more than most junglers would be willing to. Even Shapeshift was willing to last game, remember, on the same exact matchup, but just the different champions.
Yeah, I think MP, again, I think they make good decisions when they do skip camps. We've seen some good moments from MP, but at the moment, I love the decision I'm seeing from Serenity. Yumichi used the Shiv to get one wave in. Ryle will shove that bot wave in herself, but that timer was used for Yumichi to shift up. It's going to be a Herald take from Serenity, and they even TP Shysep bot to catch that wave, so they're going to get the kitchen sink here, and they could drop this Herald top fast to try and get 2 crashes.
Get the kitchen sink and throw it top lane is Serenity's strategy here. Second Rift Herald as well, going to be dropped up top lane. That is the first tower taken across the map here as well. And Aquatic is just not going to be allowed to play top lane nearly as much as she was allowed to play it in game 1. You'll notice as well that Shelly didn't actually crash in that outer turret, so will still be a full HP Rift Herald on the second tower. Ayukura might just be caught out. Yumichi surviving for a very long time, but excellent knockup on Ayukura, shutting her down. TP coming in from the red buff and wall as well, but it's coming out to be a double kill for Yumichi. She's showing up today. Shapeshift takes the triple, but it's not going to matter. 3 really nice picks on the top lane for Serenity.
I love this team play and macro from Serenity. They're using the timers with the Shiv they have from Yumichi so well, as Ryle gonna try and pop the ult, but Aloysia able to sneak on out of there. Shockwave pulled. Good Lulu ult from Shirley to stop that grand entrance. All right, I mean, you know what? You're wilding for that wild growth, so I get to make a bad joke if you're gonna root on Lulu the entire time. Yeah, that's fine. So while all that's going on, Serenity through that play, through that second Rift Herald and shifting up, they actually were able to take down that inner turret as well. So it's a 4.5k Goldie as we get a second look. Yumichi, she really picks her spot, and Ayukura goes so aggressive. Aloysia has a massive ultimate that finds the grouping, and the TP ensures it is a continuous numbers advantage. And look at Ryle. She was getting that bot wave in, shifted up. When you see the marksman down bot, she's out of the play. There's no TP for the Vayne, so Serenity pulling plays off at these timers. They're always going to have a numbers advantage. They're using it really well.
Yumichi was basically left entirely untouched that entire fight, other than the Cataclysm, and the immediate flash out of the Cataclysm basically just negated it entirely, right? As a Zeri, you can E, you can flash, anything to get out of the Cataclysm. Oh my goodness. I would say Yumichi, throughout the entire tournament, we have seen absolutely massive growth from this player, especially from week 2 to week 3 was by far the biggest, where we got to see Yumichi go 8-0-3 on Vayne, as well as 10-1-5 on her very last Zeri game. So I'm very excited that she gets to pop off on yet another Zeri game here today.
Yeah, the scoreboard just dropped, but I do want to say that Yumichi does have that second item, Infinity Edge, completed, whereas Ryle, she's working towards that Trinity Force, not close to being completed. So Yumichi going to be massive in this upcoming fight with the IE. She does not have a flash, so there is a potential for Arcana to try and commit into Yumichi, as Shicep is going to get chunked out. There is no empowered TP available for Shicep, so she will have to live with that HP for this fight. Well played by Arcana and Ryle.
Shicep is level 11, but she cannot rejoin this fight. But watch Yumichi, she is still massive. Even if the Hextech ultimatum, you cannot hold her down, and the rest of Serenity will just follow her call. Shirley underneath the tower does go golden to survive just barely. Ayukura as well, walking away, tail between her toes, holds the flash for herself as well. But just like that, it's a second dragon picked up for Serenity.
And again, I really love how Yumichi played out that fight. She was able to get around the Cataclysm and position herself to free fire. Watch this. So Yumichi doesn't have access to flash, but when this engage comes in, of course, Shicep was forced out. It's a decent start from MP, but the immediate charm, Yumichi goes over the wall, dodges out on the Cataclysm, so no one's able to follow up on the Hextech ultimatum from Aquatic. Ayukura, she can't follow. The Vayne was too far forward, got taken out very early on, and then MP was they were left on the backside of the fight. So I think that how Serenity played that out and how Yumichi position was very good in that fight. And
Polymorph.
Honestly,
let's go.
It's looking like we're going to that best of 9 here, Cam. As this game very much in Serenity's favor. You can see Yumichi. Yeah, she's pretty happy about how that fight played out.
I'm pretty happy about the Lulu play too, honestly.
Really? It's just Lulu. I can get you some Lulu propaganda going. I feel like that's what this is turning into. Oh, we're in for it.
If anybody really wants me to get excited, you'll pick Bardo for me. That's when I get really excited. Lulu's up there, but not at the same level.
I'll join you on that. There was a couple solo queue counts that featured some of that.
This is true.
Yeah, maybe we see that throughout the day.
This is very true. Somebody pick a Bardo, and I will buy all of your merch.
It's that easy?
It's that easy.
Wow. I mean, I can't turn down that offer. That's how you do sales right there. Meanwhile, Shapeshift, she's getting forced out of the river. Ayukura does go wide with that scatter, but Serenity is still complete control. 7K gold lead. Baron's up in 25 seconds. Is MP going to pull the trigger on Miss Teemo, who is missing flash?
Might be caught. She is an Orianna just solo in the Cataclysm, but there's just not enough follow-up. MP surviving for so long with that wild growth. But will still eventually not go down, by the way. She's still alive in your backline, but you gotta watch Yumichi. She is the problem. Double kill now picked up for Shapeshift as well. Ayukura forced to flash away, but doesn't have anywhere left to run. The mid tower is gone, and so is their team. It's the clean ace for Serenity.
And straight into the Baron as Arcana, they're trying to pull the trigger, trying to play fast, but this area's just gotten too big, too out of control. It's a decent plan to Miss Teemo, who is missing flash, but again, Ryle wasn't in position to follow up on this, so the damage was missing. This team was able to escape, and when you blow all those cooldowns into one champion that gets out, guess what? Yumichi, she's been the problem this entire game, and she was able, with that KO ult, to be empowered to cruise through the rest of this fight for Serenity.
So well played by Serenity. I mean, this is their comfort zone, right? Like, we talk about being down as a comfort zone, but they were down 0-1 coming into this game too, right? Now they're up 11,500 gold on Arcana, something that Arcana didn't even do to them game 1. Hell, I don't think anyone has done at all in this tournament yet as 11,000 gold lead. Polymorph on the Shicept. Level 14 on the Kale, not quite level 16. She's putting a whole lot of damage on Epi. Epi just by able to fake her feet her way out of that one, but shutdown picked up for Ayukura. Shapeshift might not be done with this one quite yet, though. Ayukura could be the next one picked. Epicin real low will finally end up going down. Ayukura as well. Really nice follow-up by Serenity. They pick one, but what do they lose?
I gotta give so much props to the bot lane of Serenity as they are truly leaping forward in this one. Look at this scoreline. As Yumichi and Aloysia, keep in mind, they were double counterpicked with the Vayne Lulu coming in later. The fact that they were able to overcome that and put together this massive game necessary to keep them in this tournament as Serenity, they're cruising to a victory here, Cam, and I think you're right. Step 1 of the game 6 being achieved here. It looks like we're going to a game 3.
Our previous fastest win time of the LCS Game Changers was 23 minutes and 1 second by Serenity against Astrocats just last weekend. We are at just about 22 minutes this game, so I don't think they'll be beating a 23-minute win time, but they're definitely very much up there right now, and wow, they're already taking inhibitors this fast.
think it's going to be a reset. I like that. Playing things a little bit safe. The record doesn't matter, you know. You just got to make sure you make it to that game 3, that rubber match. Give us the best 9 that we're looking for between these two teams, as, of course, both looking for the right to compete in grand finals against Astrocats right after this best of 3. But I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for Astrocats to get on the stage cam, as this turnaround, this bounce back from Yumichi and Aloysia. We saw some moments from these two players later in that game 1, but this time around when their lane went a lot better, you could see how well that they were able to play things out on this Arcana pick that Aloysia was really just started playing this past week. It's been so big for her already in this tournament, as Envy, they're running for the hills. Aloysia.
Envy, Aquatic is just dead, by the way. Charm lands onto Envy. They do not have the flash. Cataclysm onto 3, but there's not a team to follow up. Really nicely done double kill yet again for Yumichi. She's now sitting 7-1-10 with, by the way, a 700 shutdown on her head. She's maintained a massive CS lead, not only in this game, but last game as well. You get 2 picks on the bot side, turn that right to the Nexus.
I think that's going to be it, Cam. Beautiful game from Serenity, as Yumichi's going to leap forward, see if you can get more.
See if you can get a little bit more back in the fountain, but just like that, Serenity will be taking us to a game 3 for our 3rd place match.
Love the play that we saw from the bot side, as Shysep, that's a deep breath. Yeah, you earned a game 3 up there, Serenity. The Kale
You
came
really
in for Shysep, and man, the bot play, that early 1-for-1 and how the Serenity was really able to transition things from there. Props to Yumichi again, a marksman I think very highly of, as I do really all the marksmen in this tournament, but Yumichi, when she's able to go in, she's a Samira player originally. You can really see when she is able to pick her spots, how well she can do with just stepping forward, pumping out damage, and always positioning so that she is able to continue to hit not just a target, but the right targets.
In our first ever League of Legends Best of 9 here at the Riot Games Arena, we are moving on to the game 9. We've had the 1-to-1 against these two teams every single best of 2, and yet again, if this was the best of 2, it would be yet another 1-to-1. But we do not end it here. Finally, we get the best of 3. Finally, we get to the tiebreaker that will decide it all. Who is finally going to move up to the Astrocats for the finals just later today.
Love seeing Yumichi there. She was pretty happy about that one. I can't blame her when you think about the scoreline too, as that Zeri pretty big for her. Now moves to 3-2 on the pick, her most played in the tournament. Will have to be something that Arcana is aware of going to the rubber match, as I'm going to say I expect them to have blue side for the next game.
Probably.
But, you know, Serenity, they're trying to leapfrog their way into grand finals. And that's step 1 right there, taking first game. We'll see if they can make it a second.
Leapfrog to finals or leapfrog back to the analysis desk segment, where we will see once again what they have to say for us about the game number 2.
Boo, all the frog puns. Welcome back. No, just kidding. Welcome back to the analyst desk / lounge, whatever we're calling ourselves now. As you can see, Basil is still with us. We're going to be doing another drawing game, except now we're going to be drawing the team fight in bot lane that was around tier 2. We're going to have a very short amount of time to do this. It's probably going to end up being kind of cursed. Jolly's going to time us.
Yep.
All right, count us down. We're ready.
All right, you guys have 30 seconds, and now you have 22 seconds.
Oh, God. Okay.
You now have 18 seconds.
I don't even have a turret down
Luckily,
yet.
I studied my numbers before coming here today, so you guys have 12 seconds.
Oh, okay. Here.
You have 18 seconds again. No, down to 8. I can say whatever I want here. 5, 4, 3,
oh God.
2, 1. Pens down,
Okay,
pens down.
There you go.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I like Ashley's already. Mine is terrible because I didn't actually get to draw them collapsing, so I just started drawing people dying.
That's a nice tower, though.
with little, yeah, I got the turret in there, and I got the skulls and crossbones for dead bodies, and that's about it. I am not winning this.
Oh my God. Like we were supposed to talk about team fights, and I thought
True.
that everyone's just gonna talk about, you know, Yumichi had like amazing highlights on Zeri, like in a 1v string, both at the top side red as well as like the near the Drake. But my top laner bias kicked in, and I just decided I'm gonna draw the most memorable.
You just did Kale, right? Okay,
in the game anyway. So that was like Shysept getting like, executed at the top lane because this was a very important, and I'm sure that Shysept was proud of it. She handled early game pressure super, super well. I don't know. I just completely diverged the original topic, but I'm happy with myself.
Good use of time.
Yeah, I can tell what's going on, which is better than I can say for mine.
All right, give me the cats.
So for mine, I didn't have enough time for cats. Started drawing the towers and realized I had like 18 seconds left. I forgot how many people died and how many people showed up. So this person was supposed to be dead, but then I didn't think there was that many people there. I don't know, I lost count. But this is supposed to be Yumichi with a gun. I
like the gun,
Big
yeah.
gun.
Yeah.
And then collateral.
I like the aggro phase.
Yeah, the
too,
mad.
going
I don't
on
know what
there.
happened
Come at
here.
me.
Like there's like 4.
There's a lot of anger. Yeah, I can feel it.
Emotion.
I can feel the aggression.
Yep, I can. Yep. All right. Based on the amount of time that you guys were given, I gotta give it a gash. She's like, I know. That's a pretty good kale. It's very pretty. I like your little. I like the little swirlies as well.
I'm gonna hide mine in shame. Basil brought it up though. Yumichi, we talked about her game 1 where she almost brought it back on the Xayah. This time on the Zeri, actually ended up popping off in a lot of their mid-game fights.
I was so impressed with the amount of, this is the one. I was screaming. I apologize to production because I was absolutely shouting in their ears. The Zeri does so much damage. Perfectly timed flashes as well. The engage and disengage that we're seeing out of Serenity for this game in particular looks so much cleaner than in game number 1.
Yeah, and I think obviously one of the things, I know Ashley wants me to bring this up, one of the things that did make room for that is how well Shysept was able to deal with that topside pressure, and you're gonna see her coming in later on in this as well. But yeah, they could never, even with all the tools they had, quite get onto the Zeri. Obviously, Zeri is an incredibly slippery champion that we've been seeing a lot of over the course of this year that we've all been super jazzed about, right? To see her constantly. But yeah, I mean, Yumichi, I know Cubby brought it up how much he kind of respects her ability to teamfight. I think we saw a lot of the improvement and stuff that we were talking about with Serenity going in. And now as we pull up the post-game breakdown of that game, we're now going into, what did they say, best of 9?
Yep. Ninth game out of 9 games, right? This is literally the furthest it could have possibly gone between these two teams. It has been 1-1 throughout the 3 weeks of the exhibition matches, and now we're going to see a full series.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, again, if you're comparing what this looks like to the first game, it's definitely the absence of damage coming out of Ryle, right? Like we talked about how they wanted to go topside to try to really shut down that Kayle. Shysept dealt with that pressure really well. And then Yumichi was getting these trades in the bot lane when it was actually Arcana starting off in those 2v2s early on.
Like, I think initially we were really worried that Serenity has a very, very late game comp, having like a lot of champions that will excel in late game team fights, such as Orianna and Zeri and Kayle. And I think that actually diversed the potential carry threats to several different lanes. So as soon as Serenity was able to get over the initial hump of getting into the mid game, I knew that they were going to succeed.
Going into game 3 of this series, Arcana selects blue side. We did predictions at top of day. Has anyone changed? Basil, you weren't here for this, but who's winning game 3?
I'm gonna double down. Serenity, they got it.
Okay.
I honestly think after this win, Serenity is looking really strong. First loss didn't seem to bother them, so I think maybe they are going to come on top.
Nice.
I don't know. Now I feel like I have to say Arcana because I want to say completely fair because I initially said it was Serenity. So if I say Arcana now, it's like completely even. And also I just have to go back to the trial and true. Blue side does matter. And then we just, once again, it's go back to the blue side for Arcana. So I think that's going to matter a lot.
Blue side does matter. Obviously, that's one of the things that allowed the Kayle actually coming through. And also the Orianna. We will see what happens in game 3. Just a reminder, winner qualifies to face Astrocats in the final later on this afternoon. We'll see game 3 on the other side of the break.
All right, we have to win this one, guys.
We will.
We will.
We literally will.
Play for Yumichi, play for Yumichi.
I can feel Yumichi, I can feel Yumichi.
Jarvan, Jarvan, Jarvan.
Okay, nice.
Let's go.
I can start but there's just not enough follow-up. Envy surviving for so long with that wow growth. The will still eventually still not go down, by the way. She's still alive in your backline, but you gotta watch Yumichi. She is the problem.
Welcome back to the Game Changers, and I am joined by Rina, the sister for Miss Timo, who's actually come all the way here in person to support Serenity and Game Changers. Hey, Rina, thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling? How are you feeling coming here at the LCS studio?
I'm super excited. It was kind of nerve-wracking getting on stage, but it was also super exciting seeing the Riot building. I used to play League myself, so it was like, wow, like world-breaking to see the actual building and like the LCS arena. Like, it's awesome.
And it must be also really exciting to see your sister actually step onto the LCS studio and then even just take a game.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like, I've always seen pro players up here, and now that it's my sister up here, like, I'm just so proud of her. Like, that's my sister.
And then I believe that you flew all the way from San Diego this morning to come to support your sister.
Yeah, this morning, just from my from my university, woke up early in the morning just to get here, just so I can support my sister.
Have you guys been like texting or supporting each other, like coming into the series?
Yeah, she's been texting me, updating me with all the things, and I've been in my dorm room watching all the games. Like, every time she popped off or like had an interview, I'd be sending her pictures, be like, "I'm watching you. That's you." You know, just the proud little sister.
You mentioned that you also used to play League of Legends a lot. What role did you used to play? And did you also used to play a bit with, Miss Timo herself?
My friends kind of just forced me into playing ADC. So I just kind of picked up MF, the first champ. And I played a few games of ARAM with Tomo, but that's about it. I'm kind of a bronze player, so too bad to be playing with Tomo.
That's fine. And then, part of Game Changer is also us getting to know those players, not just as their IGNs, but also as in person. Do you have any fun episodes to share about Miss Timo in general?
So back home, she would take me to round 1 with her, and we'd just go around the whole arcade. And this one night, we came back with 10 new stuffed animals. We just both added to our collection, and it was a super fun memory right before I left for college.
And she's going to make so many more memories coming into this Game Changers. One final question. Do you have any message to your sister as we head into Game 3 of Arcana versus Serenity?
You got this. I'm so proud of you. And, even if you lose, I'm so proud to see you on stage. But I know you guys will do great and win.
Okay, thank you so much for the interview. And back to you, casters.
Thank you so much, Ashley and Miss Timo's sister, for being here and rooting for the team, rooting for Miss Timo especially. Once again, this is game number 3 now of the best of 3. One of these teams, this is their final game of the LCS Game Changers.
And I gotta say, Miss Timo was a big part of the reason that Serenity actually made it to game 3. That Orianna is now 5-0 in the tournament, and I'm curious to see what Arcana does about it. It's something you gotta have to kind of deny at this point.
It's going to be pick or ban, but definitely in this game, but probably the next series as well. All 3 of the mid laners, Fairy Girl included, are massive, massive control mage. Orianna picks. Definitely love to see that champion. Also, the note on families. My grandmom is watching right now, so I got to give her a shout out. She's actually a big Shapeshift fan.
Ooh, okay. I like that. I know that you're also a big plushie fan.
I am.
You're kind of jealous about the arcade hall that they had?
Well, you can win 10 plushies or you can make 10 plushies. I do make them.
You make plushies?
I do.
Oh my god. How am I surrounded by so many talented people? Everyone drawing in the lounge. Now we make plushies. I'm just up here. I write chicken scratch for notes in my notebook.
You have good notes.
I do. You can read these?
I haven't tried, and I'm not going to.
I don't think you can read these. They're pretty tough, Cam. But hey, excited to dive into game 3. But each team said they wanted to make this best 9 go to the distance. And hey, we're here. This is it.
Absolutely. Game number 9 of our first ever best of 9. I'm not going to stat check that. I'm just going to go ahead and keep saying it. This is going to be the first ever best of 9 as far as I am aware. And once again, the Twitch, whether or not this is Arcana's last game on the stage, the Twitch will remain that 100% pick or ban against them. That is just so funny to me every time.
All right, so the pick ban actually same as game 1, where Arcana was on the blue side, and it looks like we're going to match that Jack's first pick for Aquatic, who, props to her, I think she had her best game of the tournament in that first one.
Yes.
Really did a good job of taking that matchup, winning the level 1 as Jack's into Ornn, and running with it from there. But we also saw in that first game a Jarvan response, so it will be a Jarvan again for Shapeshift, and we'll see really which team is the first to make adaptations throughout this one.
I would love to see Shapeshift Nidalee. I believe Nidalee was the champion that Shapeshift originally hit Masters on, but not quite at that level of spiciness here. Both of these teams definitely want to make it to the finals today against the Astrocats. I'm really excited to see, hopefully, some of the more fun champions picked as well. I would love to see Shapeshift play the Nidalee. I would also love, at some point in this tournament, can we please see Hellosia on the rail?
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I don't even know if you can pick Neferi right now. I was just kind of curious.
I think you can.
But Cian Xin, no surprise, as it is the 3rd game between these two teams, where we see the Xin versus a Jarvan matchup. And with Orianna and Azira off the board, Syndra has been played in both games from Ayukura. Curious to see if that is picked up blind. That would be a little bit bold, but frankly, Ryle, given how big her champion pool is, has dropped a lot in pick ban, as bans really don't hit her. That will be the case once again. It's actually going to be LeBlanc locked in this time for Ayukura. I'm expecting to see the Shiv build, which has been piloted pretty well from Ayukura and Fairy Girl in this tournament.
This is the first LeBlanc game that Ayukura has done in the LCS Game Changer so far.
Okay.
It has been picked actually only by Fairy Girl, and
It's been banned away from her quite a bit. Yeah.
quite a bit. So
Yeah.
maybe Arcana or Ayukura are saying, all right, we're going to win this game, and then we're going to make the LeBlanc a priority pick in the next series as well. Nico is going to be that pickup for Miss Teemo. This was something that she played last week against Arcana as well. That was the first Arcana win of the day. So she is pulling out a pick that she previously lost against the same team, but this time she's saying this time it's going to go better.
And I was kind of talking about how both Azir and Orianna have been really big for Miss Teemo and Serenity because of the push it gives you and also the team fight value. I will say Nico does kind of fit that mold. Now, Nico in this matchup will be a little bit more limited as the game goes on because once LeBlanc does get access to the Shiv, she's able to play the wave and clear assist safely, do damage from a distance, which Nico does have trouble dealing with. But when Nico has Flash Up, the ability to have that Pop Blossom Flash to have game-changing team fights and buy space for Yumichi, I mean, that was the winning formula for Serenity in that last game. Yumichi is again on this area, and Serenity with the Jarvan and Nico already have tools to buy space for this area once again.
Once again, just a really, really strong team fight comp from Serenity. Like you did mention, they were really powerful in team fights, not only in game 2, but even in game 1. Remember, when they were down so much gold, they were still somehow winning the team fights with the team fight comp that they are ever so comfortable with. Looking for still an AD carry lock in here for Ryle. Still, the only AD carry ban was that Twitch. Teams have given up banning AD carries against Arcana. It's just that simple. What are they going to do against her?
I really can't blame him at this point, and I must say that things have been rather narrowed down. Oh boy! It's a Shysep Singe in the top lane.
Let's go, Singed! I love the cheers for Singed here as well. Shysept being, I mean, I don't know what else I would say. Obviously, the only Singed pick in the tournament so far was from Shysept. Her KDA on the Singed that game was 3, 8, and 6, but that definitely does not speak to how well I think she played the Singed. At no point was she ever in front of her tower. It was always, I'm gonna be behind the tower. I'm gonna be causing chaos in the enemy jungler. I'm gonna be doing something on the bot side. That is how Shysept likes to play, and Singed really does unlock that playstyle for her. This is the first Caitlyn Lux bot lane that we've seen in the tournament.
Yeah, Ryle, another unique champion to her pool. And I gotta say with Shirley, so fun fact, talking with Summer again, Shirley mostly actually played ARAMs. Like they hit D2+, but a lot of mages in Shirley's match history actually played support Orianna earlier on in the tournament. So Lux being picked up with the Kate bot lane, that's a very strong lane for Arcana. And I gotta say, when you have Kate Lux, it's important that you play for push bot and get plates and get Kate ahead. She's great from ahead when you're able to siege, but from behind, you can struggle.
Caitlyn is one of those champions that requires a very, very high amount of gold funneled into the bot lane, right? Where you need to get this champion some sort of gold advantage, similar to that of like a Draven, right, in the bot lane, where if you are ever behind or even, you are just that much further behind. So I'm gonna be very excited to see. We've always had aggressive bot lanes, but now an actual like win lane, win game type of bot lane played here by Ryle and Shirley.
It's something where Arcana, if they want to really book that ticket to grand finals going up against Astrocats, I think a lot of this falls on the bot lane early. And to be fair, Ryle has been a big carry for this team. So I think putting more weight on her shoulders in a do-or-die game, it seems like it's been a winning formula for Arcana throughout the tournament. We'll see if that can be a winning formula for them as they try to keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward into game number 3 of the final best of 3 for one of these teams. Arcana versus Serenity have gone 1-1 every single best of 2 against each other so far, and now we finally get to see who comes out on top.
Evil Riot and evil tournament format. There has to be a winner. You know, it can't just be splits. We can't have a 10-game split. Got to decide it here.
Decided now in the final best of 9. Who will face the Astrocats in the final best of 3 just later today to lift the Game Changers trophy? Who's it gonna be?
I gotta say, I mean, I'm gonna let the teams decide, but before we dive, before we dive into the game, let's hear from Serenity's Shapeshift on her matchup with Arcana.
I think our matchup against Arcana is going to be really exciting. I think that semifinals is going to be hard, but I definitely think that we're going to win. I think we have an advantage in best of series, just like I think our team has the best mental of any of the teams, easily. Everyone sort of keeps their head in it and is having a good time, and I think that that is a really big advantage when it comes to something like playing under the pressure of a longer series and you're on stage and all of that.
That's the power. That's the power of the frogs right there. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's the power of having fun, honestly, right?
Okay,
Like,
that too.
we're all here to have a great time today, right? I hope everybody is. And definitely on the Rift as well, the players have been having a fantastic time.
Yeah. Nothing else to say about that. It's been a lot of fun seeing everyone behind the scenes really put their all into this event. We will be saying goodbye to one of our teams here, but do or die match on the Rift. And I gotta say, mid lane's been a pretty big part of this series so far. And I really want to see if Ayukura can step up on this LeBlanc, because something we're gonna have to look out for, side lane management. Against Singe can be pretty tough. As Singe, of course, wants to play in the side lane, wants to find shove, wants to really play proxy, deal with those waves. But once you get a Shiv on LeBlanc, you do have a lot of ways to actually deal with that and be somewhat safe. So if Ayukura is able to push her lead in the mid lane and use that to kind of neutralize Singe in the later stages, that could be the setup you're looking for to free up Caitlyn to really have that good siege when you're able to limit the side lane pressure from Serenity and limit the ability for them to collapse on that Caitlyn and break it.
Ayukura, as a player as well, has been looking for an excuse to break out of the Control Mage trap that she has kind of placed herself in. Honestly, she has played a Control Mage nearly every single game other than the Vex that she played last week, where she did go 13-2-6.
Yeah.
Very impressive KDA on an Assassin from an otherwise mainly Control Mage mid laner, as we have seen. She's gonna have a fantastic time on LeBlanc here this game. Looking for a very early 1-for-1 here. Miss Teemo gonna be forced to just flash away and probably be forced to use that TP to get back to lane as well.
Yeah, great play from Ayukura already, as that's a lane advantage. Both summoner spells now down for Miss Teemo, and this will start to open things up. Maybe Ayukura can support MP, as of course with Xin Zhao, you're pretty strong early if you are able to go in, and with mid lane advantage, could be something that Arcana look to, again, try and snowball things into bot, where we did put a focus on Kate Lux having the ability to take plates early in the game.
Absolutely, and this might honestly be the first time we've ever seen Ryle take heal in the bot lane. She's very much a ghost, a cleanse, anything. I think we've even seen her take exhaust before taking heal. I don't have the exact stats on that, of course, but I'm gonna go ahead and say that this is probably the first time she's taken heal, so that does kind of show they want to play at least a little bit more traditionally to win this lane. This is what I was talking about from champs. Like, Shicep does not stand the top lane on a pick like Singe. She will be walked in the bot lane, even if she doesn't actually show on anything. Just the pressure of her not being in top lane does at least bring the bot lane of Arcana back away from the wave.
And I really like what MP did there, because they realize, hey, Singe isn't showing top. Aquatic likely calmed this to the rest of the team. Triceps will be able to actually pop the Ghost, so the Nas button to get back to lane and not miss out on too many creeps. And I will give Triceps a lot of credit. I think that she has had a lot of times in this tournament where out of all the top laners, she's been the one that has left lane and hovered others the most. And this is one of those moments where you lose out of the Ghost, but you still save the TP and you are still Singed, so you can have pressure later.
Miss Teemo does not have flash, burns the W, but there is no deception there. First blood picked up there by MP. Ayukura did burn the flash, but still really well played by Arcana.
We set up this mid lane for being important. LeBlanc able to manage Singe later. Ayukura got the summoner spell advantage on her own, and with MP showing mid, they're able to cash it in as a duo and get that kill over to MP and Arcana. So really well done by Ayukura to not only get an advantage individually, but also communicate with MP to try and set things up. I know from talking with Coach Summer, she was really complimentary on how much Ayukura has stepped up as a leader in comms throughout this event, and really good to see an example of that there on the Rift.
Absolutely, but down here on the bot lane as well, Shirley just gonna be forced to flash away from Yumichi. You talked about Ayukura's improvement, MP's improvement as well throughout this entire tournament. Usually you would have not seen them nearly as often in the ganks, right? They were very much a farming, supportive, play for teamfight type of player in the early stages of this tournament, but we've seen them improve so much over the past 4 weeks of gameplay, where now MP has always been at the right place at the right time, and that's not a coincidence if you're a good enough jungler.
Yeah, junglers I really value when you are able to step up. As Lyle's gonna get rooted.
Could be picked down here in the bot lane. Ruthless knockup lands. The Ignite taken down, but does she live? Not quite. That picking it up for Alosia.
I really want to give credit to Shapeshift there. It's a flag and drag, right? It's simple, but the way that she actually dropped it, it got around the trap that Ryle set up, and it was still able to knock up Ryle as it was like kind of on the edge of the hitbox. That's a really small thing from Shapeshift, but very well played from her.
And remember, Caitlyn as a champion is one that suffers exponentially more when behind. Ryle is now down 10 CS, down a kill to the enemy support, and is going to have just that much harder of a time in the bot lane to even find a push anymore.
Not only that, but we saw in the last game how good Yumichi's Zeri was, getting her hands on her most played champion again in this tournament. She does have a team that can make space for her when you think of Nico Ultimate, Cataclysm from Shapeshift. Yumichi could really have some good moments later on in this game, as at the moment we do see ShySep getting a little bit of dirty farming in, not quite able to get the wave and go retreat, and this will be the mini game that ShySep's going to play for the majority of the game on this Singed. See how much pressure she can create inside lanes by utilizing the push and trying to proxy as much as she can.
Miss Teemo using the fake Karma passive, but they know it's not Karma. They, in fact, know it is a very dead Miss Teemo in the mid lane. Miss Teemo also was holding on to Flash there, but just reaction speed checked. Didn't make it through that time. Really well done once again by Empty. Once again, being in the right place at the right time. Ayukura get a very nice chunk up onto Shapeshift.
And I gotta say, this game, Ayukura is doing a fantastic job. And two of the players I was most familiar with from these two teams coming into this event, really, it was Ayukura and Yumichi, given their experience at a higher level in a couple moments where they're, sticking around tier 3 teams or trying to make it in. Yumichi already set up for success on the Zeri, putting the Caitlyn behind, and Ayukura did a great job of creating her own lead, and I want to credit MP too. The W flash from MP, very clean from them in the mid lane. As you can see that hitbox advancing to make sure that Miss Teemo was caught. That's a 2-level advantage for Ayukura in the mid lane. That is huge moving forward, especially because LeBlanc will be the one that will be managing the Singed later on.
Absolutely. You do not want to get a LeBlanc out of control in the early game, but all of the gold that Ryle may have otherwise missed in the early game, remember, we're trying to get gold on the Caitlyn. This is kind of going into the pockets of Ayukura. You get one or the other ahead, and hopefully for the team of Arcana here, they can get the other one just as ahead. Ignite? No, not Ignite, just a burn dropped on to Miss Teemo, but Ayukura playing a little bit of fire here in the mid lane. She has to get this wave in.
Doesn't have access to TP2. We have to start thinking about the Rift Herald timer. First Dragon was secured by Arcana and MP, but Herald's going to be tricky because Singed, you don't exactly want to fight Herald, but you can create a lot of pressure to try and control it, as at the moment Ryle
no flash, Ruthless Ignite landed, and she's just trying to run for the hills. Shapeshift trying to make her way onto Shirley, and Shirley's just gone. Yumichi diving over the wall as well for her first kill of the game. MP will turn it back around for at least one member. This is a very fed Xin Zhao looking for the 1 for 2, 1 for 3. It's a triple kill for MP. Do not let them go untouched.
That is huge from MP as they turn around the bot lane matchup. I love the preemptive flash from Heloisia to try and root down Ryle, but she was able to retreat, so Yumichi was already a little bit chunked. She had to fully commit onto Ryle. This leaves MP to burn Shapeshift as she burned her tools to take down the Lux, and MP with the double buffs, the power of the Zen Sound early on, they're able to turn it around, get a huge triple kill, and turn this bot lane matchup in Arcana's favor.
And that is what Arcana exactly needed in that play. Absolutely pop off for that. You all deserve it so much. You need to get this Caitlyn ahead, and if MP's the one finding the kills, if Ayukura's the one finding the kills, that is fine for now. Until it comes to the later stages. We're looking at 4-0-1 and Zhao. They will be a problem later in this game.
Really nice chain from Ayukura. She actually bent that around the clone. I also love, I call them dopamine players. When something good happens, you got to hype up everyone in the chat. Love seeing that from Ayukura. And Shirley is going to try hype up Ryle here, who does get caught. TP canceled as well, as there's a fight in the top lane.
Fight in the top lane. TP from Aquatic was canceled there by Shapeshift, and Aquatic also almost loses her life for that one.
Herald, though, while this is going on, is being taken, so it is a bit of a trade. MP, they're still able to get something, so yes, Ryle does fall. This Caitlyn gets set further behind, which, as you highlighted earlier, Cam, really important for Serenity that Caitlyn continues to fall behind, but props to MP for still finding something on the map.
Still finding at least some sort of kill something on the top lane in the favor of Arcana, but you gotta watch the plates on this bot lane that Yumichi and Helosia have been claiming for themselves, right? They're sitting at 2.5 plates right now. Plates do fall in just about 3 minutes. They will not have access to that first Rift Shield, of course, but I mean, any plates you can get on a Zeri will always end up outscaling a Caitlyn.
And I do just want to set up that for Arcana, talked a little bit about the mid-jungle duo, getting LeBlanc ahead. Look at the items that they have already.
Yeah.
They have completed the first item, still behind for Serenity. Now, of course, we do have the bot lane matchup where Yumichi is ahead of the Caitlyn, who has been really focused, really set behind. So a little bit of a dichotomy that we have in terms of power from a couple of the spots on the map in this game. And honestly, Cam, making for a little bit of a tense game 3. It is a small gold lead and lead in Arcana's favor, but things can still get dangerous for them. We saw what Yumichi can do on this Zeri.
Yumichi is going to have to put the carry pants on. Carry dress? Carry dress on for this game.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that works.
Carry dress for Yumichi on the Zeri if they want to be able to make it to the finals. One more match to go. Ayukura getting a pretty massive chunk off on herself there, but the bot lane dive is nearing.
I do like what Ayukura and MP are doing here. They have the lead in mid-jungle, so they are shifting it down bot to try and catch Ryle back up. I think that is correct. Miss Timo will respond by getting mid in, but not even able to get a plate as Ayukura immediately TPs back mid, and control is still in the hands of Arcana.
Arcana did drop the Rift on the bot lane, but you do notice that I believe it was split between 3 or 4 members on all of those plates. So the more you split those plates, the less gold that they actually give anybody there. Shysept in a little bit of a pickle here in a 1v1, running away with the bees. Flash committed by Aquatic. Really nice solo kill there from the top lane.
Hey, Aquatic's Jax was a big difference in the game 1 win for Arcana, and they were counterpicked in this game, so for them, or for her to find a solo kill on the top side, really big from Aquatic to turn that matchup around. Now, of course, Shysept, she'll be able to make an impact in the side lanes later on, but that's big for Arcana because now they have push mid from the Shiv LeBlanc. Caitlyn started to get pushed in this bot lane. That solo kill top side, Aquatic push top. This means that the map is free for MP to do whatever they want. It's going to be a dragon picked up, a mountain dragon out of that, so very valuable for an individual Drake.
Super valuable for the second dragon as well, picked up for the much more early game team of Arcana. Remember, they need to get the early game champions ahead. They will end up being outscaled, but they let them straight to the dragon. Dragon finished up just in time, but MP's going to be forced to flash over the wall. Ayukura will not be so lucky. Really nice turnaround back there from Serenity. They do lose the dragon, but at least get 1 kill in exchange.
And a bit of a shutdown important that went over to Miss Timo, of course, is behind due to Ayukura and MP's really good play in that mid-jungle duo to focus down that Nico and make life really difficult for Miss Timo in this game. But at least that's a consolation prize for Serenity. I do love what Ayukura is doing, though, on the LeBlanc. She's getting shoved mid with the Shiv, and then we see her hovering bot, making sure that the Zeri Karma is always going to be outmanned because LeBlanc's always on the hover. I think that's a really good way to turn around the lead that Serenity had in the bot lane, and we see that in the scoreboard as Ryle has been slowly catching back up.
Slowly catching it back up. LeBlanc is definitely one of those mid laners where you push the wave and then you run to a side lane, right?
Yep.
And Ayukura's been doing that, but then also managing to find solo kills or solo pressure if you don't fully get the kill right onto Miss Timo. Miss Timo is yet to be able to even walk out from underneath their turret. This wave has been such a problem, and wave control as well from Ayukura has been such a problem for Serenity. We're going to be looking towards that second Rift Herald spawning up here in just a couple of minutes as Serenity pull a lot of members here to the top side.
Second Rift, it's still more than a minute out from spawning, but it looks like Serenity is actually trying to go towards the Singed lane. I must say this is a bit awkward. Usually you kind of want to leave Singed to their own devices. But we'll see if Alicia is able to find something as Aquatic going to be harassed a little bit, but it really is only camps that go over to Shapeshift as Yumichi not exactly farming a wave right now. And honestly, in the long lane, on this Shiv LeBlanc, Ayukura, she feels great right now. She's so slippery in this lane. Miss Timo can't deal with her at all as the Nico. It's just at this point, given the matchup, really tough to do. So I'd love to actually see Zeri maybe even match in the side lane. That might make life a bit easier. It's good sidestep from the bot lane of Serenity, but the damage already done. Yumichi going to be under a bit of pressure, and a lot of damage will go over to mid, and Ayukura, she has push bot, so guess what you can do?
Ayukura just gonna single-handedly pick off Yumichi. She thought she was safe under her turret. Absolutely not. But Ayukura also equally will not be safe. That kill going back over to Lucia. It is a 1-for-1, but meanwhile, the rest of Arcana, hey, look at that 1v1. Never mind. We're just taking that out of turret.
Oh, curiously enough, Ayukura actually going for the Trinity Force shift build. So this build is actually being hotfixed on the new patch. Shout out to Bobchin of TL for promoting this build so much that it actually got played in solo queue, and everyone figured out it was too strong, so they're nerfing it before Worlds. That's much needed, because this build, it is impossible to deal with it in the side lane. It will be Trinity Force likely into Hullbreaker. Love to see Ayukura utilizing this tech, but it's going to make life really hard for even a champion like a Singe to actually get pressure in the side lane.
Speaking of patches, I do appreciate that we've been on the same exact patch, 13.17, for the entirety of the tournament from week 1 all the way to finals. We have not changed patches, so I feel like removing the factor of, hey, we need to figure out how to adapt to new patches, I think does lend itself better to the players learning more about how to communicate, how to do all the other things that are part of League of Legends, other than just, hey, there's a new patch every single 2 weeks, we gotta worry about that. Loisia could be caught out here. The final spark just does massive damage. Ryle as well will be finally picking up her first heal of the game. Caitlyn is looking to get back into it, and this is by far the closest Ryle has been to Yumichi CS as well.
Yeah, Ryle with the headshot, figuratively and literally, as able to pick up the Karma. Lucia checking the bot river at the wrong time. And again, it's very difficult because Ayukura on this LeBlanc has so much pressure in the side lanes. The ability for her to not just shove the wave, but also collapse and snowball that elsewhere is really big from Ayukura on this LB. And Serenity, again, don't really have ways to play around it. I think what they have to do is actually utilize the Nico Jarvan to force. Each of them have flash up right now. I would love to see them try and utilize those ultimates and flashes to create a big fight and create some of that space we've been looking for Yumichi to really function on this area.
It really doesn't matter how far behind you are in gold on the J4 or even the Singed as well, right? Like, this is a team fight comp in that even if you're 5k, 10k gold behind the enemy team, you can still win team fights if you click all the buttons and you communicate well enough that you are able to execute the wombo combo just that well. Yumichi also is not behind in gold by any means. Still, maybe a little bit even, maybe a little bit ahead of Ryle, but as long as she's not behind, she is having a fantastic time. Shysept up here in the top lane. You may look at her KDA, you may look at her, I don't know, CS and say, she's having a rough game. She's absolutely not.
Oh, we got Basil Leaf stickers being handed out. That's
Where's my sticker?
I guess you're gonna have to go into the audience after this game and pick one up, Cam.
All right, you're on your own. Good luck.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll work on that as okay. We got a frog costume from Joshi. That's great. Talk about leaping forward here.
We are leaping forward into the dragon fight here. Yes, dragon soul fight here.
Soul point on the table for.
Soul point fight.
Yeah, Soul point. It is available. It's Miss Timo. Here we go.
Oh, Miss Timo Flash Bomb Blossom.
There it is.
There it is. You do not need gold to land the wombo combo. MP will still spread for a massive amount of time. But here comes the turnaround as well. You have to land, but you have to do the damage as well. Shapeshift falls. Shysept, last member standing. She has the bees, but does she have the damage to finish off the members of Arcana? She will run away, but she can still chase the Singed if you have enough gold to do so. It's yet another double kill for MP. It's an ace for Arcana, and it's their third dragon as well.
You know what? That's the fight, the execution, that Serenity we're looking for, but MP and Ayukura played that fight so damn well as MP was able to flash over the wall and re-engage after a couple of those ultimates went down from Serenity, and then Ayukura, too big on the LeBlanc, was able to get out of the wombo combo, turn the damage around later as that Trinity Force now completed for Ayukura. Again, she'll be a menace in the side lane, and great to see her have an impact in the team fight as well.
Absolutely, and I don't think MP had the item completed before that team fight, right? Like, oh my gosh, look at their build. They completed probably an item plus and half from yet another team fight win, sitting at 600 gold bounty on their head here as well. We came from draft saying, you gotta play the bot lane, you gotta play the bot lane. Even just from the general game state, right? Like, you gotta play the bot lane. But no, it's all MP today.
I mean, this is a great engagement from Miss Timo. It's exactly what Serenity we're looking for, but the follow-up, look at MP, jumps on Yumichi, chunks out Zeri, then is able to flash over this wall, whereas the Luxol took down Zeri with Ayukura. MP then re-engages, runs the rest of the fight. That is very well played from the mid-jungle duo of Arcana.
Mid-jungle duo will be the name of this game 3 here. Ayukura plus MP are the names to watch. I love the player reactions every time, even if it doesn't look like, I don't know, not as excited as Ryle. I'm sure in her head she's still like, oh my gosh, I just played that so well.
Uh-oh, hold on.
Oh, no.
Yumichi gets rooted, does catch the Lux ult, is able to escape. But again, as long as Arcana is able to siege with this Kate Lux, LeBlanc keeps one of the lanes permanently shoved. Yes, Singed is able to get shoved, kind of, but you can't match Singed against LeBlanc and Aquatic because of the solo kill, the lead they've been able to create on the top side. It's just a map that continues to be pinched for Serenity. This is very difficult to deal with. They continue to bleed out objectives as the top inner turret falls in favor of Ryle and Arcana.
6,000 gold lead has spawned up here as well. Almost in the realm of objective bounties, I would say, for Serenity could be coming online here fairly soon. Aquatic will be able to dash away so easily this time, and Serenity are here to collapse. Miss Team on the bot side in her own 1v1, though. Aquatic surviving for a very long time in the 1v4, and Miss Teemo will not go untouched. It's 1-for-1 on kind of across the map play.
Yeah, Ayukura, again, if you connect the chains with this build, your ability to space out the Sheen procs from the Trinity Force and the auto attacks is big. And in the skirmishes, Ayukura on this LeBlanc is going to be massive. So this is a pick that each mid laner, if Ayukura does make it to the next phase, the grand finals, will be contested against Miss Fairy Girl, as Ayukura, even in the first game played on LeBlanc, has really proved that she's not only proficient on the champion as an individual, but also her ability to call MP to help out the lane. I mean, that's been the big difference in this game, Cam, as this LeBlanc has really broken the game plan of Serenity.
I love that not only from Ayukura, but from a lot of these players, we have seen them pick champions today that they have not picked at all yet in the LCS Game Changers. So often, when you're on the stage for the first time, when you have the nerves of being on stage today, right, you just go back to comfort. You go back to, I'm gonna pick this same champion that I played every single day in solo queue, right? Yeah. But not today. Ryle, for the first time, is picking Caitlyn. Ayukura, for the first time, is picking LeBlanc. Like, Shysept as well is going back to the Singed. Not a champion I would say she's probably particularly comfortable on, but still is managing to play so well today.
Also, I mean, even MP, we've seen Xin versus Jarvan for a lot of the Game Changers tournament, but these are the first Xin games we've seen from MP, and they've been a huge carry in this Game 3 when it counts.
Huge Game 3 carry here. Ryle doesn't even have a wave, by the way. That's the Caitlyn way of taking turrets, by the way. Usually you pick Caitlyn to take turrets. Ryle heard that and said, all right, I'm gonna take these turrets without even a wave, without even a team.
In that top lane, we finally saw the LeBlanc meet the Singed, and Shysept, unfortunately, she has to run for the hills. Go back to the turret as Ayukura too big in this matchup. Again, expecting a Hull Breaker to come out next from Ayukura, which will make her even more of a menace in the side lane. As she is really getting shoved and then consistently collapsing, trying to get extra pressure, extra chip damage to try and set up the Caitlyn again. Ayukura just being a real pest for Serenity, and they don't have any hard CC outside of a Nico, flash ult to really deal with this LeBlanc. So it's a really difficult ask for them. Serenity, again, continuing to just try and sync up these ultimates to buy space for Yumichi. Yumichi, she was the big carry in the last game, but really hasn't had the chance to lay down the damage, lay down the deeps like we saw in the last couple games because of how much pressure Ayukura has been putting down on the side, and because it feels like Arcana's always had a numbers advantage because they always have side wave shove, and Ayukura is able to do stuff like this.
I mean, you should not be able to do stuff like this. And the mid laner, Miss Teemo is the minion. Miss Teemo is the Pop Blossom Nico. Trying to just shut down Ryle Cataclysm as well. Everything lands. But do you have the damage to finish it off as well? Epi is still alive. Epi gets one kill, goes godlike. Miss Teemo in the golden as well. Epi still has the healing, and finally ends up going down. That's a massive shutdown for Yumichi, but the team fight is not over. Ayukura still looking to get the re-engage. Shirley as well. Final spark finally takes down Miss Teemo. In the end, it's a 2-for-3. Serenity is very happy to walk away from that one.
That's a much better fight, though, from Serenity. And you can see if Yumichi is actually able to find space, what she can do as Arcana. I'm counting 4 melee creeps here. That's one too many, and Miss Teemo makes them feel the pain. Flash onto Ryle, finds the chain. Nico does so much damage up front. Keep your eyes, though, on Yumichi as she is able to continuously auto this fight. MP does so much work as this very fed Xin Zhao, but Yumichi was able to kite things out, didn't eat the damage from the Caitlyn or the Lux like she did in the last fight thanks to her positioning. Much better fight from her as she's also able to get out in the back half. We have to continue to keep our eyes on Yumichi, who actually picked up a Warden's Mail given all the AD facing the Xin, the LeBlanc, and the Caitlyn, I gotta say, I actually really like that buy in the Zeri. That's a very efficient buy. It's 1,000 gold. It's going to decrease attack speed too. I think it's very intelligent from Yumichi, who has to continue to play up. She's going to eat auto attack. She gets outranged by the Caitlyn and the LeBlanc, and here we go, another fight.
This is the soul for Arcana, but Shysept is just dead. Shapeshift has a lot of healing. Gotta watch the Karma ER as well, but the Dragon is in the favor of Arcana. Serenity have lost their top laner, lost one of their most important members of an engage. And just like that, it's the pickup on the soul now for Arcana. Ayukura will not let them walk home alive.
This is trouble.
Still looking for a re-engage. Ayukura all on her own is diving into 4 members of Serenity like it is nothing. Aquatic looking to re-engage here as well. Just find the fight, find the team fight. Ayukura lands the stun onto Helosia, and here comes the rest of Arcana to follow up on it as well. Yumichi sends solo HP. Miss Timo just tries to run away with the W, but there's nowhere left to run. It's yet another double kill for Empy, and yet another clean ace for Arcana.
Yeah, and I don't know if Serenity can leapfrog over this Ocean Soul, because you can see the work that Ayukura was able to do, just dipping back and forth in these fights. Also, now the Ocean Soul with the rest of the team to sustain. That's a wipe, and now everyone transitioning the way up to the big purple worm as Arcana. I think that soul fight, that's gonna be enough for them to push forward against Serenity. The only chance that Serenity has to get back in this game, I really feel like, is an Elder at this time.
That would be our first Elder, by the way. We have yet to have an Elder in the LCS game change.
Fun fact.
Fun fact, we haven't had an Elder yet. I don't know if I want to see one today. I'm not a big fan of Elder, but you know what? Whatever happens, happens. Objective bounties are finally available for Serenity here with the 10,500 gold lead Arcana has managed to claim for themselves with the first Baron on the table as well. They have had no trouble taking these turrets, especially with the Caitlyn Lux bot lane. Now with the Baron on it as well, the Baron on all 5 members will just be that much more difficult for Serenity to find a window back in this game.
I want to give a lot of credit, though. I know that for Arcana, a lot of our focus been on the marksman for all of these teams, and for Ryle especially. I mean, given her champ pool, she has flair, too. She's been very strong for Arcana, but this time around, MP and Ayukura have stepped up so much in this game. Also, I feel like Aquatics really leveled up this week compared to what I've seen the previous 3 weeks. As, the Jax against Shysept, both games was able to get the best of her in the top lane too, as that's been a great improvement arc from Aquatic, and Arcana, I mean, just a few steps away from, I think deservedly so, booking that ticket against Astrocats here in Grand Finals.
Game 9 of a best of 9. This is where it all is. MP almost caught out. Cataclysm does end up landing, but MP, you gotta watch the healing. That is the Ocean Soul for you there. MP is still alive. MP's still autoing, and Shysept is gonna be the first member that falls. They thought that they caught MP. In fact, they ended up catching themselves. By the way, that is a 4v3. Aquatic in the bot lane, Ayukura in the top lane. First inhibitor falls in the mid, second in the top. Aquatic will make it a third real quick down here in the bot.
Miss Timo.
Miss Timo, Flash Pop Blossom. This is it. They have to win this or they are out. Ayukura and Aquatic are here to save the day, though. They have the Baron. They have all 3 inhibitors. The only things left to take are the final 2 Nexus turrets. Helosia trying to keep them alive for as long as possible. Miss Timo does not have the Pop Blossom, does not have the damage or the life to keep the sustain alive. The Nexus is exposed. Aquatic is on top of it all. Yumichi trying to keep it alive, but will not be quite in time. Arcana will find their spot in the finals.
Arcana high roll, they win the best of 3. They earn a second series on the big stage as they will face Astrocats in finals. And I gotta say, I really feel like the mid-jungle duo from Arcana really stepped up in that game 3. A huge game from Ayukura. Her first LeBlanc in the tournament, going with that new Trinity Force build. And man, the amount of pressure that she was able to put down in the side lane, calling MP to really help things out to get her a lead in the mid lane and transition that to the rest of the map. Fantastic play from Arcana, and they earned their ticket to Grand Finals.
Absolutely. I mean, we've yet to see a true jungle carry from any of the junglers in this tournament, right? And we got the first jungle carry from MP, the person who in their week 1 interview said, I'm coming into this tournament as a supportive jungler. This is the jungler that came in saying, I'm going to play Sejuani. I'm going to play the support tank style. No, in the final game, the one that really mattered to buck the ticket to finals, they're the ones on the carries in Zhao.
And especially, you know, for MP, it was last week, too. They busted out the bye, won all 3 games on the pick, hadn't played it yet in the tournament. What happens today? 2 games is in, hasn't played Xin all tournament, wins both. The fact that we see players expanding their champion pool, having success, huge game from the mid-jungle duo of Arcana, and they earned the chance to see him again here on the big stage.
Absolutely. We do have one more best of 3 here today. Will be the finals between Astrocats' first seed and Arcana still remaining to be the second seed. Take your bows. You absolutely deserve it. Shout out once again to Summer and Gabrielle, their coach and manager respectively.
And also shout out to Serenity. I know that we don't see Serenity again, but I really feel like the improvement they had, especially from Miss Teemo, the Oriana was massive throughout the tournament, undefeated on the pick. It was going up against 2 really good mid laners in Ayukura and Fairy Girl. Miss Teemo really embraced that, improved drastically throughout the tournament. I always really thought highly of Yumichi as a player.
Yes.
Yumichi is someone that I actually want to see in Tier 3 and Tier 2, and I think that she had some really good moments throughout Game Changers, so I definitely hope that's not the last time we see Yumichi on this stage, or even the stage that I'm used to covering with Challengers and some of the OQ stuff.
Absolutely. I'm going to call back once again to Ryle. Just this morning said it might be my first time at the LCS studio today, but will not be my last. Absolutely. Look at all of these players for any future scouting that any potential scouts might be looking at. They're playing some fantastic League of Legends for us today.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, part of the fun of this event is just really how much people have improved throughout the 4 weeks. And it feels like the team that improved the most here was Arcana, and they earned the ticket to play again. I know that this was a really close series. I mean, we kept on hyping up the fact it was a best of 9, with each team just going back and forth and back and forth. Arcana finally able to settle the score in their favor, as blue side undefeated on the day. And Arcana excited to see what kind of adaptations they have to make moving forward, because Astrocats, they got some free scouting. They're sitting right below us here for the entire best of 3. They got front row seats to see what they're dealing with here in finals.
They've got front row seats also to the interview that we've got down back on the stage with Ashley and none other than Envy.
Hey guys. This is Ashley Kang, joined by the victorious jungler of Arcana, MP. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you feeling after that victory?
I'm super happy. I think we had a kind of shaky game too, but our team's mental is so strong, so I knew that we could bring it back on blue side, and I'm really happy right now.
Because it did look like you guys are really enjoying yourselves a lot on the stage, and even when, Serenity did take a game out of you, it looked like, I kind of had the mental strong. What was the comms like? What was like the overall vibe, team atmosphere like on the stage today?
I think our comms, we focus a lot on like making sure that everyone's like in a good place, like mentally, I think, because something we've gotten a lot better at, because in like the short time we've been together, is like really like having fun and like making sure that like we enjoy ourselves while we play. And I think that's super crucial, and that's why we're able to come back after a kind of rough game too.
And you had that crazy game on Sinchao, like, going invincible, like going 1-3. And I remember talking to you in week 1 when you said you came into the team as more of a full clear, Kha'Zix player, but you really wanted to develop yourself as a more supportive jungler, more of an all-rounder. And it looks like you are truly blossoming as one here at the stage. Can you tell me about what you experienced and how you developed as a player throughout the entire tournament?
Yeah, I have a lot of really, really talented players on my team, and it's been really good for me to sort of, especially coming in late, like taking a step back and being like, how can I help these amazing players succeed? And then when I do that, like I get chances to pop off and look amazing. So it's been really good at me to just like listen to what they need and just figuring out how I can get them in the best places possible.
What is it that you and Arcana need to do as you shortly face Astrocats, the first place team in the Game Changers right now, and take it all?
I think we just need to keep it positive. I think if we just keep playing our best game and just keep playing how we like to play and not fall into how they play, I think we can take it, yeah.
Okay, and this is my final question. We are also joined by the amazing supportive crowd here at the LCS studio. Do you have any message to them?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for being here. This is literally like an amazing opportunity that I'm still like in awe that I'm here. And I just want to thank all of you for being here, because it makes it so lifetime memorable. And thank you so much.
and thank you so much for creating amazing memories with us, and best of luck against the Astrocats shortly as we cut to the commercial break and come back with the grand finals for the Game Changers 2023.
And Shirley's just gone. Yumichi diving over the wall as well for her first kill of the game. Effie will turn it back around for at least one member. This is a very fed Xin Zhao looking for the number 2. 1 for 3. It's a kill for Effie. Do not let them go untouched.
It is available as Miss Timo. Here we go.
Oh, Miss Timo Flash Bomb Blossom.
There it is.
There it is. You do not need gold to land the Wombo combo. Effie will still survive for a massive amount of time. But here comes the turnaround as well. You have to land, but you have to do the damage as well. Here comes the rest of Arcana to follow up on it as well. Yumichi sends solo HP. Miss Timo just tries to run away with the W, but there's nowhere left to run. It's yet another double kill for Effie, and yet another clean ace for Arcana.
Welcome back to the Game Changers Analyst Lounge. Me and Ashley are happy to be joined by Heloisia and Yumichi after your match. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us after the loss. I guess we'll go into how your experience has been like overall and what it was like to play on stage today.
Yeah, for me, I had a lot of fun. It was like my first big comp experience, and it was just really nice for me to show off a lot of the skills that I had, especially on Rakan, which is a champion I just enjoy playing. He's just very fun for me. It was just nice to be able to share that with a lot of the world and also with my teammates.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been great so far, and I'm just really happy that, you know, we get to play this right now, and I'm just really happy to be here, honestly.
Nice. Well, again, thank you for taking the time to join us on the desk. This is going to be really fun. Obviously, in the loss, Arcana goes forward to face Astrocats. Just generally, how do you feel like this matchup is going to go, having just faced Arcana? Like, what do you think they can take away from your series going into this next series?
I think like with Arcana, like they really played on their strengths. Like whether it was with Alice winning bot lane really well, or like when LeBlanc had a lead early, she really just used that and their entire team knew who to play around. I think if they keep on identifying their win condition, they can continue like pushing those leads.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, as we're seeing some highlight B-roll from your series, Yumichi, do you have anything to add in terms of what you think they can take away, kind of how this matchup's going to go?
I mean, I think it's just, just stable, right? Just being very stable, I think, is their strong suit. Astrocats is very, very consistent. They have very consistent players, and I think just taking the games pretty slow and just, honestly, I think they're probably going to win it out. I think Fairy Girl's cracked, so.
Yeah, I mean, the MP Ikura combo was kind of one of the strong points of this series that kind of not necessarily took us by surprise, because we've been talking a lot about Ryle, a lot about bot lane generally, because as you two know, it's a very bot-centric meta. Yeah. But I think, I don't know if you'd agree, I think that was what the key kind of difference maker was in the series you just played.
Yeah, I mean, I think they played very well. I think IU played really, really well too. Her LeBlanc was really, really scary. Yeah, but yeah, I think, it's definitely going to be a mid-jungle kind of synergy, I think, for this next matchup.
And you guys already mentioned Fairy Girl. She is cracked, and we're gonna meet her and the rest of Astrocats. Obviously, they have been the first seed. They've been waiting in the finals to see who is going to come and face them. We have Muramina in the top lane. Oh my gosh, her picture is amazing.
She's so pretty.
Solaria in jungle, Fairy Girl in mid, Avril in ADC, and Billyworth as support. Obviously, this team was definitely looking like the most dominant team through weeks 1 and 2. And then they kind of had a few hiccups in week 3. They released Fiku from the roster and Solaria came in. How much do you guys think that kind of changes the way that Arcana might be looking at this matchup?
Personally, I just think they're probably going to be a bit more bot-centric. I think Avril and Billyworth are really good at 2v2 ranged matchups. I think their Ezreal Karma and Caitlyn Lex is definitely their strongest bot lane duo. And I think, personally, like I do think Fair Girl is really, really cracked, but she is very, very self-sufficient, and she doesn't really need that many resources to succeed.
Yeah. Ashley, you have anything to add on it in terms of?
I'm not sure. I just like, I think this goes back to the game that you just played. I saw you guys like really enjoy playing. Like I know that you meet even after the unfortunate loss, the loss, you were still smiling.
Yeah.
And then it almost felt like, you know, you felt kind of bittersweet about the whole series.
Yeah,
I just wanted to run through how that entire experience felt.
I'm just happy to be here. Like I said, like I love everyone. I think everyone around me are my friends, and like at the end of the day, even the only thing I'm bummed out is that I just don't get to play more. But it's not like I'm bummed out because I didn't win. I'm just happy for everyone. I think everyone is really great, and I'm really happy that, you know, everyone gets to play.
And Yumichi, like before we started the analyst desk, you also mentioned to me that you're friends with a lot of the Astrocat players. And how do you think the Astrocat overall looks going into finals? And I guess I want to also ask the same for Louisia.
I mean, they just have such great energy. I love their teams, and I just think everyone's just so nice there, and they're just so fun. I think they're like, they're great, but they're also just mostly fun. I love every single one of them, and I'm just so happy to see them together because I think they're probably like the best match energy-wise. I really think so.
Yeah, I think with Astrocats, like they have so many like notable players, and really like I think they really represent the community a lot for women and marginalized genders. I know personally for me, Solaria has been like my idol for a long time. She's played a lot of the support champions that I really enjoy playing. Namely, like I looked up to her a lot when she was playing a lot of Rel. I learned a lot from her gameplay, and I think like she's just like kind of one of my favorite players in this program, so I really want to see them succeed.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, obviously, Solaria is coming in from the coaching position to be their starting jungler for this finals match, and Quach, who had been working with the team previously, he moved into the coaching position. I know sometimes we talk about how a roster shift can really change kind of the mentality of the game. How do you guys feel like, obviously Solaria's been working with the team the entire time, but how do you feel like she is going to look as we see, we're playing rock, paper, scissors. I don't know what for. The synergy already looks good, but to reiterate, how do you feel like Solaria coming into this position, what kind of, mental synergy is this team gonna have going up against Arcana?
I think it's just going to be a lot more just team play. I think everyone's just going to try to play together and be one other than just like playing around certain parts of the team. I think the whole team should probably come together if they've been practicing well enough.
Nice. And now you guys have to fill out a questionnaire going into this little event we have here. Everyone did. And production is now going to quiz us by bringing up random facts. And we have these really lovely cards. You guys have your own too. So you're gonna split this. These are the Astrocats ones. Who used to be a Lulu one trick? And we have to guess who it is on Astrocats specifically.
Okay.
Astrocats?
Who used to be?
Mura.
I'm going with Mura.
Yeah.
Mura.
See, I feel like you guys are gonna know the answers better, so I am also. Based on their suggestions, are you also
like
just
I specifically
cheating?
remember around week 2 of Game Changers when we did an interview, and then she just mentioned, oh yeah, she used to be like a Lulu one trick mid laner, but she gets to support, like expand her champion pool at the top lane. So yeah.
Nice. It is Mermina in the top lane. Thank you for carrying me through that. We'll see the next question because I did not remember that from the questionnaire. Who has been playing since Season 2 and has kept Challenger rank since Season 10?
Is that also Astrocats?
Yes, these are all Astrocats.
Avril?
You don't have to say it loud.
Avril?
We're working together. We're team.
My Avril. She's not here.
Where's your Avril?
Oh no, this is also who I was gonna guess. But did we lose an Avril? Yeah. There you go.
I mean, Avril, I guess. I don't know. I actually have no clue.
Asher, who do you think?
I'm actually not 100% sure with this one. I did also go with Avril because I know that she has been like a very solid, placement in the Challenger for a while. Just basing on that, but I am not sure whether she started at Season 2.
We're all wrong. It's Fairy Girl.
I actually didn't know she was playing for that long.
Yeah.
That's the thing that surprises me because I knew she was the highest ranked player here, and she's absolutely
That's
insane.
probably why she's so consistent.
I didn't realize she'd been playing since Season 2.
Now I feel terrible because I should have remembered that Veriga is pretty much like one of the highest elo MMR players in this entire tournament, but feels bad, man. On to the next question.
We're sorry, Fairy Girl.
I don't have Billy.
Who hit master rank on a MacBook? I remember reading this fact. And challenger rank at the age of 16.
Billy. I just don't have Billy.
Oh no.
Do I have 2 or what is going on? We lost some cards here. Here, you can take mine.
It's Billy.
Are you gonna cheat off them? See, they're too good at this game.
I was actually going to choose Billy, but if I chose Billy, then it looks like I'm cheating on him. I'm just going to go with everyone.
We have to stop saying
Maybe I should stop saying it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I am fully admitting I'm just cheating off of you two. So
I'll just wait it out. I'm sorry. I'm just giving out the answers.
Yeah, I think going into this matchup, the big thing to talk about with Astrocats is how much they dominated the first part of the Game Changers, the first 2 weeks. And then going in, what I'm looking for from this team in terms of what their strong points are is their team synergy and just generally their overall map awareness. I think this has been the team that consistently has had the strongest idea of like when they want to move somewhere and also in relation to their opponents. I don't know if facing them on the Rift has been a similar experience for you guys.
I mean, I think if you go even against them, they're very, very methodical and they know where to go. They know how to, the next steps. I think the main thing that will make them fall if they ever do is really just losing control of the early game. I think they can get pretty dizzy if they do. But I think overall, other than that, I think they're really, really consistent. As long as that doesn't happen, I think they're fine.
Yeah, no, I think Avril knows how to play safe, and she always dominates the game because of that. They need somebody who can be consistent enough to just get them to a certain point. And I know Avril can do that, and that allows Billy to get so many more options to help facilitate the team.
Nice. Yeah, you two would know best in terms of facing off against all of these bot lanes. Now we are going to see, also I appreciate how many players play curled up like this, because this is also what I look like when I play League of Legends. Predictions from all of us. Only one of us disagreed, so I'm gonna go to her first. Ashley, why do you think Arcana are going to take this?
You know, like I heard you guys having discussion about taking Astrocats. I just wanted to be a bit of a rival. There you go. Like, you know, I'm a big believer of momentum, and I've seen many cases where teams that do have momentum. I also said previously this for Serenity, but Arcana maybe coming off that victory against Serenity actually takes it against Astrocats because they also now used to the stage. So perhaps that's like a strength for them now. Yeah, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the momentum like might help them win game 1, but that's why I said 2-1. Maybe I think Astrocats will figure it out. You know, after they get warmed up, they'll win the next 2.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. We are going to get into our finals. Astrocats versus Arcana. Take it away, Cubby, Camcom, and Jolly joining the desk for our TriCast.
And thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena for the LCS Game Changers Finals. Now on the broadcast. Now you'll join by a beautiful Jolly on the desk. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good. I got to jump all over the place. I have gotten lost. All the time. I have needed an escort, and the janitors have helped me many times. But you know what?
They're great.
I'm super excited to be on desk. This is where I am most comfortable, right? And we get to tag team play-by-play. I'm a jack of all trades, Jill of all trades.
Welcome back to the all play-by-play cast, apparently, except for Cubby. Yeah. Cubby's the only non-play-by-play. Sorry,
that's
Cubby.
fine. No, that's fine. I'm happy to see what you two can do. And Jolly, I think you're far from lost up here. I think right at home up here. So it's good to see you up here.
Thank goodness. Yeah, I usually have like a bell around my neck so that people know exactly where I am. But
Don't get lost.
It interferes with the microphone, so I couldn't do that up here.
Now, this is the first time that we see the Astrocats on stage today, but is by far from the first time that we have ever seen the Astrocats. Their record so far has been, I believe, 2-0, 1-1, and then 0-2 against Arcana.
Yeah, and it's something where, like, the big thing with Astrocats, they were 7-1 coming out of week 2, but they had the 0-4 week 3. There was also a change, and one of the fun facts that we had coming out of the tournament is that Solaria, so she was the coach of Astrocats for the first couple of weeks, but now she is actually going to be a player in jungle. She was a challenger support, a GM top laner, and I believe the only person competing that qualified for this event as both a coach and a player. So I guess Solaria gets to do both, and we'll see what she can do in the jungle.
Yeah, she was offered the choice, from my understanding, between coach and player, and she selected coach to start with, but hey, we all know her, we love her, and we're excited to see her hop on. And of course, it's Quatch that is jumping into that coach position. A lot of support for this Astrocats team. And just because last week didn't go as well as people might have been anticipating based on the first 2 exhibition matches there, that does not mean that you can count them out. It kind of felt like a fluke.
And I actually love Quatch. Quatch was previously a coach for Cloud9 Training Grounds, also was where Billyworth and I and Quatch originally met. Quatch was a coach for not only Billyworth there, but also myself when I was still playing this game. So I am a big fan of Quatch. Very excited to see him coaching today on stage.
So do want to dive into the pick ban so far, as we do see the Tristana, the Twitch, and the Kai'Sa. So, you know, last series we saw Serenity kind of ignore Ryo and pick ban, just accepting that she can play anything and everything. But this time around, banning 3 champions against Ryo. Very different, and we also have different priority, as of course we see the Orianna first picked for Fairy Girl, but actually MP favoring that Xin Zhao over the Jarvan this time around.
You know what? I like it. I like it. As we saw in the last series, that Xin Zhao was very effective, and it has been the trend, at least for the first couple of weeks in the exhibition matches, has been focused more towards the top side on these early picks. So I like the Orianna lock-in. There's a lot of prowess here for Fairy Girl. We've seen her carry many times in the past, and I think the expectation is we are still going to kind of look towards the mid and bottom side for early game.
We just had an Akali lock-in.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that was denied from Ayukura for the entirety of the last series. So being picked up here, Arcana has 2 bans now to throw out to at least try and protect maybe bot lane, as I would expect to see a counter pick from Shirley into the Rakan. So I'm expecting to see the Astrocats maybe ban something like the Nautilus that we saw Shirley play really well into the Rakan, and some other champions, as I think Arcana already setting up for potentially a last pick marksman here.
Last pick marksman here for Ryo would be very fun to see what she pulls out after last series, usually only having Twitch banned against her. Look at the bans this game. Xayah, Ashe, Vayne, Kai'Sa, Twitch, Tristana. I said it last game, you can't ban Ryo, but Astrocats sure as hell are trying.
Yeah, what's the point? You know, why? We've seen it so many times over the last few weeks. All of these bans, she picks something different every single time, every chance she has the opportunity here. So I don't expect anything different here. And the fact that they are leaving it for one of the last picks as well means there might be some counterability in play here for Arcana.
I just can't believe how many bans we're seeing. I mean, this is absurd. As
Last one gonna be?
This is being targeted. They're laughing over there. They're like, oh my goodness, like how many marks are going to be on the board? But we might have to see another unique. Could see Boris being taken. Who knows?
Astrocats took a look at Arcana's last series, said, let's ban every single champion that Ryo played, plus a couple more, because why not? But don't forget, MP, Game 3 MP, I mean, that Xin Zhao is still somehow left unbanned.
They were awesome in that Game 3, and it's wild seeing MP, you know, break out the Vi last week. They had not played it. We're drawing bans for it in the last series, and now Xin Zhao. This is the first time they've busted it out for the entire tournament. Was huge. One of the reasons that Arcana are on the stage right now, as with all the marksmen that were taken off the board, Avril still got her hands on the Ezreal, a champion that she is very proficient on.
The Ornn being picked up as well for Muramina, who has been one of, if not the most consistent top laner that we have seen. And as we've seen today as well, it's been a lot of an island up there, right? Focus, like I said, towards the mid, towards the bottom side. There is...
It could happen.
No, they're messing with us. They're messing with us.
It actually could happen. Yone bot in Ezreal Rakan actually does not sound bad at all. I'm okay.
There we go.
Okay, it's gonna be Samira. So Ryo playing another new champion. Samira, it's all about going in. I will say the Astrocats have a few ways to play defense, but Samira W can get really good value against especially Ornn. You can just completely nullify the Call of the Forge God if you decide to time that one well. But it is difficult playing it into Orianna plus Sejuani, so Ryo's going to be very particular about when she picks her spots to go in.
And this is a very difficult team comp that Arcana have actually drafted themselves in Game 1 here. This is a very, very high skill ceiling team comp that they're coming off of a win, right? They have the mental advantage originally coming into this finals best of 3, but they have drafted what is essentially 5 melee champions into the Astrocats.
And that's where you also have to kind of question, right? Astrocats have been able to sit back, relax, kick their feet up, and just take a look at the matches that have taken place so far. We already had a best of 3 series that went to the full Game 3 in the last one, so you've got Arcana maybe a little bit exhausted, or they're riding off the mental high coming off their previous win.
I like what Ashley was talking about on the desk, the fact that, you know, the stage nerves are gone. Like, when you play in a new spot, there's always going to be the first couple moments where you're not at home, things are going to be a little bit different. That's not going to be the case for Arcana now. And I got to say, when it comes to Arcana, my eye is going to be on the mid lane now. Like, Ayukura was massive in that Game 3 with MP, but the Akali has been denied from Ayukura for the majority of the tournament. And looking at the comp that Astrocats has, there's not a ton of instant CC outside of the Sejuani to actually slow down the Akali. So big opportunity for Ayukura to go off on a champion she's known for.
Yeah, and you know what? The Samira as well for Ryle. I'm really surprised we haven't seen it until this point because this is definitely a pocket pick for this player. We've seen her perform so well on it. Not yet in Game Changers, of course, or LCS Game Changers, but we're gonna see it here today in game number 1 in our finals, Astrocats versus Arcana.
And before we hop into game number 1, let's get a little bit of a word from the team that we haven't seen on stage yet, as we're going to talk to Astrocats' Billy on what it was like joining Game Changers.
What do I tell someone who's looking to join Game Changers is that it's a really welcoming environment, and everyone who's introduced me to this program and been around in it has been nothing but the nicest to me. And it's a really great experience to be yourself, to meet people, and to also improve at League.
I am so excited for this game 1. We have had this series right here go every way that it possibly could. There are 3 best of 2s played once again by all of these teams. Arcana versus Astrocats has had a 2-0 for both these teams and also a 1-1 across all 3 of their best of 2s. So that is, again, about as even as it could possibly get.
And you know what? It's funny because actually I was talking with the desk, the analyst desk, where I was earlier today. You know, just discussing who the MVP might be between MP and Ayukura on the game. Of course, Ryle really popping off in that game number 1, and it was too difficult for us to decide. If that consistency remains, if it continues on this trend in this next series, you gotta feel good if you're a fan of Arcana.
Do want to highlight real quick, each of our junglers is actually going from bot to top, so maybe a little bit of focus on that top side. Aquatic on the Renekton, it is a pick where she is 0-3 on it, but it is also something where if you path towards it against the Ornn early on, you can, try to get ahead, and it is something where if a jungler comes along, you can pressure. But Miramina, as you highlighted Cam and Jolly, I think she's been our strongest top laner that we've had so far in the event. She's only played 3 champions, the Aatrox, the Ornn, and the Camille. I've been particularly impressed by her Ornn. She's been going for the E flash into R combos, which I expect to see out of our challenger top laners. We see Miramina really execute that and be very good at this champion a couple times in the tournament.
Sometimes big champion pools are good, and sometimes small champion pools, depending on how well you can play those 3 champions, right, are still very good. You saw the bans this game, right? Like, there were no top lane bans as far as I remember. So Miramina, if she can pick any of her 3 champions and play them super, super well, right, as long as she knows how to play those champions, the Ornn definitely being, I think, the best of the 3. That is where we will get to see her shine just today in the best of 3.
I do like the late game opportunities for both of these teams though, right? You're looking at a lot of scaling chances, but you're also looking at maybe the necessity for Arcana to be a bit more aggressive in the early parts of this game. You want to get Ryle ahead early on. We've seen that she can play from behind, but if she does get that early snowball, she's almost impossible to stop.
I like that, and it is one of the reasons I'm a bit surprised that MP is actually pathing towards top. I do want to give props to Solaria, skipped over Gromp to hit this top crab on time. Will be denied from MP, who's now going to have to go through the lane.
MP going through the lane here, fishing for what could potentially be the first blood of the final series here. Miramina playing as safe as possible. The bot lane might not be so safe. Ryle immediately going to be forced to burn the cleanse there. Avril sitting so low mana, cannot possibly be able to fight back.
Ooh, look at this though. Look at MP. MP playing sneaky. We've seen MP do this before. Generally, actually towards the mid side. Miramina is going to get hopped on. See if they're able to get out of this without burning their flash. She's holding on to it for as long as she can. Solaria coming in, but of course, there's a bit of vision there in the river, so Arcana is the wiser.
Uh-oh.
Oh! The auto! The auto! It's Orianna. She's gonna get the first blood, and it goes over to Astrocats. We're kicking this one off hot and heavy.
I gotta say, Fairy Girl, she was our highest EVO player coming into Game Changers, and a really clever flash from her drags Ayukura under the turret and helps her pick up the first solo kill.
Really well played there by both of the mid laners. Ayukura just slight, I'm not even gonna call it a misstep. I don't know what that that is. It's not a misstep. It's like a outplay question mark.
Yeah, you don't want to take tower shots this early in the game.
That is true.
And especially when there's an Orianna on the opposite side, right? You're talking auto damage. It's so easy to just toss a little bit of a cog their way. Fairy Girl's feeling pretty good, but that also means that Arcana says, okay, we need to do something to stall this one out, because if Fairy Girl gets ahead, these shockwaves are going to be devastating. Push forward by Empy. No possibility for Nick. The shockwave in response, though, surely throws out a Q just to say, hey, I'm here as well.
That was an insane sidestep from Fairy Girl, stepping up to actually dodge out on the W flash from Empy. We saw Empy and Ayukura utilize that in the last game we saw on stage to get a big lead in the mid jungle duo, but Fairy Girl neutralizing that on her own sub in the mid lane has been huge so far for Astrocats, as Arcana looking to make more plays.
3v3 even down here in the bot lane. MP does not have flash to get over the wall. Will just be left to the wolves. Avril picking up her first kill of the day.
Some tower plates almost going down as well. Not just a little bit of back and forth here. Look at the vision as well as we're taking a look down towards the bottom side. That means it's a lot of pressure here for Astrocats. They've got Prio on this bottom lane. They're feeling secure in the mid, and that means everybody's able to take advantage of this first Drake. And, you know, apparently, what, your favorite, Cam?
I said favorite soul, not favorite dragon. I don't like the single dragons of the
So we're getting picky now, are we up here?
You're the one that flamed Lulu.
All right, that's all right. I won't go after you for that one. But hey, really good play from Astrocats, snowballing that bot lane lead, the kill they got, Insta Dragon. Great focus from them so far. Top lane as well. I mean, Miramina holding on the flash, only being down a couple CS. This matchup set up well, and the map for Astrocats looks really good right now.
Really strong early pressure here from the Astrocats after what was a very difficult last week, now opening up this week with the 2-0. Very small gold lead. Anything less than 1,000 near the game really does not mean a whole lot. Can very easily still swing it back in the favor of Arcana. I mean, Ryle and Shirley are playing the Samira Renata bot lane. You gotta remember, at some point, especially when they hit level 6, you gotta really watch how those 2v2s are gonna play out.
And you know, one of the things too that some of the people were kind of questioning coming into this week is how is Solaria gonna mesh with the rest of this team? Solaria has been there from week 1. Solaria has been there even before the players actually had accumulated into a final team here. So this is nothing new for this player, not just on the Rift, but also with these other four marginalized beings. What are we calling us?
I'm a marginalized being.
There you go.
Well played there from Ayukura. At least sneak out of that. As meanwhile, top lane.
Ooh,
meanwhile, top lane.
Look at that one. Solaria is going to be able to pick up that. That's 2 ultimates that did go down. Aquatic still has Dominus available. Avril popping up a lot of damage on Shirley. The shift forward. Extra on top of it. Ryle with a shield to try to counter that a little bit.
This map's so good right now for Astrocats. They scale really nicely with the Orianna plus the Ezreal as Shirley gets trunked out. Really clever by Avril to utilize the vision to hide that ultimate. I think the one way that Arcana can get back in this game and break this is playing through mid. If Ayukura is able to get ahead on the Akali, the one item early game spike so strong, and there's not a ton of hard CC to lock down the Akali on the side of Astrocats. So I really want to see if MP can make a play towards mid. As Fairy Girl has played great defense so far, but I think that's going to be the answer for Arcana.
I don't know if the stream could hear this, but I'm going to shout out here real quick. I'm pretty sure the Astrocats said meow after they got the top lane dive.
That sounds about right.
That was beautiful. I mean, if you want to practice mental, make a chant. That's the best way to practice mental.
Absolutely. Fairy Girl is a constant meower anyway, so I'm not surprised. It fits the bill. It fits the team. Astrocats are feeling really good coming out of the gates on this one. Again, this is their warm-up for the day.
I feel like they've busted out more barks than meows so far with other than playing on the map. So yeah, hopefully we get to see that continue as Rift Herald is going to be on the menu for each of our teams.
Did you just get booed?
I deserve it, frankly.
First Rift Herald is on the table here. Arcana have been on a little bit of a back foot here for the majority of the early game here, but by no means does that mean they're out of the game. Absolutely, they will still be comfortable no matter what the game state is. Miramina will not be dove, will not be cheated on, will not have anything done, just constantly. I mean, we've talked a lot about how well these top players have been playing. Miramina has always managed to come out on top, even though she does have the smallest champ pool.
it has been a blue side consistent win so far, not even just for today, but also looking back at the first 3 weeks in those exhibition matches. There's a reason we haven't seen anyone pick the red side. And, you know, while we might see a little bit of an upset, it does feel, as a pause comes through, it does feel as though Astrocats is really digging blue.
Digging blue for today. Astrocats did have side select here at game 1 because they were the higher seed coming into today. And so far in the tournament, I don't have the exact stat on this, but I'm pretty sure Astrocats have been the only one out of the 3 teams to ever pick red side.
That's wild, actually.
Did they win?
I didn't know how
I think they did.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, throwing off our statistics on this one, we're going to have to see how it works, though, because if it is Astrocats that comes ahead, the anticipation is going to be that Arcana will choose that blue side, right? Having that early prio pick is huge for these players right now, especially when you're focusing up towards the top side of the map. I want to see Solaria engage, and once we hit those level 6s, once we get to the opportunity for a few more ganks, that Glacial Prison is going to do a lot of damage, particularly onto Ayakura. I assume you have to watch out if you're that mid laner.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, you're bringing up the top side. I'd like to stay in this game real quick. We do have Rift Herald. Hopefully we get back into the game soon. I'm told by production that we will. But yeah, all eyes on the Rift Herald right now. Renekton, of course, very strong around Herald. So I think each team going to look to maybe make a play up here. Solaria, good control ward drop to see that Aquatic did indeed drop that ward to get vision of the Herald. And curious if we see any supports make a move to try and help out. Because I think it's an objective that...
Oh, Avril?
Oh, hold on.
A lot of damage. Ryle trying to go in. Billyworth got the battle dance out. Out comes the ultimate one more time from Avril. Just a little bit of poke back, sending Ryle and Shirley back under their tower.
Really good 2v2 yet again from the bot lane here, but Rift Herald is where we are putting most of our focus right now. Solaria versus NB. Coach versus player is kind of the storyline here.
Yeah, the player coach now, you know, so Solaria has got everything going for her, as the Sejuani actually, something that MP was playing really early in the tournament to a pretty high level. MP, of course, shifting over to the Xin, which they debuted today, has been damn good. And meanwhile, oh boy, bot lane, Avril. We talked about how after all the marksman bans, Avril still got her hands on the Ezreal, and she's really making Ryle feel that Mystic Shot nearly took Ryle down to the bot lane.
Really close. In the meantime, though, they're able to pick up some plate damage here. Avril now maybe taking a little bit too much. Takeover. It's the re-engage by Ryle. Are they going to be able to get the kill to stay alive? No, just barely. Billyworth maintaining a tiny bit of health, and it's a 1-for-1.
Billyworth surviving with 1 HP there is so illegal. In the end, I guess it's just a 1-for-1 between the two AD carries, but if you're the Renata, if you're the Samira, that is what you want. And you saw just how close Ryle was to surviving, and even then, it was just not close enough.
So Avril has flash, but wanted to get out of this with cleanse. Ryle was actually able to flash forward and execute the Ezreal, and frankly, if Ryle got a little bit lower health earlier on, would have popped the W, stayed alive. That could have easily been a double kill. It's good. All right, well, you know, stun out of the way out. It's not ideal, you know, losing your marksman, but still, I like the style, right?
I like the style, we like the Ryle, and it's some good damage that Astrocats are putting into the mid side. Once again, a beautiful shockwave. You got to expect those every single time. But Fairy Girl, it stops the recall, but it's not quite enough damage to take down Ayakura.
Not quite enough damage, but you gotta look at the oh my goodness, AD carry items. Now, between Ryle and Avril do have the Tax Collector completed there for Ryle, as well as the Trinity Force already done for Avril. This is the second dragon of the game, started up now by the Astrocats, and the Arcana are really yet to contest, but really not even be able to contest any of these dragons. Oh, very early to a dragon lead picked up now for the Astrocats, and it will be a Mountain Soul this game as well.
You know, Astrocats have been really frugal about their vision as well. I was actually just watching. They have been waiting to layer it down towards these objectives, whether it's the top side where they were able to get that Rift Herald, or towards the bottom where they've now secured 2 of these dragons. So again, I mean, if you're an Astrocats fan, things are looking really good, but it's less than a 500 gold lead in their favor. This can turn at any moment.
It's only a 500 gold lead, but looking at the compositions, the Ornn, Orianna, Ezreal are going to scale so much harder than what Arcana are showing. So I feel like it's a lot bigger lead for Astrocats than what we're seeing on the scoreboard. And I really have to compliment how Fairy Girl, again, played in the earlier stages of the game. The fact that mid lane wasn't broken by the Zinakali. It's really steadied the map for Astrocats and enabled Avril and Billyworth to step up, whereas...
Oh, Billyworth actually re-engages back into the 3 members. The Berserk almost gets her out, but just not quite enough. Empty with the max range W, just about able to shut her down.
I do want to credit Shirley with the Renata combo, connected with the handshake and used that to pull them into the ultimate. Really well played that helped out Billyworth.
I was laughing just because Billyworth had the quickness on and was absolutely dogging it after Avril on that fight. Really close to being able to get a bit of damage down, so it was almost another secure there for Arcana. They weren't able to find that one, but good commitment down towards the bottom side of the map. They recognize that they need to shut down Avril, who is going to continue to snowball here after completing their first item.
And you can see Arcana, they're trying to reset, but props to Solaria. It's a small thing, but forcing them to cancel those bases and step up, it gets the wave in, and it's actually going to get a better reset for Avril if she decides to take it. So I know it's a really small thing, but I think that's good awareness from Solaria, and MP actually going in.
There it is. It's a lot of damage.
TP!
Oh, out comes there it is. Crescent Guard. It's a big TP. It's Aquatic coming in with the dominance. It's Avril taking off too much damage, but she's able to get out alive. Aquatic slices and dices in, gets the Q, the flash forward. Billyworth is the double kill. Aquatic has to get the heck out of dodge, though. Fairy Girl is looking for an opportunity to maybe get that shockwave down. Not enough of an opportunity, though. Ayakura on the backside, maybe continuing the fight.
It's never over. Aquatic does get the backhand double kill to, I mean, save the fight a little bit for Arcana, right? MP, Ryle, and Shirley were so close to securing those kills for themselves here. You see MP, if any of these abilities landed, it would have been such a different play here for Arcana.
I understand that MP, they want to go in now because the wave was dead, but I think if they waited a little bit for the TP to connect, maybe it's a better scenario. And man, props to Avril. She played that so well. I know that she goes down to Aquatic, but the fact that she was able to pick up 2, that's gold on the marksman, as Avril's done a really good job really cashing in on all the marksman bans that were thrown at Ryle. The Ezreal and the Samira matchup's going very well for her, and you can see she's really excited.
Look at that little shake, that little cheer. A really good focus on MP as well. You saw the Crescent Guard come out in the early parts of that fight. That put a big target on MP's back, and Astrocats absolutely recognized that one, so made a quick move on it and transitioned the fight to their favor. That lead, again, while the gold is pretty much even, it still feels like Astrocats is commanding all of these plays. They are the ones that are proactively engaging.
And this is a very different Astrocats that we've seen from week to week. I think probably if we're looking from week to week, Astrocats have had the most significant change. And of course, this week as well, most specific change, changing out a player for putting their coach in as the jungler, right? Solaria is no stranger to this team. She has been here all the time as the coach, but now stepping in as a player in the jungle position does change up quite a lot in team dynamics, in team comms, and team everything drafting that you could ever think of. And I mean, Astrocats are making it seem easy.
First tower down. Hostile takeover comes out. It's just barely gonna hit one member there. Out comes Ezreal ultimate. Emby with the engage and the Crescent Guard. Solaria trying to run away from this one. Billyworth re-engages onto this one. The quickness, it's a lot of damage. Emby needs to get a takedown. They're gonna be able to stay alive on that. Shirley on the backside being targeted by Muramina. Ayakura tries to get into the fight, but realizes that is a lost cause. A triple kill picked up by Avril.
That's a great use of TP advantage from Muramina and the Astrocats. That TP ensured it was always going to be a fight in Astrocats' favor. You can see Soria's hyped up on stage, and this was a triple kill for Avril. Great buffer here, and she cleaned up the fight really well.
Avril played not only last fight, but this fight just so well. Look how long she is left untouched in the entirety of this fight. Also playing an Ezreal with very low mana in a team fight is just that much more difficult. If Samira's went an extra second, if any of these two things went just an extra second too wrong, that would have been such a different play yet again. But Avril is now coming out on top today. Nicely done there by Fairy Girl.
Beautiful teleport as well by Muramina, really splitting up the fight on that one, and that didn't allow the rest of Arcana to kind of continue their engage because you had Ayakura staying alive, immediately falling, unfortunately there. The teleport's coming out. Another engage on a fight here. Billyworth trying to maybe find something. The quickness is down. It's almost back up. The barrage is available. It's going to come out. Solaria re-engaging on this one. Aquatic has to get it out. Call the force. It's a big pop-up. The passive on Ryle is going to happen, but Aquatic goes down. Unstoppable. Surely the next target. Emby on the backside. There's the Crescent Guard. It's a lot of damage on Avril. It's going to be a big shutdown, but the shift out of the way means the Astrocats find themselves ahead once again. Emby is stuck between a rock and a hard place and cannot access access those targets.
That was a really close fight, actually, as MP was able to do some serious work in the back half, and Ryle, yes, she fell, but the ultimate from Samira in the middle of the fight actually made that one pretty close. It was looking doomed at the start because Fairy Girl had a great ultimate to buy space and ensure it was a front-to-back fight, but the Ornhorn got canceled by Ryle's W. I think that was really significant. Way to hold on to that spell to make sure it's very high value. And props to Arcana. It's really tough to turn things around right now against this composition of the game state that they're in, but that was a very close fight.
Super close. MP and Ryle, I think, are definitely the shining stars there. Ryle, with the W, basically single-handedly turning that fight, right? If the Ornn landed, that would have been a 4 or 5-man knockup, something absolutely catastrophic for Arcana. They are still down about 2,000 gold, but that has now shrunken after that previous team fight. Even when, I don't know how you want to put that, but we do have a Dragon coming up now.
Dragon coming up, and a lot of ultimates are up and available. MP is just waiting a little bit longer on that Crescent Guard. It's going to be Astrocats that hop onto this one first. Arcana's not going to let it go without a fight, though.
Watch Ayukura. She's got to get around the fight. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. Berserk, absolutely massive, but watch Ayukura on the back line as well. Aquatic dashing in. There's the perfect storm into perfect execution. Zaharia is dead. There goes your jungler, and there goes the Astrocats having to run back to their base. The Dragon is still alive, though. MP does have Smite available. Astrocats will not let them take this easily. Still, Avril is alive. Remember, that is a 600 shutdown on her head. If anyone on Arcana is able to shut them down, Fishing for the steal will not quite be in range. It's a Dragon picked up for Arcana.
Clutch plays from Arcana. I think their comp gets outscaled as the game goes on. The fact they deny Soul Point there and get a very strong individual Dragon in the Mountain Drake. The gold lead's now even. They're getting themselves back in this game, and I really want to credit how Ayukura is playing these fights. I feel like her stepping up, being aggressive, is enabling the rest of the team around the Akali to actually get in the fight and make plays.
Now you've got the Cleaver as well finished up from Aquatic, who's going to be able to take a lot more damage on these initiations. Really good, you know, I would say frugality as well on these ultimates that are coming through from Arcana, right? They're waiting until they're able to stack them up. They're holding on to some pivotal ones. And of course, Ryle just shoots that one off whenever she has the chance.
I mean, Ryle's ultimate, like, that almost equal to a shockwave, right? Where you gotta watch that ultimate in every team fight, and that can single-handedly, there's not many abilities in the game that can single-handedly change a team fight, but the Samira ult, what is it, Inferno Trigger is one that absolutely can.
I really like what you're each identifying, which is I think that Astrocats need to play things a little bit slower. They're able to kite things out with a Sejuani or Iana, and if they're able to, you know, maybe survive the first couple rounds of spells from Arcana, I really think they can utilize those couple of champions to buy some space. Because if Samira isn't able to get that big ultimate off them, we've seen how these fights have gone when Avril is able to space the Samira and actually do work in the back half. So let's see if Astrocats take things a little bit slower moving forward.
They likely will, because I think they realize, hey, we're past 21 minutes, right? Baron has spawned at this point, and we had an even gold score just a moment ago, only slightly in favor of Astrocats right now, but with the items that are being built up for Arcana, they're looking better and better for these team fights, particularly because Ayukura's positioning is exceptional upon each of them.
Astrocats had what, like a 3,000 gold lead just a couple of minutes ago over Arcana, and Arcana have almost swung that entirely back positive now in their favor. Exactly even as far as I'm concerned between these two teams. Astrocats have just a single Dragon lead over either of these teams. Ayukura really nice fancy footwork there, not quite in range of Avril being taken down yet.
Spear Shojin as well completed here for MP. She's running the exact same thing back that she had here, but it's going to be the engage there. Quickness is going to be enough for Solari to lock that one down, and that means it's an easy Baron engage here for Astrocats.
Really good shockwave off the back of Billy worth on the recon. There was a good buffer to try and escape the charm, but too much as that is committed. MP, they're lying in wait, but with the Ornn TPing in, this is numbers advantage for Astrocats. It's going to be tough to steal.
They have vision. MP wants to steal this. TP coming in into the pit as well. There goes the Berserk as well. 4,000 left on the Baron. This is the steal potential for MP, but in fact, it's going to be the full disengage from Astrocats. Baron is back to full HP, and with the TP, that's just a full disengage.
I actually think that Astrocats got a little bit too much of cold feet right there. They waited out the hostile takeover. That was beautiful, but if they re-engage on the Baron, there's even more tools that are missing. They had a lot of tools available for themselves. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't pull the trigger there, but showing some discipline and realizing, hey, we do have to play things slower as we talked about earlier.
Yeah, the locket was popped. Once that hostile takeover comes out, that's a big cooldown that you're looking at, and a really big team fight mechanic that is lost for Arcana. So I agree with you there, but you know what? For all we know, they saw something crazy coming and they completely avoided it. Either way, this is such a close game, by far the closest we've seen today so far on LCS Game Changers.
They didn't have Shockwave, maybe that was it. A lot of times, especially like when you work with teams early on, it's actually like an old drill I used to run, just you play Orianna, and whenever Shockwave's up, you fight. And so I think that Fairy Girl, like, she has Shockwave available now. Again, Astrocats, they haven't let out flashes from Arcana. That's something that we're going to have to look out for, is pretty much every spell is available for everyone on the Rift, as we are a minute away from the next dragon spawning.
It is also important to note that you talk about the Orianna drills, there's also the Baron drills where you like start up the Baron, you almost finish the Baron, and you wait for the enemy to burn a TP, and then you just blow up the Baron. You were never actually usually intending to finish the Baron. Astrocats got surprisingly close to actually finishing it there, so maybe that was their initial intent, but by the way that they just immediately pulled off the second there was a TP, it seemed like that was actually the original play they planned.
Given their own TP to start that one out, you really kind of considered that they were actually going in on that one, but it's not the case. And Astrocats are more than comfortable with allowing themselves a little bit of a reset here on the Rift. Arcana, of course, is very grateful for that because they're going to continue to stack up these items. The Dark Seal on that Akali will grow now, but you're looking at Fairy Girl on the other side with 8 stacks on that. Lots of damage coming out of this mid laner.
Spirit Sojin just completed for the Ezreal 2 on Admiral's shoulders. I think it's tough. Like, the items are close, but the Radiant Virtue for both Rakan and Sejuani is going to be so valuable for the team vice for Astrocats as Ayukura TP's mid. Astrocats are going to chase her out and should be bot river priority for the Astrocats as Dragon spawns.
Dragon spawning up here just now. This would be the second dragon for Arcana if they are able to claim this one. They want to be able to tie up these dragon scores to continue tying up the game. Here goes the engage. Empty, but the Shockwave does pull them back for just a second. Berserk lands onto only 3. Solaria fishing for something in the backline. She's able to survive for quite a long time. But where is the follow-up? Where is their HP? There goes Bernabita. Triple knockup landed by the Ornhorn as well, but in the end, it's a double kill for Avril. Watch out for this Ezreal. You cannot leave her untouched. Yet again, it's a clean ace for Fairy Girl.
The Radiant Virtues were big, and Ryle went down early in the team fight on the Samira when that ultimate wasn't able to go off, and the Astrocats slowed things down just enough. You can see this is where the scaling took place, and it was a great fight from them. I love the Shockwave from Fairy Girl because it just creates space. It enables Avril, the hostile takeover, it's not a threat. Ayukura goes in, but they're able to deal with it on the back half, and Avril free-firing the entire time. I think it ended up being the really big difference as Ryle immediately falls, and from there, the damage is gone. Mirmina has a great Ornhorn redirected into the choke, and the fight's just over.
Here at the end, Billyworth's like, hey, chase these tail feathers, not able to catch up. And actually, one of the things that I know that Billyworth in particular was focusing on is trying to do a better job of utilizing the quickness after jumping in with the grand entrance. It didn't happen there, and actually the quickness wasn't applied to anyone, but it was okay. It actually kind of, it's got Arcana to really fully engage onto the fight, and while it seemed like utility was lost from them, they were able to turn that one around.
I think it's so funny that Avril has just come out so on top. We have seen actually a lot of 80 carry 1v9s throughout this LCS tournament, but Ryle has not had as many as Yumichi and both Ryle, right? So game 1 of the final best of 3, if there's anybody that's here gonna put the gold on and put the hope on, it's gonna be Avril.
Now we've got Ornn upgraded items. So when we're talking about survivability here for that of Astrocats, particularly with the Radiant Virtue, let's make it even stronger. Let's make it even better. You got bounties on 4 members here, the Astrocats, and they're going to push in for this mid-inhibitor terrain.
This one's going to fall. Astrocats playing with so much confidence. No contest here from Arcana, as again, this comp, I feel like it's been outscaled a little bit. The Renekton Akali, you really have to hit that 1-2 item and before that spike hard. Weren't able to do it. Now we're seeing the consequences of that as Astrocats are going to really cruise to this game 1 victory.
Absolutely, and quick throwback as well to Avril's very first game, or actually second game here on the LCS Game Changers, but her first Ezreal game of the LCS Game Changers. She did go 14-1-10 on the Ezreal last game. That was also against Arcana. That was a very, very scary Ezreal, and after that game, Ezreal was banned for a long time against Avril.
And this is also a situation where we have to consider Astrocats. This is their first time up on the stage, right? Solaria, the only player really here that has stage experience. Of course, not for LCS Game Changers, and they are feeling the vibes. This might be a situation where they can ride the ego boost and take this one out in a 2-0 victory. Arcana has to make some changes here.
This.
There's a good flash. It's a shockwave, though. You can't get on a Fairy Girl. Ayakura has to disengage from that one. Oh, and there's the Avril Barrage to come through. It's not going to be enough damage, but hey, we know Avril's there.
That was actually really clean from Ayakura. She was trying to hit the last Q before the second arc, because that hasn't executed in the back half. It was just able to be spaced by Fairy Girl thanks to the dissonance. So I really like the attempt from Arcana. Again, I think they have to take risk at this point of the game, and that was a smart one from Ayakura, even if it didn't pan out.
But the Baron push is here for the top side. 4+5 members with a TP to join them up here. This would be their second inhibitor turret and second possible inhibitor that they are looking to take. Arcana trying to get some sort of re-engage on the team fight. This is where the team fight could start. Berserk lands only onto Avril. Immediate cleanse there as well. Really nicely timed. Ayakura fishing for something here in the back line. Charm lands, but nothing much else is available. Arcana are chasing the Astrocats away from their base. Still trying to fish for something. Brown taking real low, diving back and immediately will be taken down. The Astrocats cannot be chased, they cannot be stopped, and they will only continue to push in Arcana's base.
Just say, where's the Orn horn? Muramina says, we don't need it yet.
That's true.
Saving that in my pocket. So much damage, so much takeability, and now Astrocats say, you know what, screw the top lane, we're just gonna go in for the Nexus. We're gonna end this one before 30 minutes and take it to a game point.
Astrocats game 1 victory over the Arcana squad here. I mean, the entire game was just almost clean textbook from them. Such a different story than what we saw last week.
I really want to shout out Fairy Girl in the early game. I think dodging out on those first couple of ganks and landing the solo kill on Ayakura, all of a sudden, you know, the game plan, you think looking at Arcana's comp, like, hey, if we play through mid, get the Akali going, there's not a ton of CC to slow down Akali later on in the game. Never was able to pan out because of how well Fairy Girl played the first few moments where she was pressured, and I really think that made a difference and enabled Avril and Blueworth to do the work they ended up doing in the bot lane.
And it's so difficult as well as Ryle on that Samira to try to engage when you've got a Sejuani, right? You've got the Orianna shockwave that you have to watch out for. You can't get close enough to deal the damage to be able to stack up enough to actually get that ultimate off. And even if you do, you're probably going to take too much damage in the meantime. Once those Ornn items were stacking up, it was pretty much done and dusted, but the series is not over for Arcana.
Not quite over. Arcana did draft an extremely difficult, very high skill ceiling, I would call it. Team fight comp there in game 1, like I was mentioning earlier, basically a 5 melee comp that it worked some fights and it just didn't work other fights. And you gotta win more, apparently, against the Astrocats.
Yeah, just win. You know, that's always the answer
Just
here
win.
when it comes to League of Legends, right? I mean, I like when teams draft aggressive stuff, but I think that we really saw one fight go the way of Arcana, and after that, we talked about it up here, like, hey, Astrocats, they play things slower, they lean on their scaling, things can pan out. I feel like after that fight, you know, we kind of talked about diagnosing things ourselves. Astrocats were able to recognize that. Props to them. They scaled on the game, made sure that was a clean win, and now our 1 seeds, 1 game away from taking home that trophy.
One potential game, but that's all we've got for you from game 1. Let's hear what the analyst desk has for you next.
Thank you, Cam. Welcome back. We are joined by Miss Timo and Shysept from Serenity. So first of all, thank you both for taking the time to join us. Shysept. Hello? This is what we're about to do is your fault.
asked for it.
It's true. We asked for a fun segment, and what we're about to do, because if you were listening to our general pre-show, Shysept has eaten whole lemons on stream. And so now, after we see the teams kind of walking through, Astrocats coming out victorious in game 1, we are going to look at a highlight reel of plays from the game that just happened, but we have to eat a lemon first. I am terrified of this because I'm not sure how.
Just be confident. It's good for your skin.
I'm not sure how I'm going to actually bite through this.
Do you want me to show you how to do it?
Yes. I feel like you need to do a demonstration.
Take the lemon. I take a napkin. Sorry. I'm a top laner. You know, I do.
Here, I'll just spill it on my jacket.
Okay.
It's fine. This is an old man jacket anyway.
Okay, ready?
Oh my god.
Oh, hold on.
It's like an apple.
I only got the skin. You two have to do this too.
Oh, me?
Okay.
And now production is gonna roll a highlight package that we have to comment over. All right. So I'll start. I'm not a caster. But going in, obviously, these two team compositions and going up against each other, this mid lane matchup was going to mean a lot. I actually thought that Astrocats comp, once you get to a certain point in the game, provided they all press their buttons, they are going to be able to win out because what Arcana drafted for themselves was really difficult to execute. Someone else shake it. This skin is taking a long time to chew through, to be honest.
You want? I can speak.
Yeah, go for it.
Please, I can't eat through this.
I'm sorry. So the Arcana and Astrocats, they had both different strengths, and Arcana has been known for picking these confident solo picks that Raul usually ends up carrying them, and it worked for a while. But Astrocats is also known for their stability. One of the ADCs were like, even in their interviews, Raul was like, I will show them, I will carry, I believe in myself, and it's very respectful. But Ariel was like, I'm the safe player, I will play smart. But both teams had a great chance, but at the end of the day, some drafts are really hard to execute. But you never know.
Miss Timo, what did you think, specifically of the mid lane matchup? Because I do think Ori has been a hotly contested pick throughout this. And obviously, it went through on blue side in this game.
I think it really came down to that very first play, the first blood play from Fairy Girl. Typically with Orianna versus Akali, once Akali hits level 6, and if Orianna is on the wrong side of the lane, if she's on the Akali side of the lane, Akali can basically flash R and then run down to Orianna. And if both sides don't have flash, then Akali can kind of use that tempo to take the jungler and kind of make Orianna's game really hard. But since Fairy Girl went out in that early game, with the flash under the turret, I think it just really tipped that scale towards Orianna. And then once she's safe, they can't really do anything to her since she can always get out of the fight.
Yeah, and here you see in this top lane fight, this is just kind of illustrative of like, even when Ryle was able to go in on the Samira, first of all, I thought this was a really tough matchup for Samira just generally going into this team comp. But even when she was able to get in, the team is able to collapse. They're able to coordinate really, really well. I don't know if you guys had anything to add. I'm impressed at how much you've enjoyed this lemon. I've just been sucking the lemon juice out because I actually do like lemons a lot.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's
good. It's real good with salt too. If you sprinkle a little bit of salt, it's good. Also, I think with the draft they had, they still played super well. Props to them. And you never know. First game doesn't mean anything.
So we're gonna pull up the stats. This will have draft. I'm also curious to see damage output because unlike when we were looking at the games that we just saw from you versus Arcana, there was a very obvious like this person carried kind of thing. So obviously, I mean, Ezreal does a lot of sustained, consistent damage. This is about what I'd expect coming out of this team composition, but just I thought Astrocats played super, not even necessarily safe, but just very controlled.
I just felt like, Astrocats from the way they drafted to the way they executed all their win conditions and like how they distributed like their damage outputs almost felt like I was watching like a standard LCK play. Not even LPO with talking LCK, like the standard LCK formula.
Yeah, and we've talked a little bit about how important blue side has been in this tournament. So obviously, Arcana, now having lost game 1, they've swapped to blue side. What do you two think is going to come out of Arcana now going up against Astrocats, having seen game 1 and also just having seen how incredibly important blue side draft has been, not just today, but throughout the tournament?
Yeah, I think Arcana, since they selected blue side, one thing they could prio is the Orianna. I think Ayukara is very, very good at Orianna. She's comfortable on it, and Arcana also has the bonus of being able to flex it to support. So worst case scenario, if they feel like, oh, this matchup isn't really good for us, they can always just flex it to support. That's what they did, I believe, last week. And they ended up picking Vex. So I think they can kind of go with a similar strategy and kind of look for the prio Ori pick and then flex into whatever they need.
This is like a random comment that I want to make. I wish that every single league that I worked in are like as friendly, as informative as the players I met at Game Day. All of you guys are like super informative, have your opinions, but able to express them really well. That's my opinion. Yeah.
I agree. It's been really fun. Like, thank you so much for taking the time to be on desk with us. I actually really enjoyed the lemon, but I just keep sucking the juice out. On the other side of the break, we have game 2 coming up. We'll see if Astrocats can make it a clean sweep or if Arcana will be able to come back in game 2.
I love you all.
I love you all so much.
Amazing to
Trauma
work
bond is getting us together. Like,
The trauma bond gap.
we got this.
The trauma gap. Actually,
We're gonna do so good.
No matter what happens, this is like great.
We got this. Oh! It's looking good. Nice solo kill. You got it. Good job, Libby.
Aquatic has to get out. Call the force. It's a big pop-up. The passive on Ryle is going to happen, but Aquatic goes down unstoppable. Surely the next target. Epi on the backside. There's the Crescent Guard. It's a lot of damage on Avril. It's going to be a big shutdown, but the shift out of the way means the Astrocats find themselves ahead once again.
Avril can win this. Avril can win this.
you got that.
Avril can win this. Oh my god, you're so good.
I do Dragon.
Go Baron,
I
go
do
Baron,
Dragon.
go Baron, go
You
Baron.
do Baron.
Welcome back to the 2023 Game Changers LCS, and I'm joined by Max Wilder, the former head coach of Cloud9, as well as significant other for Marina. Max Wilder, thank you so much for joining us here. What brings you here today?
Thank you. I'm here to support Emily, Muramina, and the Astrocats. Yeah. You know, I've been playing League with Emily for 10 years, since 2013. So it's really cool that we've both come a long way in League of Legends. It's awesome to be here with her and support her today.
Because you've probably been here multiple times as someone working in the team as well as a fan, but how does it feel to come here specifically to support Emily?
It's more exciting to be like in the crowd and to really be in support when you're like when you are like designated as the coach, is like I try to stay like really calm and like really focused on winning. But to just be like watching and to just like be in support, it's so much more. I feel so much more excitement and emotion from it.
And how did you feel when Astrocats took the first game? And how would it feel like when they took the entire trophy?
That was awesome. The game one. Emily playing Ornn, that made me really happy how well she played Ornn that game. Some people know me for that. If they win today, it'd be awesome. It'd be an awesome way. It'd be an awesome way to kick off the weekend. It'd be awesome for next year too. Has Emily? Hey Emily, did you win the past two? Did you win Game Changers the past 2 years? This is the three-peat. This could be the three-peat. So that's what it would mean.
Actually, before the beginning of the interview, we were having this little icebreaker chat, and you actually said me, I want to bring up how we first met. And I wasn't sure what the story was, but it sounded like a super sweet story.
Yeah, it's been 10 years. So back in like 2013, I met Emily, and it was like a normal game. I was 14, and I was playing with some of my friends, and I queued up, and I was like, I think that player's a girl, so I added her. So I added her, and I asked her if she was a girl, and she said yes, and I was, yeah. So then we played League together for like the next 10 years, and spent a lot of time talking to each other. It's been awesome.
Any final message to Emily as she heads into possibly the final game of the 2003 Game Changers, LCS?
Good luck today.
And back to you, casters.
Thank you so much for that, Maxweldo, as well as Ashley. Once again, wonderful interviews from Ashley throughout all of the LCS Game Changers. But we're on match point. This is only a best of 3, by the way. Astrocats only need one more win to lift the trophy.
I was talking to Emily in between games before this series started, and I was saying, I'm not expecting a 2-0 sweep in favor of Astrocats, but I wouldn't be incredibly surprised. Now we get to see if the blue side trend continues. If that is the case, Astrocats, they're looking pretty good to secure themselves the win, but it's going to take 3 games. So we're going to need to see exactly what Arcana can pull out to maintain their position in this series.
I'd be surprised if we saw the same amount of early game emphasis in the draft from Arcana that we saw in the last one. And I think something that Arcana's been able to do is really lean on Ryle's very deep champion pool to drop marksman and get prio picks elsewhere. But we saw what happened in the last match when so many marksmen were taken away, and Ezreal and the Samira is a difficult match to play if you aren't able to get ahead in the bot lane. So I think those are a couple areas where I'm kind of looking to see if Arcana switches it up as we dive into this game too.
I would love to see a different draft here from Arcana. Honestly, I think last draft, they may have scored sort of a little bit too high for the stars. Maybe draft, I don't know. I'm not going to say Ornn. Nobody likes to play Ornn. Maybe I'm going to take that back. Mermina likes to play Ornn.
Max Waldo's up there and you're like, no one likes to play Ornn?
I don't like to play Ornn. How about that?
Fun. You played Ornn jungle?
Cam is
play
everyone.
Ornn support? Ornn mid? Even marksman, who cares? Play Ornn.
Ornn jungle was actually something that I know a couple of these players have been testing out, specifically over the last week in preparation for this. I don't think it's going to come up. But yeah, look at that. Our first pick on Arcana is going to lock in for LeBlanc.
And keep in mind, that's a little bit of a deny as well from Fairy Girl,
Yes.
as she's drawn a lot of LeBlanc fans throughout this tournament.
This is what we were looking at in the first series of today, where Ayukura did, I don't remember if it was a blind pick, but definitely pick the LeBlanc against Serenity, right? And that was her first game on LeBlanc. And we were like, oh, maybe they'll play it again in finals, where it's an actual takeaway pick from Fairy Girl, right? And now we get a B1 LeBlanc. When was the last time, if ever, you've seen a B1 LeBlanc?
In the entire Shiv meta, but it's back now. And Ayukura, I mean, the props to her. She was fantastic on a LeBlanc in that game. Even Serenity in the analyst lounge, they were talking about, how difficult it was. She's like, yeah, Ayukura's LeBlanc is everywhere. We didn't really know how to deal with that as a team. And we'll see if Arcana can channel some of that same energy to try and push this to a game 3.
And with the bans, too, that we saw coming out, Arcana's like, cool, ban the Orianna, that's fine. We don't want to go that direction anyway. We're going to steal the LeBlanc away from you guys and force you to focus more towards the bottom side of the map, which is kind of unprecedented so far for the LCS Game Changers that we've seen over the last several weeks, having that bot lock-in. And speaking of bot lock-ins, we got a Soraka.
All right, so Max Waldo will be very happy to hear that I am a Soraka enjoyer.
Okay.
I am a Soraka enjoyer, and more specifically, an Enchanter versus Enchanter bot lane enjoyer. Where we do get the Soraka versus Karma. This is not the same champion that Billy Worth played. Was it? Was it the same champion? I can't remember off the top of my head, but Avril, of course, is once again on that Ezreal. So we do get a Hyper Carry versus Hyper Carry and an Enchanter versus Enchanter.
Yes. Give me the bear. Give me the bear.
We're just gonna pause everything to see if it's a bear. Jolly, is this? We're just banking the draft on the bear.
Come on, Volbear's got a special place in my heart. Yes, we get the bear. I am so excited for this, and you know we've got a tiny bit of flexibility at least here with this one.
It's a jungler that can clear very quickly, but I'm expecting to see Arcana actually protect this LeBlanc a little bit. They can throw out some bans to try and have a better match at mid lane for Ayukura, who already did so much work in that game 3 that got Arcana to this grand final. But I think it's also key. Just want to hit on Avril, Ezreal. Last game was huge. Game 1 of the tournament.
Yes.
You highlighted Cam. Avril, she went like, what, 14-1?
14-1 and 10.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So Ezreal plus Karma and the Volibear, it's a very strong bot side already for Astrocats. And I want to see if they can utilize the power of Ezreal Karma on level 1 to maybe throw a wrench to the plans for jungle.
I am going to assume that this is a Volibear for Solaria, as Solaria is a new player here, right, on the stage, but obviously not a new person to the scene, where previously in Game Changers, we have not had any Volibear played, and Solaria entering the stage, entering the tournament as a player for the first time here today. I am thinking that this will be her. I would be very surprised if Mermaid, with the small champion pool, actually opts to flex the Volibear.
That's why I say a bit of flexibility on
possible.
that one.
It is possible.
Yeah, you know what? I see the Volibear locked in, and literally, I never guarantee, especially when it's this first pick phase, that is going in the jungle, because you know what? My first main was Volibear, and I took him up in the top lane.
I gotta say too, like back when Vi was getting blinded, there were some players that were playing Volibear into the Vi. So the fact that two junglers that, to be fair, MP has done very well on Vi and Xin in this tournament, but the fact that each were taking away to try and almost pinch MP into that Jarvan is curious. But of course, Ornn is still on the board, and that is a very beefy top side.
Yes, Ornn jungle.
Give me the Ornn jungle. Give me the volley top.
All right,
Give me the Ornn jungle.
We're all in on this conspiracy.
I am all in on this
Arma
one. You know
mid, Ornn jungle, we got a Volibear top, maybe then for support. We got all sorts of things going on here for the
Cam, I can't believe that you're using my own words and jokes against me. This is some
That's
advanced.
what I'm here for.
That's some advanced caster tech.
Steal from Cubby. I gotta work on that one, actually. A final lock in here for Shirley. I like the Gwen as well. Looking towards the late game for Arcana, you've got some really good early game poke ability, some good damage that you're going to see towards the mid side of the map and the bottom, but the top side you are looking to play for the long haul.
I am a big fan of the draft that Arcana has selected so far. Trundle is going to be, I'm assuming, the jungle lock-in choice here for MP. I'm also pretty much assured that Trundle is one of the biggest counter picks to Volibear jungle. Am I correct in that?
So Trundle, it's really good into the Ornn Volibear top side, but it's really gonna struggle into the Ezreal Karma bot side. So I'm a little bit torn on the Trundle pick. I think it's gonna really leave Arcana the focus on the top side, and I gotta say that Yone pick for Fairy Girl, she went massive the one time she got Yone in this tournament. That's a very aggressive mid lane matchup. And with the Volibear, I'm curious if Solaria actually takes a couple pit stops mid early to create some space for the Yone.
Yeah, you know, I like the fact that we saw the Sona hover 2 times for Fairy Girl in the mid. You can tell she wanted to do it. She was tempted, but I do think that the Yone on this one kind of rounds out the Astrocats a little bit better. Like I said, Arcana looking for the top side of the map towards that later game stage, but you gotta really prevent that bottom lane from getting too far behind, because it's gonna be a tough recovery with Soraka on board.
Both of these bot lanes are the hyper-scaling AD carries, right? And we know Avril and Ryo are very, very confident in that 1v9 position. I'm so excited to not only see the bot lane, but I think the jungle. We have not seen a Trundle, we have not seen a Volibear, let alone see them play it against each other. This is the first time we've seen, like, I guess, tank versus tank jungle.
Bring us to the Freljord.
Yeah, I gotta say, again, I think that Trundle, it's really good to take away stats from the tanks, but when you are going up against a Karma composition, that's one way you can really space out the Trundle and deal with it. Ezreal loves to go up against Trundle, so I'm a little bit torn on the pick. I just want to see MP really focus on that top side, where I feel like Trundle's gonna be a lot more useful.
I want to see Fairy Girl pop off in the early parts of the game. That's what I'm looking for this one. having that Yone pick up as the final selection for Astrocats. They're looking to close this one out in a 2-0 series.
Yeah, but before we dive into this game two, let's hear a little bit from Astrocats' Avril on what makes her stand out as a marksman player.
The thing that makes me the most unique as an ADC player is how good my communications are and how much of a how okay I am with like taking less resources and being more of a utility AD carry. Like I feel like if I would compare myself to a pro player, it would be like Sneaky, like consistently always like has major impact even if they're not getting all the resources on the team.
I love that Avril says, yeah, I like to play utility. I like to play for my team, right? And then last game went whatever, 20-0, whatever the final game was, right? Something absolutely ridiculous. And then it comes out in game number 2 and picks the same exact champion again. Now, back to the bot lane. If you remember, week 1 of this competition, Ryle was the only AD carry picking Cole every single game. Now it has spread all around. Avril is doing it now as well in what could be the final match for Arcana.
Just goes to show the flexibility and also the adaptability that these teams have shown. Also, how much cohesion they've gained over just the last 3 weeks. And now that they're playing in person here, they are feeling very confident. We just have to see if Arcana can push this one out. Ooh, Shirley though. Shirley won't die on this one.
Ignite taken down there onto Shirley. That is a very early summoner spell burned there by Billyworth. You gotta remember these summoner spells, especially Ignite by far more than anything, scales with levels. A level 1 Ignite is mostly just there for grievous wounds, if anything else.
I do really like what Avril's doing, though, on this wave, positioning around the wave to weave in these Mystic shots. The empowered Q from the Karma did miss. If that connected on Shirley early on, that could have ensured the kill onto the Soraka, but the fact that was sidestep was very nice. Do want to catch up. Junglers are going top to bot. So Trundle going towards its bot side, I gotta say, going into Karma plus Ezreal, that's a really slippery lane for Trundle to handle. So we'll see if MP, if they choose to show in that lane, they're gonna have to be very careful about when they pick their spot, because if not, Karma Ezreal can punish very heavily.
MP's probably expecting that priority that's gonna go over to Avril and Billyworth, and that is absolutely the case. Solaria, though, as we know, is a very involved jungler and will take the risk of trying to find one of those engages in the early parts of the game here. Muramina finding this Ornn once more, just gonna show exactly what she can do with it.
I actually really like what MP's doing here. It's not the fastest full clear, but going down to the Krugs, they're sitting there just in case there's a dive coming in from Voldabear, who is very powerful around level 3. So MP's gonna delay themselves a little bit on the clear, but I think that hover to protect the Zeri plus the Soraka was very smart on their part.
And you gotta watch that massive wave that Avril and Billyworth are crashing there as well. If in a scenario Solaria was hovering the bot lane there and Avril and Billyworth were looking for the dive onto Ryle and Shirley, that would be enough to put them a level behind for almost the rest of the game, right? So MP, whether or not there was a dive there, the fact that they were actually just hovering made sure that the entire wave of experience was collected, but Solaria looking for some chickens.
Stun, a bit of smacks back and forth. Ayukura is not gonna manage to hit that chain. And Fairy Girl doesn't get the follow-up on that. Just a little bit of smacking each other in the face.
A very cautious flash, too, from Solaria to try and ensure that she can't get taken down. I think that invade wasn't exactly worth it. The Raptors, especially level 1 at that point, not... I'd rather try and have the Trundle take Raptors than go test the respawn, where the respawn camps give a little bit more. So, curious to see. MP's going to be able to actually have a decent clear. Gets towards the top side. We'll take that crab and can start to cycle out their second round of camps rather quickly.
We got Shirley making her way back towards Ryle, who is at about half health, but of course you got a Soraka moving back to your lane. Once she's got all of that mana, once she's got all that health, it is going directly to you. So Ryle has to maintain her position here underneath the tower. That means that obviously the creep score is not going to go in her favor, but it gives some good opportunities potentially to Arcana if they want to retaliate onto Billyworth and Avril, who is just fancy footing around this whole team.
Macro is the name of the game here for the first few minutes of the game. You gotta look at the bot lane. Oh, I'm gonna do the thing. How do I do the thing? Hold on. Bot jungle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw on it. Look at these wards. Oh, I forgot how to draw. Hold on. I'm so excited to do this. Look at these wards right here. Woo! Oh, it expired because I took too long. 3 wards. I did it. I drew on it.
That's something you gotta solidify as well if you're looking at the red side, right? In the early parts of the game, when we're talking about that dragon spawning up, you have to have some deeper vision. It is going to expire before anyone makes a move on it, and there's so much pressure from Astrocats that they're really taking their time on actually engaging onto that Cloud Drake.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Like, with the bot priority, it's doable as Ryle, actually, the Scorch nearly takes her down. Avril continues to pump out the Mystic shots. I actually want to see Avril and Billyworth get this wave in. I think they stayed a couple waves too long. This is the timer where if you do reset first, you can try and take that early dragon. They've yet to reset. I think after they get this in, they should reset and then look towards the dragon. But Solaria, Build-A-Bear, very powerful early on. Might even look to just do this on her own.
This is an extremely difficult bot lane to lane against the Ezreal Karma, where they are extremely poke heavy.
Yeah.
And then the second they hit level 6, right? Like, Ezreal more so than Karma, obviously, but that is when they actually have true kill threat. Usually poke lanes don't have a lot of kill threat, but Ezreal Karma at that level 6 spike for Ezreal actually gets very scary if they are able to survive until that level 6 point. But because of all the wave, macro, everything that's been going on around this bot side, this first dragon is as good as the Astrocats.
That's a pretty big difference on the bot side, and that's pretty much all from Avril and Billyworth again. As you're correctly describing, Cam, very poke-heavy lane. The Soraka gets outranged very heavily in this. It's very easily for Ezreal and Karma to space the Soraka Qs, which she uses to get her health back. Those being dodged out, Avril pumping out Qs of her own, landing those Mystic shots. Very positive bot win so far for Astrocats.
Yeah, that's why you can see Ryle just stacking up those long swords, stacking up the coal, and trying to get as much damage as possible. But I was talking about the fancy footing from Avril. She's gonna take a tower shot, and she gets the first blood with that. Aquatic, in the meantime, is going to find a bit of a trade. Taking one down on Muramina.
Little bit of a trade there, 1-for-1 across the map, but Avril with the solo kill onto Ryo, by the way. The only summoner burned by any of them was the heal on Avril. Aquatic as well in the top lane, Ghost for flashed, as well as a kill straight up there. Very well done by both of those players.
I know we've been very vocal about the marksman at this event, as all three, I think, pretty talented, but seeing Avril step up is great, but also shout out to Aquatic. They're the lowest, she's the lowest ranked player at this event in solo queue. Like, she's been awesome. That's her third solo kill on the day. She's been doing really, really well today. So that's really trying to keep Arcana in this game and in this series.
Oh man, that Mystic shot coming through.
Look
at this, look at this.
She knows exactly what she's capable of. And actually, that was beautifully done by Avril, because when you take a step down below as Ryle underneath the tower, it's gonna hurt. There is lots of snips. Lots of needlework coming through, and poor Muramina is not able to do anything at that point. Doesn't have the ability to E out of that one, and Aquatic just cleaned it up.
Right? Like, Muramina, back to bot lane, never mind, Ryle. What? Just, okay, never mind, double kill for Avril. I thought that was going to Rival, but I was very wrong.
Oh, these mantras are so insane from Billyworth, and this is where you have to be really scared of Ezreal and Karma. There's so much damage that they can absorb in these fights.
I mean, holy snap, Avril came to play this weekend as we spent a lot of time hyping up Ryle, but Avril, 2 games on this Ezreal, the aggression, and watch this Q flash over the minions. This is beautiful from Avril. That's the kind of stuff I look for from our challengers and LCS players, Avril. Yeah, get those high fives to your teammate. They're beats it in the bot lane.
Yeah, on one hand needed for these bot laners down there. Avril and Billyworth, like you said there, Cubby, they came to play 3-0-0, a 350 gold bounty at less than 9 minutes into this game. Man, Astrocats are feeling good.
Absolutely. Avril, I mean, just the shining light. I wanted to make a pun. What's a pun for the Astrocats?
I don't know, soaring through the stars.
That's serenity.
Hey, when it comes to Avril's play, I've been over the moon with how she's playing this weekend.
There you go.
Yeah.
Soar through the stars, that's Astrocats.
Okay.
Easy.
Sorry, jeez.
Freak trained us well, you know?
I'm not here for puns. That's your job.
Yeah, if you're not here for puns, you gotta get out of here at this point, Cam. Let's see, though, how this engage plays out. Taking a quick look top. There's the barrage from Avril once more. Ryle, you gotta be so careful. And Muramina is gonna retaliate here onto Aquatic. You can't just compliment one top laner here.
Absolutely not. Solaria trying to ult away, but the root does land from Ayukura, and just like that, disengaged from the 3v4 in the bot lane, but once again, got a lot of mysterious fighting going on in the top lane.
Muramina able to answer back, I believe, had the ignite from the spellbook that helped to take down the Gwen. But bot lane, it's still Avril just continuously pumping out these Mystic shots. And Ezreal, and one of the things that makes Ezreal really appealing in pro play is that Ezreal's item spikes come faster than traditional builds. The fact that Avril is this far ahead as well, it's going to be like an 11-minute Trinity Force if she decides to base
Cole, by the way? Yes, the Cole as
Yeah.
well. I was just going to say that, but the fact that you've got all the pieces of the
Oh my
Trinity Force here
gosh.
available, Avril is so on it. You can feel that this is a player who thrives on the stage.
I mean, this is a poke bot lane that at this point is not just a poke bot lane. They are playing this lane like it is a kill lane. And if you're able to get to that point as a lane that's not really able to do that totally, right? Like, that is when you can run away with games as the true 1v9. 3 whole plates taken by Avril and Billy Worth there as well, the bot lane.
Oh, I know last weekend, Jolly, you and I were both at Harrisburg
Trinity Force.
for Hugh Fest. and talking to Avril there, she was so excited to play this weekend. And she's been a player that I've been somewhat familiar with, just given that she's bounced back and forth between, you know, wanting to go pro or wanting to be a streamer, a content creator. The fact that, I mean, she's showing up on the LCS stage, regardless of what she decides to do, is going to be so satisfying for her. And I know that as a student at Harrisburg, she's really enjoying herself there. So.
She is. She was having a good time, and that's why, you know
That's
what,
a question mark.
I referenced last week, and I said it, you know, it's kind of a fluke, right? There was a bit of like an internal disparity, and so they had to refine their footing. And here today on stage, not only have they found it, but they are really excelling with it. Now they're going to engage onto the second dragon of the game. We're looking at really quick moves, really quick aggression from Astrocats, and they're not going to slow down anytime soon.
I do want to credit Arcana getting the Rift Herald while this dragon's going on. Yes, it is a dragon stack. I think that Astrocats are in a much better position in this game, but at least getting the Rift Herald is something that Arcana can use to try and get some more gold in their pockets.
First Rift Herald picked up for Arcana at almost 12 minutes will make it that much more difficult to actually drop that Rift Herald before plates fall. And typically that is what you play for when you do pick up those first Rift Heralds. But Solara looking for a dive on the bot lane.
It is 12 minutes in, and you've got almost another plate down. There you go, easy to pick up. Solaria really focusing on ensuring that Avril doesn't get shut down here. 3-0-0 still, and as you were saying, the Trinity Force was picked up a couple of minutes ago now.
I want to give Miramina credit. While all this is going on bot, of course, Avril and Billyworth so far up in the lane.
Oh.
Miramina was actually really respecting things on the top side, playing a little bit further back, realizing that the Herald was just taken. Trundle can make a play top. That's good team play, trying to seesaw the map, right? If you have one lane shoved up on the long lane, the other one, you have to be really careful about where you're at. Smart play from Miramina as, I mean, they're taking all the right steps. Astrocats are trying to get Miramina that third Game Changers victory.
And this is not a position that we have really seen Arcana in, at least not today, but really across all of the LCS game changers, right? Where just earlier today, they were 1-0 up in their best of 3, right? And then game 2, I mean, it was a close game 2. And then game 3, they did end up winning that one. But now, game 1 didn't go their way at all. Game 2, it looked even rougher.
Yeah, that's a big lead, and not just a big lead, but on the Ezreal. You
Right?
really
Again.
cannot allow that to go so far in favor. And not only that, but, you know, I talked about it before the games really started, just in terms of maybe getting a little bit lethargic up there on stage, right? Having a full series go to all 3 games earlier today. Yes, they came out ahead, but there is a bit of strain on the mental. And so when you come in and lose that first game, hopefully Arcana can kind of resurge themselves from that fallback.
This is a real test of stamina, by the way, for Arcana. Not a lot of pro players even have to play 5, potentially 6 straight games on stage. This is Arcana's 5th game. If this was a best of 5, this is their game 5. Like, this is extremely difficult to do, even if you are a professional player. And by the way, I'm pretty sure this is the first time most of these players have been on a stage at all.
Yeah, of course, are in a little bit of a pause right now, being told it is a hardware issue. We're diagnosing it, so hoping that we can get out of the gray screen and back into the colorful action that we've had so far on the Rift. As, I mean, talk about adding some stress to the situation. Stretching things out here a little bit. Is, you know, we get to test ourselves up here, too. How well can we stall in front of the audience?
Well enough.
All right, never mind. We're back.
In the game.
All right.
We stalled perfectly.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Excellent.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned the stress there, Cubby, because if you look at the faces of the Astrocats players, that is not even a part of their day right now. They are not stressed whatsoever. Not only do they look comfortable on the Rift, but they are looking comfortable in those seats and on that stage.
There's something that I always like to reference back when I coached teams, actually from Bill Belichick. There's a great clip of him. Like, he's a football coach that was, like, so like straightforward. He gives like lame answers to media. But there's a clip of him getting mad at his team for not celebrating. Like, because he's like, you have to have fun and enjoy what you're doing. And for Astrocats, like, you know, seeing them like react to the sick plays they're making on the Rift, honestly, is giving us energy up here. It's really fun to see. They're enjoying themselves. And I mean, it's hard not to enjoy yourselves when you have a 3.5K gold lead 13 minutes into the game.
Astrocats are doing things that I've only seen teams from CB LOL do, where they are actively like chanting, calling, standing up, doing actions on stage while in game. That is something personally I've only seen CB LOL do.
Yeah, taking hands off the keyboard and mouse, right? They're giving each other fist bumps. And again, the smiles on their faces is really something nice. Now, we hope to see some smiles on Arcana's face as well, and not just a bit of solemnity, because they are falling further and further behind as the game continues.
They are, but I do want to give credit to Ayukura. This LeBlanc was so massive in that Game 3 against Serenity to get Arcana here, and Ayukura has been able to build a nice lead for herself as we have action top. Miramina.
There's the flash in. Solaria's going to take a lot of damage onto this one. Aquatic flashes out on it. Fairy Girl continues on the engage. The needlework doing a lot of damage, but it's likely not going to be enough. Fairy Girl disengages onto this one. Epi finds a nice pickup on Solaria, and it ends up just splitting apart. In the meantime, we got another fight in the bottom. Avril might end up falling here. It's the auto coming from Ayukura. Then short of that shutdown. Billyworth in the meantime finds a counter shutdown to Ayukura versus Billyworth, and it's going to be the LeBlanc that comes out ahead.
Credit to Aquatic in this top fight. They were able to kite out the Yone, so she actually was able to live. Miramina didn't connect with that Ornhorn, and the 2v3 went the way of Arcana on the top side, which enabled them to have a numbers advantage elsewhere, shut down the bot lane of Astrocats, and Arcana, they're not going down without a fight.
Absolutely not. It's crazy that after like what felt like a 5v5 on 2 different points of the map at the same time was just a 3-4-1 in the favor of Arcana. They need to find those tiny wins, right? Anything to go back in their favor. There is still a 3,000 gold lead in the favor of Astrocats, but they are, like you said, not going out quietly.
Oh, look at that. It's a beautiful flash away from Ryle. So much damage coming there onto Avril, who was so confident before this. Ayukura is, of course, able to get that shut down. A big burst of damage again. There's that mantra Q coming through from a Karma. But when you 1v1 a LeBlanc, it tends to not go your way.
Well, I also just want to give Ayukura so much credit. Her ability to impact the map. There was a difference in that Game 3. She's doing it again in this one as Miramina. Skipped out on the ultimate to try and find the E knockup. Wasn't quite able to find the wall. And then we see the value of Gwen Trundle on this top side. And look at Aquatic. She was able to kite this out with the Ghost. Dodges out in the last Q from the Yone, so she lives, she walks out. Trundle fighting the tanks. You have the Divine Sunder, you have the ultimate going. You are perfectly fine, you know, throwing pillars at people, getting those chomps down. This is why the Trundle was picked up. MP and Aquatic do work on the top side, enables their teammates to do work in the mid lane. And again, Arcana chipping into that gold lead a little bit.
I love the bounty, the current bounty we have.
Yeah, just a little bit of a 300 shutdown on the Karma support, by the way, with the 3-stack Dark Seal. Just nothing out of the woods here, right? First tower, I do believe, was in the end picked up by the Astrocats, but Arcana traded 4, if not 5 plates of the top lane turret as well. So Aquatic is sitting on what I like to call a whole lot of Ghost Gold in the top lane. She is going to be a very big problem later in this game.
Kraken Slayer was finished there by Fairy Girl, so really looking out for that Trundle on MP and Aquatic's Gwen here, because as we saw, they're so difficult to take down, and that's something that's very nice about the mobility on this team. On the other side, though, you got some mobility. Billyworth is not in a good position. Let's hand that one over to Soraka. The shutdown goes to the opposite support.
Support! 300 shutdown from Billyworth, picked up by none other than Shirley. That is exactly how I predicted this game to go.
I mean, it's Shirley getting the... okay, good flat. I think that was necessary as Avril is very far ahead, packing quite a bit of deeps. But again, it's Ayukura making the big difference in this game. This LeBlanc slippery. And the only thing that can really keep this LeBlanc down point and clicks actually the Boulder Bear as the pillar cancels the call of the Forge God. And
now there's the Fate Seal from the Ornn, and not anymore from MP. Does try to flash away there, but not quite in range. Meanwhile, this next dragon is up. This is sole point now for the Astrocats, and Chemtech is probably one of, if not the most impactful souls of the game. You really want to be able to claim this one.
Looks like Astrocats will be able to at least get that soul point. As again, all eyes now on Ayukura. Avril's in trouble.
Avril almost picked up. Ryle is the one able to pick up that shutdown. Billyworth trying to run for the hills, but this is the Fed Karma. She has Shirley's to try and run away. She's running away towards her own team. Just like that, can't quite finish off the scary Karma. Only one pickup for Arcana.
This Soraka surely saved Ryle. It felt like 2-3 times in that fight. And then also the ability to keep Ayukura topped off so she can continue to walk forward as she is ahead. Ayukura was the savior of Arcana in Game 3 against Serenity. I can't stop praising her on this. LeBlanc is her ability to step up, the plays she's making is really keeping Arcana in this game, and it's chipped into the gold lead that was 4.5K. It's now only 1.5K.
Exactly. That's a massive differential here. Maybe something coming through. Astrocats don't want to let Arcana get yet another Rift Herald, but there's nothing that they can do about it. It's great as well if you look at the summoner spells for Ryle and Shirley. Both the Ryle's Flash and Shirley's Heal came up at the exact same time, and if you look at the Ghost and the Flash, you can see that they've basically been sparing one summoner spell per fight, and it has been working out for them in the last couple of engages.
So far as well, all of these fights keep going back and forth and back and forth. The gold lead is still slightly in the favor of Astrocats, but not nearly as much as it was just a few minutes ago. Also got to be looking at these objectives. They have also been going back and forth and back and forth. So far, all 3 of the Dragons have gone to the Astrocats. All 2 of the Rift Heralds have gone to Arcana, and I believe they are even, no, actually 1 tower lead for the Astrocats.
So minimal though when it comes to the actual general lead in this. I mean, it felt like Astrocats had a really firm grip on this.
Oh, they did.
Looking at like 13 minutes and a 3.5K gold lead. That is absolutely massive. And Arcana says, hey, it's not going to be that easy for us. We picked blue side this time.
I mean, they did have the firm lead, and again, it's really just all been Ayukura really turning things around. Aquatic bought the space for Ayukura to make the plays across the map, but now it's Ayukura making her own space. Again, the ship LeBlanc, the Trinity Force has been completed. She's a menace in the side lane. It's making it very difficult for Fairy Girl on the Yone to really step anywhere outside of her own tower. And Ayukura is going to start taking those for herself and continue to chip into this gold lead from Astrocats, because the side laners for Arcana each are winning in the Gwen matchup versus Ornn and this LeBlanc matchup versus Yone.
Arcana are slowly bringing this game more and more into their comfort zone, whereas they were behind, potentially going 0-2 in the finals, and now the gold lead has almost come completely back into the positives in their favor. This is what they are best at, is snowballing the lead back into their favor.
Oh boy. Hold on, this is big.
That's a 20-minute Baron.
It's a 20-minute Baron.
That's a TP.
It's a lot of damage that they're able to deal, but they're going to turn it into a fight. It's a nice route. There comes the barrage. He just gets taken down immediately.
Oh.
He got the ultimate from the Volibear. Solaria says, you know what? Let the others run away. Let's go for the Baron.
Ayukura is going to continue to get this Rift Herald to crash, try and take the inhibitor turret, but this Baron is being seeded. The Astrocats started on spawn. They force Arcana to come to them, which is smart given they were losing both side lanes, and they win out on the play.
Rift Herald does end up dying in the bot lane, and Ayukura is not quite able to take that inhibitor turret as well. So in the end, it's 2 kills as well as a Baron for the Astrocats. They are so happy to walk away with this without even having to lose any inhibitors.
I'm really impressed with what we've seen, honestly, from each team. I think that Aquatic and Ayukura, understanding they can win these side lanes, Arcana's been trying to stretch the map rather well, but then Astrocats, again, it's about problem solving, right? They can't play in the side lane. How do we get the 5v5 that we want? Just hit Baron. Force them to come to us, get the pick on MP. The preemptive play from Billy Worth, I think, was really good. Now Astrocats somewhat back in control as they have Baron on their shoulders.
Especially when you're looking at the side lane ability that is held by Arcana, right? You've got Gwen, one of the best side laners here. You've got LeBlanc, another one who's able to really push these things in hard. Even though Ryle has been kind of held back so far in this game, still has the potential there. So Astrocats recognizing maybe where they might find a bit of faltering later in the game and stalling it out before that hits.
Look at that ward in the middle lane. I'm gonna try to circle it right here. This ward right here could be winning them the play. Ayukura fishing for something in the back line. Astrocats are just trying to crash this wave under the turret. They do have the Baron. They are trying to use the Baron to the best of their ability, but Ayukura will do everything in her power to stop them from even getting a wave.
She's going to hit the wave before it's Baron empowered, so she's actually killing it before they get there. That's so smart from Ayukura. She can also go bot lane and do the same thing. I love, and it's so tough. Like, there's nothing that can deal with this LeBlanc in the comp for Astrocats. So Ayukura really taking advantage of that. She's running away from the Volibear right now. It's the only point-and-click stun they have to actually harass LeBlanc. Ayukura doing so well to create space for her team this game.
You actually have to be careful as Solaria Solaria here, you're gonna take a lot of damage. There's a 2-level differential between you and the opposition. Billy Worth with a flash forward because he got the Mantra bind there. It's 3 members though, and Avril has been the one that is just aggressing so hard, and it seems like baiting out potential fights here for Astrocats. Occasionally they're able to retaliate. Occasionally it doesn't play well for them.
Okay.
Quadic goes down.
No more top laner left for Arcana. Here comes the soul fight here as well. TP coming in from Ayukura behind the Astrocats. Knock him immediately onto her. She is gone. She is gone. Shut down. Picked up now for Muramina. This is the Chemtech Soul on the Rift for the Astrocats, and they just got 2 picks on Arcana.
And once again, we are seeing Astrocats finding full focus on these objectives. Yes, they allowed... Effie, no, you can't go in on that, Effie. It's Muramina that's going to find themselves yet another kill. 3-1-3. That is a very happy Ornn and a not very hungry Volibear anymore with 4 assists.
Honestly, somewhat tragedy for Ayukura. She's been playing so well this game, but that TP was in the middle of the wave. It was too close to Astrocat. She gets taken down immediately, so she can't, use LeBlanc's kit to actually be slippery and harass the Astrocats, which she's been doing so well for this entire game. So Astrocats off that pick, they now get the soul. And again, this game is slowly getting back in their favor because whenever they're able to draw Arcana to them as 5, Astrocats are the ones that have the advantage.
Once again, as a quick reminder, we have still yet to have an Elder Dragon in the LCS Game Changers, and we could literally finish the season on this game right here. So the fact that we could have our very first Elder Dragon and potentially the last game of the season, I think is quite funny. Aquatic a little bit of a 1v1 here. Farragirl with the final E back. Not quite able to finish it off with the burn whatever it's called. Damage that comes after you E back.
Aquatic throwing out the needlework, taking down the rest of those minions. Take a look at the vision as well. We've seen them focus the bottom side of the map for Astrocats, and that is what they're going to continue to do. That Baron buff provided them with so much. We've got 5 minutes though before Elder Dragon comes up. I don't know if this is going to be the game that we see it.
Elder Dragon is going to be, probably the win con now for Arcana, right? If Astrocats get the Elder, that is probably game. Arcana, they need to get the Elder and then also win the team fight after, and then there is still a potential for a game 3. We always hold on to hope here.
It's just tough because what Ayukura was able to do with stretching the map is the map's really gotten so narrowed into the base. She can't stretch things out the same way she was able to do when the minion waves were meeting in the middle of the map. So now, Avril, nice heal to dodge out of the chain.
Avril does get knocked up there by the pillar as well. Ayukura fishing knows that once you pick Avril, it's significantly easier to win the team fight. Like you said, heal was burned by Avril, but she is still an Ezreal, still has an E, still has a flash. Will be that much more difficult. We got 4 minutes left on that Elder. That is a timer that I'm watching.
Yeah, we want to see it come through, and it looks like Astrocats might provide us a little bit of space and time for that. About 1.5 minutes before the Baron spawns up. So that means that the Cats are going to head into the enemy jungle, clear that one out, and unfortunately for Arcana, there's nothing they can do about it aside from trying to clear and pressure the minions back out of their own base. They don't want an hit to go down. They don't want one of these towers to fall, but there's not a lot they can do aside from just stand and defense.
Stand and defend and scale are, I think, the magical words that Arcana have to play for. Also play for Elder Dragon. That's what they got to do.
I don't know if they can get enough time, though, to actually buy that. As Astrocats, again, given where the map's at, they're able to narrow things up. When you get closer to the base, it's harder for the enemy team to kind of stretch things out. As Ayukura letting Aquatic take care of the side lane. Now going for the harass. Avril able to sidestep the chain.
Maybe finding the engage here. Ryle is a little bit too far forward. Billyworth tries to get the binding, doesn't work out. Ayukura still looking for the engage on the backside, but Ryle takes so much damage. Solaria is going to pick that one up. That's a turn onto Ayukura. Onto the backside, Shirley goes down to Fairy Girl. MP now has to run away, a flash out from the rest of the team, and Astrocats find themselves broken into the base of Arcana.
I will say Aquatic just took down an inhibitor on her own, but the damage being done, Ayukura falls.
Is it a race?
It's a race.
It's a race.
You gotta watch Aquatic. Aquatic is split pushing, by the way. Aquatic is not going to let them go quietly into the night. Astrocats, they have 4 members here. Muramina, the only one that has recalled. TP is not coming back from Aquatic, but could it be canceled in time? It is not. Aquatic has arrived. TP to match from Muramina here as well. Farragirl trying to just get one more pick. 3 members. Aura Brow has just respawned as well. There is still a Nexus tower. There is still hope for Arcana.
There's still all this minion push that's going through, though, into the mid lane, so that means another exposed inhibitor. Super minions onto the top side here. And once again, you gotta admit, Astrocats is feeling very comfortable. They're gonna back away from this, say, hey, we have more resources to gather here. The Baron's up, and less than 2 minutes now before Elder Dragon comes up. We don't want to give that potential win condition over to Arcana.
I'm curious what Astrocats decide to do, because if they do play for the Baron, they are, kind of endangered of having bot really pressure, and Ayukur actually fully committing the TP right now. She's gonna hit this bot wave, and the rest of Arcana are gonna hit the Baron.
If we go to a backdoor on this game, I'm going to absolutely lose my mind. Baron has been started up by Arcana, by the way. They do have objective bounties. Doesn't really matter at this point of the game. 7K left on the Baron. Afro over the wall. Envy is rude. Envy is dead. You do not have a jungler. You do not have a hope of securing the Baron any longer. And just like that, the Baron is as good as the Astrocats. Rattle trying to make something happen here. But she is only a Zeri. Sirocco comes out. The wish is only that. And just like that, Solaria trying to finish off the rest of Arcana. There's only 3 members remaining. Ayukura buys a lot of time, but Avril will continue to shut them down. 2 members left, only 1 Nexus tower left.
I'll be honest, I think that's it. Everyone from Astrocats, they're up, they're rushing towards the base, and Inhibitor's down. They're gonna have 1 Nexus to go, and Miramina's looking to find their 3rd Game Changers Championship straight.
That is, the flashes coming out. They have guaranteed themselves the victory here. That is, I mean, just what an incredible team. They rocketed their way to first place in week 1 as now Call the Forge God comes out. Fairy Girl taking down yet another member. Down goes the tower and leaving the opposition starstruck, soaring into our hearts over the last 3 weeks. Now today, Team Astrocats secure their spot as your 2023 LCS Game Changers champions.
Congratulations to the Astrocats, a 2-0 sweep. Everyone was predicting 6 games. I was predicting 6 games. I thought for sure this was going to go to yet another game 3, but Astrocats made sure that they caught it in just 2.
Honestly, I'm really impressed by a couple of the individuals from Astrocats. Avril was fantastic today. Fairy Girl fantastic for the entire tournament. And shout out to Coach Solaria slotting in the jungle, doing her job really well, helping make sure that the early games were balanced. They had comps that scaled, and Astrocats made this look like a very solid 2-0. That last game was hectic, but they kept their cool.
They kept their cool. I mean, it was hectic, but it felt like they were in control the entire time. I talk about proactive and reactive play. Astrocats said, nope, this is entirely in our hands. We are writing the script to end the day. We don't want to sit on this stage any longer. We want to go celebrate, get those confetti cannons off, and Astrocats secure themselves again to championship title.
Once again, congratulations to the coach and manager. Coach, of course, previously being Solaria, but now being Quatch, and the manager Marbles as well. They had just as big of a part in their team win today. 2 games. I'm still surprised. 2 games.
I gotta say, I was really impressed, though. I think we saw some great individual play. Shout out to Miramina, too. The Ornn was so big throughout the tournament. She only played 3 champions, but they were damn good. That Ornn ended up being 5-1 throughout the tournament. So I'm really impressed by what Astrocats were able to do. And honestly, so much improvement that we saw from all the teams, but for Astrocats to bounce back from that 0-4 week and then end up taking the title, really big from them. Every team was very competitive throughout, but they're the ones that stand tall and stand on their own at the end.
Everyone here, you can see just how much this win means to them. This is such an important moment in all of these players' lives. The first time winning on the LCS stage, right? Like, that is a big deal. That might be the first time and only time.
That's a good point, but you know what? There's a lot of these players that are looking to go big or go home. They have done it here today. They might even continue. And as we walk them to the stage once more, give it up for your 2023 LCS Game Changers champions, Team Astrocats! That's a beautiful sight right there.
It is. Let them have their moment. So beautiful.
Made even better. We got flowers coming in.
Flowers.
More confetti. Keep it coming.
Never can have enough. No, the confetti cannons are still going strong. They have not slowed down at all.
So well played by Arcana, though. Definitely sad to see them go, but man, did they fight hard today.
Oh, we got the team photo here. We're standing by. We're going to be talking with the winners, Astrocats, here shortly. But I just want to say, you know, I joined late for Game Changers. It's the one day I was a part of it. And honestly, it's been a blast being a part of this, seeing just everyone be so passionate behind the scenes, especially working with you two who got to do the event the entire time. I don't know. The energy around the studio was just awesome today. And I think everyone really tried to make the most of this opportunity from top to bottom. So it made for an awesome event. And it was great to see Astrocats end up coming out on top with the best gameplay at the end. And honestly, it was a lot of fun participating. So thanks for letting me join you two.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I casted all but 2 of the LCS Game Changers games. Literally only missed 2, and I was still there on the stream for those as well. This has been an incredible experience. I would have never thought this would have happened.
Right? I don't even have words for it. This has been such a pleasure. And something else that I love to see is Astrocats, even though they secured this in a 2-0 victory, they're not up there acting as though it's something that they expected. This is something they worked hard for, they fought for it, and they managed to collect themselves the win, and now it's time to celebrate.
I mean, I know that speaking with everyone behind the scenes, it was 4 weeks of games, but also everyone practicing so hard. And from top to bottom, the experience that everyone picked up, like, they were in charge of their own teams. I mean, even like when they were, you know, roster changes, like the people behind the scenes had to figure out, you know, how to announce that, like how to actually pitch that on social media. Not to mention that they built their own brands for all 3 of these teams. So I know that I think what Saito and Riot did here was different. It was a bit of a risk, but getting everyone that hands-on experience, I think, really paid off. And to have so many participants make the most of it, I think made for an awesome event. So it was really a pleasure to be a part of and really fun to witness.
This is an event that, as we were talking about, you know, is about inclusivity, right? It's about building up a space for marginalized players to feel comfortable. And you know what? Based on what we saw today, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we were able to do.
Absolutely, but I believe that's it from us on the desk here. We are now joining you live from the stage with your winners, Ashley, as well as Mermina, Avril, and Billy Worth.
Hey, welcome back to the stage and congratulations to the 2023 LCS Game Changer champions. Hey!
Thank you.
And I'm joined by Mermina, Billy Worth, and Avril. Thank you so much. And once again, congratulations. And I want to start with you, Mermina. Your boyfriend, Max Wilder, did mention this is your 3rd championship. How does it feel, and how does 2023 Game Changer feel different from the previous ones?
I played Orange.
Yeah!
Honestly, I'm very happy with my team. I think this was my favorite team of all the Game Changers, especially like spending time with them in real life. I love Avril, Billy, even the managers. Like
even the managers.
Even I love Arya and Levy. They were so fun to work with. I laughed every time I scrimmed with them, and I was just so happy just playing with them all.
And I also want to jump into you, Billy, because I know that this is your first Game Changers. How was your experience with the tournament? And can you also bounce off where I'm saying that, hey, like, you know, it was so fun going through this tournament and you were happy playing with the team?
Yeah, so it was my first time doing this, and everyone has been so accepting and so nice to me. And oh my God, I couldn't have asked for a better team. Like, we just play so well and have worked so hard and overcome so many things. So I'm really proud of all of us.
And Avril, and everyone was like looking at you as like the bot laner that we should like, you know, keep our eyes on. And congratulations on the performance. What can you tell me about your growth in terms of synergy with Billy, as well as your growth as a player, as an individual?
In the beginning of the past 2 months, I came into this like really not confident at all. And if I didn't have any other team, like Billy, Emily, Arya, Levy, Anna, like, come on! Like, if I didn't have these people on my side, like, supporting me, I wouldn't have been confident enough to play well today on stage. So I love my team so much.
Mermina, going back to you, we actually have so many Astrocats supporters here at the stage today. Like, you know, whenever you guys did like a good play. I don't know whether you could hear it, but people were just going, meow, and then like, let's go cats. Like, what do you think about all the support you've been getting today?
I did hear the meows. I like him. Thank you guys.
And really, I know that we chatted a few across the time, across this tournament, and it's so amazing to see your growth and also your happiness seeing on the stage. Do you have any message to your teammates, perhaps your manager, and also to your fans out there?
I just want to say thank you to everyone who's made this possible. My team, everyone at Riot has been so lovely. All the other teams, everyone involved, and everyone that supported me along the way, especially like my online friends who I'm so close with and have known for so long. So like Ethan, Yamui, Logan, all of them, but all my team most importantly. So everyone, thank you.
And everyone, this is my final question to you. I guess it's a special question. Before we came into today's series, we also did a series of interviews, and you said, what does Game Changer mean for you? And you said that it is a proof that there are people out there who care about people like you, people like us. Can you elaborate on this statement? What does this Game Changer mean for you?
I really, before this Game Changers this year, I quit League because the hate was too much, and I was having mental breakdowns every day because there was just so many people online like hating me just because I'm trans. And this Game Changers like really gave me the confidence to put myself back out there, and like it made me feel loved. And even though there's a lot of hate, like it made me realize like the people that love and send love like override all the hate.
Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. And I'll toss it over to Emily to talk with the rest of the Astrocats.
You're kind of tossing it over to me because we need to steal your microphones. Yes, and we're also being ushered to center stage by production. I'm a pro, I promise.
Just you two, 3. Take this one.
All right.
You have 11.
Hello, I'm Emily. I'm joined by Solaria and Fairy Girl of the victorious Astrocats. First of all, I am going to kind of repeat, I'm going to kind of revisit one of Ashley's questions for both of you, which is just, what was it like coming out, actually like playing on stage in front of a live crowd? How did it feel? What are your emotions like right now?
It was terrifying. Oh my god. It was so much fun once I started playing. It was perfectly fine. But sitting on stage, looking back, seeing people in the back, I'm like, oh god, there's so many people. What am I doing?
And for you, Fairy Girl?
It was really amazing, and finishing the games, I think all of the emotions just like released at once, and I really want to thank everybody for coming.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys have your own very vocal and supportive cheering section here at Game Changers. So I'm going to ask you, obviously stepping in from coach to jungle, what was it like to, I mean, you seem to have amazing chemistry with the team, really good jungle lane synergy. What was it like kind of stepping in and coming in? How did you guys approach the series today?
It was purely just confidence. Whenever we felt confident playing with each other. I mean, I've played with literally every player before on a team, and then I was coaching them. I knew what they wanted to do. I knew their preferences. I knew what they needed. I knew that they just needed the confidence. It doesn't matter what we're playing, that we'll do fantastic. And so it was just, yeah.
And then for you, Fairy Girl, one of the things that really, really impressed me about your play, the entire, like not just today's series, but the entire tournament, is just how consistently cracked you are. Honestly, like how do you manage to stay such a stable and like consistent player for the team?
I think a huge thing is definitely having a clear mental and mind going into every game. And I mean, I could not have done it without my team. It always keeps me in check when we have positive vibes. Meow.
And then lastly, for both of you, if you have any shout outs or people you'd like to thank today while you're up on stage, obviously, in addition to the wonderful crowd we have here today.
I would just love to shout out my girlfriend back home.
I'd not only the audience, but I'd also like to shout out my Twitch chat. I appreciate and love you guys so much.
All right. Congratulations, Astrocats. Thank you both so much for taking the time to join me. And honestly, congratulations. It's been an amazing event. It's been great to get to know you guys. You're going to go party or something, apparently, because I am going to usher you off stage. But thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you.
Love you all. So congratulations to Astrocats. I want to invite, obviously, Jolly, Kim. Where did Ashley disappear to? We don't know.
Cubby's gone.
She's amazing. Cubby disappeared as well.
Get on here.
All right. It's just us. To close out this amazing event, I feel like all of us have kind of been on the same page in terms of how overwhelmingly, I don't know, like joyful and fun the energy has been all weekend. I want to ask you guys if you have any final words or shout outs.
Just thank you from me. Sincerely, I appreciate all of you being here and supporting people who have felt unsupported in the past. It's a beautiful thing to see.
I'm gonna cry if I talk for too long, so I'm gonna shout out my family, shout out my college for letting me at school to be here. Had a fantastic time. I started casting 2.5 years ago. First person I ever cast with was Mad Magical, and now he's here cheering me on, which is like, I don't know. I don't know. I never would have thought I would be standing here casting today. A wonderful event.
I flew all the way from South Korea to here, and I'm actually really glad I did. It was like my first opportunity being involved in a tournament in this thorough manner, and it actually didn't change my mind, but made me confirm that what's most beautiful about esports is the people behind it. And I was really honored that I could watch their journey and cover them. Thank you so much.
This was just a privilege to be a part of for one day. So thanks so much for letting me join late. I did my best to catch up, and glad I could take, casting and covering developmental League of Legends to another event. So it was a real pleasure, and seeing everyone compete and even talking with everyone behind the scenes, it's just so infectious, like the energy that we had in the studio this week. So from top to bottom, it was really a pleasure to be a part of. So yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, I mean, it was amazing to work with all of you. This has been such a fun day. It was amazing to meet all the players. Shout out to our production staff, including producer Emily, who has put up with me yelling at her for assets all day, and I'm sure she's sick of hearing me. So we are gonna sign off. Thank you so much for coming to our Game Changers event. This has been amazing. I'm so happy to have been a part of it. Bye.
In the bot lane, hook lands onto Yumichi. She does not have Featherstorm for a few more seconds. TP comes in now as well. Featherstorm just came off cooldown, but she's already dead. TP canceled as well, and just like that, it's a double kill for Ryle.
Not bad.
Lucia as
Not
well,
bad.
a little bit late. Cataclysm on to 3. Massive turnaround from Shapeshift. Serenity are taking
doing
this
it.
game back in their
Yumichi.
hands. Ryle
Yumichi.
surviving for so long, but Yumichi is here to save the day, save the Nexus.
No, you can just
Oh, you win this. You win this with supers.
Yeah.
Nice.
Rakan's up.
TP, Let's go!
Wow.
All right, we have to win this one, guys.
We will.
We will.
Play for Yumichi. Play for Yumichi. I can feel Yumichi. I can feel Yumichi. Jarvan.
Okay,
nice. Let's go.
I can still not go down, by the way. She's still alive in your backline, but you gotta watch
Yeah.
as well. Ayukura forced to flash away, but doesn't have anywhere left to run. And Shirley's just gone. Yumichi diving over the wall as well for her first kill of the game. Envy will turn it back around for at least one member. This is a very fed Xin Zhao looking for the 1 for 2, 1 for 3. It's a triple kill for Envy. Do not let them go untouched. Here comes the rest of Arcana to follow up on it as well. Yumichi's in solo HP. Miss Timo just tries to run away with the W, but there's nowhere left to run. It's yet another double kill for Envy, and yet another clean ace for Arcana.
Oh. Mid's looking good. Nice solo kill. You got it. Good job, Libby.
Quantic has to get out. Call the force. It's a big pop-up. The passive on Ryle is going to happen, but Quantic goes down. Unstoppable. Surely the next target. Envy on the backside. There's the Crescent guard. It's a lot of damage on Avril. It's going to be a bit shut down, but the shift out of the way. These Astrocats find themselves ahead once again.
Right here. Go, go, go. That's huge. Good. She has to pick one. I have no cooldown. Nice job, bro. Nice job.
Ayukura still looking for the engage on the backside. Ryle takes so much damage. Solari is going to pick that one up. That's a turn onto Ayukura. On the backside, Shirley goes down to Fairy Girl. Envy now has to run away. A flash out from the rest of the team. And Astrocats find themselves broken into the base of Arcana. They have guaranteed themselves the victory here. That is, I mean, just what an incredible team.